We're watching a lot this stream. We're watching a lot. Oh, man. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh, my God. Yep, we bugging. We bugging today. We are going to bug so heckin' hard. ×2 playback speed. I'm just going to give a disclaimer out the gate. I might unironically be reacting to at least one of these videos. Maybe a specific video at more than 1.0 speed. Just saying. Not gonna do any double time 1.75 or anything like that, but I looked at one of these videos, I was like, oh, it's not 60 minutes, it's 1 hour and 17 minutes. God damn. Like, I brought like extra drinks here. 77 is close to 60 kill. Don't be rude. You gotta know. You gotta know this thing about streamer attention spans, y'all. We try. We try to stay focused. We gotta look at chat. Gotta look at game. Gotta look at, you know, things. We gotta keep shit in mind. And I'm like looking at this playlist and I'm like, ooh, I'm gonna react to a lot of this shit. But that's a whole lot of like maybe not redundancy, but like there's some extra stuff in here. Although I can guarantee you we're reacting to the endings video, the Moss Bag complete lore of Hollow Knight video, and both Silksong videos. 100% guarantee those. Yeah. The Dreamnail videos are redundant. That's literally the one that I was thinking of cutting immediately. Was Dreamnailing all Hollow Knight statues and corpses. Dreamnailing all Hollow Knight side NPCs. And maybe Dreamnailing all Hollow Knight bosses. But we'll see. Now, those are the main ones that I was like, I don't think I need those as much. I dream-nailed a lot of stuff here. Yeah, I could skim through them. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I think that there's a couple in here that I'm like, oh, that looks juicy. Or I'm like, oh, I want to know about that. I want to know about that shit. But for now, I also need to be realistic here. Because it doesn't say on here how much time it is for the entire playlist. But it's long. It's long. Yeah. We spoiled you for choice. Hell yeah. It's 6 hours? Yeah, we're going to do at least 1.25 speed then, probably. I'm actually pretty comfortable 1.25 speed as well. Six hours, 4 minutes, and 49 seconds. Sheesh. Sheesh. Oh my gosh, thank you all for the subs coming in here. Holy cow. Of hopping off in the subs here. Thank you for all the new follows coming in. Smurgle with the Twitch Prime, thank you for 2 months. Void Geeties, thank you so much for the 2 months as well. 2 months, Caleb, let's go. LPK675 with the 41 months. Strapping everybody to lower time. Yes. Iris Sasaki with the 4 months. Thank you very much. Yeah, y'all will want to follow this channel because we're about to jump into the Zaldrix, you're too kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks for the 10 gifted. That's really sweet. But yeah, we're going to be jumping into Persona 5 Royal after this. Next week, specifically. So 1 week from now, on Wednesday, we'll be jumping into Persona 5 Royal. It's on PC now. It apparently runs well on PC. There's not going to be any issues with like content releasing and stuff like that. So it's going to be a whole thing. I loved Persona 4 Golden, so we're going to have a good time with that. What's the plan for tomorrow and Friday's stream? I'm just heading this up now. The main reason why Persona 5 is probably not happening this week is because I'm going to be taking Thursday off streaming-wise. I've been streaming a really hard bit of time since basically Elden Ring back last year now, at this case, about a year ago. So I will be doing a tier list stream on Friday where we'll be going in depth into kind of the review of the game in general, and then talking about a lot of the things that we can tier list up and go a little bit more in depth into our, like, my thoughts in general about those things. And it'll be a good time to just kind of chill and discuss all the stuff about the game. So Thursday, unless we just don't get through any lore stuff, there will be no stream tomorrow, but there will be a stream on Friday to go over tier list stuff. Are you going to try Steel Soul mode off stream? Yes. Yes. 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I think I will be playing Hollow Knight in the same way that I kind of play Slay the Spire right now, which is that when I'm on the corresponding platform, aka PC basically, and I just want to chill, I'll just play some Hollow Knight. That's about where I'm at. Slay the Spire has kind of that advantage where it can be on mobile and stuff, so it's pretty cool. But yeah, I've basically hit that point where Hollow Knight is kind of a comfort game now. Yeah. It's so good. It's just so good. Bug comfort. Yep. That's what I do with Elden Ring right now. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I saw an Elden Ring mod that I actually really wanted to check out, and I thought about potentially streaming it because I saw someone else streaming it in the Elden Ring category, but it was a let me turn on this music a little bit. It was a Elden Ring Reforged mod. It was basically Elden Ring just with all the hitboxes and all the items and everything just kind of touched over. A lot of quality of life things updated and stuff. And it looked solid. It looked like the kind of thing where I was like, ooh, okay, a more balanced and a little bit more clean hitbox experience with Elden Ring, with a lot more itemization, a lot more kind of tooltips, just kind of that general stuff there. Yeah. Probably wait for a Reforged mod to get more developed with more spells and modified bosses before streaming it. Yeah, that was my thought as well, was that it looks like a good one to touch upon eventually. Probably especially like right after when Elden Ring DLC comes out, because that's probably still going to be another 6 months to a year away. But we'll see. We'll see. Is there some older classic game that you missed out on and want to stream in the future? Yeah, there are a couple. There are mostly games that are in the... okay, these are iconic story games, you know? Like, chat, sound off with that game that's the iconic story game for you from, like, the classic era. Like, your Chrono Triggers, your older Final Fantasies, your Baldur's Gate 1s, you know? I'm talking old school, not like your 2012 game. I'm talking, like, older. Legend of Dragoon, yeah, I've heard of that one, yeah. FF7, Castlevania, some of the Metal Gear Solid games, sure. Again, I'm talking story-focused games, though, y'all. System Shock, yeah. A bunch of these I actually don't recognize, so that's rather positive there. Yes, Zelda in general. I have never experienced a Zelda game in my life. I feel honestly a bit disappointed. I was talking about this with my girlfriend about the recent Zelda announcement. How it's something where like everyone's super excited about it, but I've never touched a Zelda game in my life. Like, yeah, guys, I've said this many times. I'm not a classic, I would say, gamer. Like, I didn't grow up with video games, you know? Like, I played PC games, but I didn't play many Nintendo games, basically. That kind of thing, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying I should check out Breath of the Wild, yeah. Yeah. No Wii Sports. I just never really had anything more than a GameCube. What was the earliest classic PC game that you've played? Classic PC game. Like OG StarCraft, Age of Empires, that kind of era. You know? Like Rise of Rome kind of Age of Empires and OG StarCraft. Yeah. Red Alert. I played the Red Alert games. I played all the RTS games. Like all the Command and Conquer, Red Alert, that kind of stuff. I played that as well. There was this really old space game. I could probably actually do speedruns of it. It was a really fun game. It was this space game where you had like a little ship that had a first-person view called Descent. I played the shit out of Descent on the computer as a kid. I was so bad at it, but it was a lot of fun. Like if you look up like Descent, like little first-person ship game, you could probably find speedruns of the game that would take like 50 minutes maybe, at most. Because the game's super small, but it's very, very cool. 6-axis movement. Yep. Yeah, it was very, very cool like that. Yep. Oh, my dad never shuts up about Descent. Oh, yeah. I played the same era of video games as your dad, apparently. Windows Pinball. Yeah, I had a score that was like some 7 million on the Windows Pinball or some shit like that. Love that. What else? Yeah, I played a lot of RTSs, basically. I've seen the Descent movie. Yeah, there's no connection. Don't worry. Descent, the movie, that's more of a fantasy-related thing. But yeah. I've not played Xenoblade, no. I know about Disco Elysium. I have bought it. I am saving it on my Steam account for the time when it's the best time to play it, basically. Has anyone recommended 13 Sentinels to you? No, but I've heard of it. I've heard good things. BioShock I probably won't stream just because I've had the whole thing spoiled for me. So I'll probably just play it on my own time at some point. Yeah, I've played Nier Automata, but not Nier Replicant. I know of Rogue Legacy, yeah. I never really got into the Fallout games. I played a bit at my friend's place, but I never really got into them as much. I was weirdly never a Bethesda guy, even when Bethesda was decent. Take a look at Outer Wilds. Yes, I am aware of Outer Wilds being a hotly requested game, yeah. I've played Half-Life, I've played Portal, yeah. Inscription, I've played Inscription, yeah. See, those are newer games from my perspective, weirdly enough. Like, anything that was before the year, like, 2001, I have a very high likelihood of not having played. Played Undertale, but haven't played Deltarune, no. Haven't played any of the Arkham games or Drakengard. No, I haven't played Dead Cells. I haven't played really any horror games either. Haven't played the first Deus Ex. No Final Fantasies. No Ori. No Prince of Persia. I love roguelikes. Yeah, I've played all the good ones that are out right now. I love them. I didn't miss the reaction time. Don't worry, I'm letting everybody jump in. I've been seeing so many people trickling into the stream right now. Y'all that are coming in here are awesome. I'm not going to just rush through the reaction stuff here. This is reaction strummer time. We get to chill and have a good time here. So everybody that's here for the Mossbag super video, don't worry. Don't worry. AI, the Somnium Files, you would not believe I have this core group across different friend circles, the channel, the Discord, everything. There's like 4 people that are like, play AI, the Somnium Files. There's only 4 of them, but they're like, please. They're like ferociously like, please play it. I need you to play it. Psychonauts, I want to play that. Yeah, haven't played that yet. Haven't played Shadow of the Colossus. Haven't played any Silent Hill stuff. No. It's very dedicated fans. Yeah, it feels very like it's its own anime, you know. It seems very Dongo Bongo kind of deal. But Dongo Bongo fans are even scarier. There's a couple Venn diagrams with certain fandoms and Dongo Bongo that has kind of turned me off to playing that game in general. even though I'm sure I would like it, but yeah. No Red Dead, no Metroid, no Rain World. Yes, I know about Prey. Yes, I would like to play that at some point, but again, it's not super high on the priority. God of War. With the God of War PC ports that are happening with decent regularity, I will definitely be playing God of War on stream at some point. Yeah, especially if they keep pulling out these games that people just cannot stop gushing about. It's really exciting knowing that there's really good AAA games coming out with a story focus that aren't just like either a movie or aren't just being fixed after a year's worth of patches, you know? Yeah. Stanley Parable. Yeah, I know about the Stanley Parable. Haven't played it. I haven't played Doom Eternal. No. I haven't played Bayonetta. What is your favorite RTS game? Oh, I have a really weird RTS game that I really love. Y'all, like, I will never shut up about how Battle for Middle-earth 2, specifically the second one, is a goated RTS. I fucking love. I love Battle for Middle-earth 2. It's so good. I will never ever get tired of it. Like, I used to go 2v2s like hard in the like small online scene that there was in Battle for Middle-earth back in the first 3 years of that game's release. So that was like 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, that kind of era. I played so much of that in high school. God, it was so... I was good. I was actually good. I had like god tier elves micro, and then I would play with my dwarves buddy, and we were a menace. It was hilarious. Oh man. With the Witch King DLC, I used to play that at my uncle's house. Yeah, that game was solid. Ugh. Yeah, okay. Everybody seems to be like trickling in here. Y'all, so the agenda, just a reminder for everybody that's here, because a lot of you weren't here in the very beginning. we're going to be reacting to a ton of videos. There is a playlist with a command button that you guys can check out if you want to, you know, check out and look ahead at the videos that'll be coming up and be like, oh, okay, the video that I'm most excited for him to check out is right here. So you can be kind of aware of that if you're second monitoring me, or you're just kind of doing it on audio, or you're waiting for like, oh, I can't wait for him to react to the, you know, why didn't he ever find cloth, you know, video, or something like that, or the Silksong trailer reaction and all that stuff here. We'll be going through a lot of videos here, but I can tell you for certain we are not doing all these videos. There's a lot of videos here. How far up the most requested list is Bloodborne? I feel like, honestly, I need still a little bit more spider exposure therapy before I'm ready for Bloodborne. And also, I don't want to start the train of just having every single console then become a, oh, but you played one console game, so now you'll play this, right? And Bloodborne is not on the PC, so Bloodborne is very low, unfortunately. Please, regular speed for the big video. I'm not going to be streaming for 7 to 8 hours here, y'all. So I don't know about that. I don't know. All right. Well, I'm probably going to be. I'm just going to guesstimate. I'm going to skip probably about an hour's worth of videos if we're going to do that one on regular speed. Yeah, chat. Would you rather have Mossbag video at 1.25 speed? Or, you know, less videos? Let's put a poll up. I'm only gonna do 1.25. Let's do a poll here. So what we do? 1.25 Mossbag or less video. All right, putting the poll in. I honestly don't care which one it is. Yeah, you guys will barely notice 1.25. It's super. His humor works better at normal speed. That's fair. Then put your vote in and be like, no. Let's do less videos then. Because again, I could theoretically react to lore videos around the time of the tier lists for when those go in. Because there's a possibility I just have plenty of time on Friday. And then we could just do the ones that don't get finished here then. Yeah. Watch at 0.75 speed. Oh, that's great. Damn, this is actually not a... This is not a, not an easily decided poll. You guys are actually decently divided here. It's slightly leaning towards faster, it's slightly leaning towards faster Mossbag. But I mean, just 5%, slightly. Do you have an order of the videos in mind? Yep, it's in the playlist. The playlist has the order. There should be a command that's being posted every once in a while. Hell yeah. 400 viewers. Wow. Thank you, Hollow Knight community, for accepting me and welcoming me and my absolute shit for brains gamer ability. I grew, I overcame, I struggled, And I'm here. All right, looks like it's trending even more towards 1.25 Moss Bag. Yep, even more. All right, so we're going to be doing 1.25 Moss Bag. The Vati of Hollow Knight. See, that's how you know your game is goated. You basically got your own Vati. Y'all in this fandom, you realize? Only saves 10 minutes, though? No. It's not that. No, it is entirely not that. You guys don't understand why 1.25 is important here. It's about my energy. If I have more energy, then I'll be able to react to more videos then. Like, it's just gonna be, like, a way better experience if I'm, like, able to be more attentive to things there. If I'm watching a 1 hour and 17-minute video, not only am I having to watch the video, y'all, but every good reactor knows that if you're gonna talk in the middle of the fucking video, you better pause, because you don't want to miss shit. Because everybody that watches their reactor knows how triggering it is when the streamer completely skips over a thing and pays attention and isn't actually watching the thing there, and then you're like, oh my god, he completely missed the thing! It was right there! True and react pilled. Guys, I'm a professional here. I'm just saying, streamer gets plenty of easy content. You get a streamer that pays the fuck attention. I see this as an absolute win. Like that we have an easy trade going here. It works really well. And there was much rejoicing. All right. We are no longer playing the Hollow Knight game, so let's load that off. Caleb, we still need the Zote emote. I'll see what I can do about that. All right. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. 5 endings. Okay. First video coming up here is going to be the all endings, including Godmaster DLC endings. All right, let's get this rolling here. Oh, shit. Come on. Right about here. That's a little bit clipping through the bottom. Cool. All right. Let's do this. Oh, wait, why is this quality low? All right. First video. All right. Defeat the Hollow Knight. Yep. So then we absorb all the plague that's in him. Just skip to ending 4. Okay. Okay. Right. So then we have all this here. We get chained up. Cool. Sealed siblings. And this is... Right. We still have to... We basically just don't go into his, into the dream. And then a Hornet is in here sealed with us. Cool. And this one is we defeat the Radiants inside the dream. So, Silksong still happens in this ending. Oh. I kind of like this ending. Like, I kind of like this ending a lot. Like, I really like this ending. Yeah. This, it hurts, but it's a very good ending. All right, so then, yeah, we get this. All our brothers. Right, so we've seen all these endings here. So then this is a new ending. Defeat absolute radiance in the Pantheon of Halonest. Okay. Do not give a delicate flower to Godseeker. Oh. Oh. Giving a delicate flower to Godseeker. Well, that's... Okay. Right. Yeah, y'all were suggesting I give a flower to the old guy. Defeat absolute radiance in the Pantheon of Halonest. So is this the final boss of the Super Pantheon? Okay. Damn. Whoa! 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 Yeah, Super Hollow Knight. Yeah, we became the Void. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, what's this? Oh, the Void leaks into Godhome. Whoa. Oh, shit. Oh! Whoa! Oh, that's so good. Wait, so is that like the official, like, teaser for Silksong? Like, oh my god. There is no official ending. Okay. Okay, that was cool. Okay, so ending 5 is we do that, but we give a flower to Godseeker. Okay. Yeah, that face is very similar to the Hunter. Holy shit. Right, it's not exactly the same, but it's very similar. Okay, so far, no difference. So is it just going to be the way that the Godseeker responds to this happening? Oh. Cool. Oh! Whoa! Whoa! Wait, the flowers are actually like... Okay. Right, right, and then we got this, yes. Oh my god. Good video, good video. That was lovely. Okay, that was amazing. All right. Okay. Okay, that was a start to a video. Okay. Okay. Let's get this puppy set up. Everybody, if you have not, please watch this video. Like, give it a view, give it a like, give it a comment or something. This video looks like a monster of a creation here. Oh my god, it's got it all divided to all kinds of stuff here. This is, yeah. Everyone in the world has seen this video. I mean, hey, you never know. You never know. If you haven't liked the video yet, go ahead and do that. I'm going to do it at the end of the video. But, holy shit. Yeah. Yeah. Caleb has it. Exactly. Case in point. I don't know your life, you know? Yeah, devs consider it to be the primary source. Holy shit. That's awesome. I'm just really proud of like communities and stuff on the internet that come together to like support a creator that just puts their heart and soul into some kind of media or creative work and then put something up like this and people are just like, yes, absolutely. Like there's no shit being flung for being like, oh, you're just trying to like take ownership of the whole, you know, thing of the lore here. And it's like, no. This guy probably took like months and months and months to research and set it all aside and compile it and deliver it in a way that's actually like helpful. So, yeah. I wonder what Caleb is expecting from Mossbag. I bet it's not this. I have no idea. Yeah. It's a running joke that we need to sacrifice Mossbag in order to get Silksong. Okay, Mossbag, I will protect you. I'll protect you. You are covered in moss, and these gamers don't touch grass, so you should be pretty good. They shouldn't be able to get you. Okay. All right. Now, let's get into this, shall we? If I don't like the 1.25 speed, I will change it. Don't worry, y'all. No cost too great. Oh my god. Y'all are hilarious. Okay. Ready? Are y'all ready? It's time. Mossbag complete. Oh, mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight. Yes, good little disclaimer there. All right, I think right about here should be a good volume. What contains of anything between spoilers of Hollow Knight, please bear that in mind before we embark on this journey, or don't. I don't really care. I'm just text on the screen. Okay.
If you were to ask me, what is your favorite video game ever made? I would have to say Cory in the House for the Nintendo DS, but Hollow Knight would be a close second. Hollow Knight was released on February 24th, 2017 by Team Cherry, an indie game studio based in the mythical land of Adelaide, South Australia. Over the past 3 years, Hollow Knight has become an indie darling. The game has sold over 3.5 million copies. It was the opening game at ADGQ 2019. There's a Hollow Knight book, a line of plushies, t-shirts, nicotine patches, nuclear warheads, and even vinyl records for all you goddamn hipsters. Team Cherry had one goal when making Hollow Knight. They wanted to create a world that allowed players to get completely lost in exploration. We can see this desire in Hollow Knight's design. The levels in Hollow Knight are massive, with secrets...
A bit louder? Sure. I can make it a bit louder. Should be good.
Rewards hidden in every nook and cranny, be that powerful charms, special abilities, or, The game's navigation system requires the player to work for their map, forcing them to make a stronger mental image of the world in their head. Christopher Larkin's score and Ari Gibson's artwork lend to this as well, creating an atmosphere that the player won't want to leave. But there's one aspect of Hollow Knight that keeps people like me coming back. The world building.
Yep.
When Super Metroid launched in 1994, it stood out for its amazing sense of immersion. Now in 1994, I was busy not being alive, but I've watched enough YouTube video essays to know that this game was a big deal. In case you didn't know, Super Metroid is basically the granddaddy of all Metroidvanias. That's why they're called Metroidvanias.
Yep.
Now in Super Metroid, there are moments that give the player a sense of depth. Basically the feeling that this world exists outside of Samus's interactions with it. In the room right before that diabetic crocodile thing, Samus can find the corpse of a random soldier. His inclusion here doesn't change the gameplay at all, but instead gives the player a sense of wonder about the world they are exploring. Who was this guy? Why was he here in the first place? Did he like jazz? Now, finding dead bodies and other random garbage is pretty cool, right? Well, Hollow Knight basically does the same thing, about a dozen times. Through its world building, Hollow Knight turns Hallownest into a living kingdom. You can sense the ancient history of the land when you look at dilapidated structures or giant barred doors.
Fuck
Nothing
that
feels
door!
like it was put into the game randomly. There's a reason for it all. Except those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is
Choto, what the fuck? I never found that shit.
There's a reason for it all. Except those...
What? What? I thought I was an explorer.
Those reasons aren't the easiest to uncover. Hollow Knight's narrative is buried under layers of NPC dialogue, item descriptions, lore tablets, and even additional content like the Coral Comic
that it gets into
and
those.
Fangamer's Wanderer's Journal.
Oh, cool!
These past 3 years have
I
seen
gotta
an
do
insane
that.
amount of research by the Hollow Knight
Gotta read
community to make sense of Team Cherry's sprawling
How
world.
to eat ass.
We've even made it to the point where people are looking at the in-game signs to try and decipher Hallownest's logographic language. In this video, I hope to give you a long and detailed look into the world of Hollow Knight, exploring Hallownest's history and uncertain future. When I'm not busy making surprisingly accurate Super Smash Bros. Roster speculation videos, or insightful podcasts about beloved subjects like the Donkey Kong Country television series, or whatever this was supposed to be, I'm usually making videos about Hollow Knight. And while I am a seasoned Hollow Knight lore expert, I cannot confirm that every musing or theory presented in this video is completely correct. I highly recommend checking out the lore section of the Hollow Knight wiki if you want a more neutral explanation of Hollow Knight's lore. But if you're too lazy to read, then I suggest you sit back, order some Domino's pizza,
Couldn't be
or
me.
just grab a block of cheese from the fridge, and enjoy the mostly complete lore of Hollow Knight.
I already did all that.
It's a simple fact of life that every...
So, you know, given that we have the ability to read, and we did a pretty decent portion of it in the game, I think I have a decent understanding of what the lore of the game is, right? So let's go with it here. Long ago, long ago, the 4 nations lived together in harmony. Then everything changed when the Radiants attacked. Only, you know, the king, you know, master of the shadows and darkness could, you know, stop them. But when the world needed him most, he vanished. 100 years have passed, and some randos have discovered the new king. You know, a little hullabug named Ghost. And although his jumping skills are great, he has a lot to learn before he's ready to save anyone. But I believe Ghost can save Hallownest. Seems right, right? Yeah. That's nothing like it, but you know, I just had to do that.
Every human worships a god, be that technology, ideologies, or in rare cases, God. As it turns out, the bugs in Hallownest pretty much operate in the same way. From the mosskin born from the dream of a giant slug, to the emo kids of the ancient civilization who literally worship the darkness, there is no shortage of things to worship in the world of Hollow Knight. Our story begins with a creature very much worthy of worship. A creature born from the carcass of a worm. The carcass can still be found in the Kingdom's Edge, and it's our only good look at what worms actually looked like. At the time Hollow Knight occurs, it is suggested there are no worms left in the world. They were incredibly long creatures that featured little to no limbs. Another more mysterious property of worms was that they had some kind of prescience, or foresight. Basically, they could see the future to some capacity. It isn't clear how effective this ability was. Considering how the entire race went extinct, this foresight ability must have been pretty shit. Getting back to this particular worm carcass, it is explained that this worm traveled across the distant mountains and wastelands beyond Hallownest. Once it arrived in Hallownest, the worm died. Except not really. Inside the maw of the carcass sits a pale broken egg, out of which hatched a new form of worm, a being of meager shell. This form of the worm is usually referred to as the Pale King. He's the character basically responsible for everything that happens in Hollow Knight.
Okay. So, gotcha. Okay, so all this time I had been equating the worm and the Pale King together when there is a connection, but it might be more in the idea of like a rebirth rather than a true, they're the same. But I essentially knew this, but that subtle distinction I think is important there. Because while the worms are very clearly dead, and I kind of drew an illusion that the worms are effectively like the dragons if this was some kind of high fantasy lore. We have pantheons of gods and stuff like that with, great powers and stuff like that. But then we also have, ridiculously powerful beings like dragons, and then the worms are kind of the equivalents of those. Or they're more like the big things in Dune. But okay, let's keep going.
The Pale King is a higher being, a type of creature that exists above all others. His body was said to shine with a radiant visage that harmed those who looked upon him. The ultimate goal of the Pale King seemed to be in line with that of other worms. A line from the cryptic Mr. Mushroom reads, "Worms pull bugs into their thrall, till ages pass and kingdoms fall." In other words, it's just in their nature. Dogs wag their tails, cats bury their shit, and worms bring massive amounts of bugs into their service in order to form long-standing kingdoms and civilizations. And here in a far corner of the world, the Pale King emerged from the corpse of his former self and began to build his eternal kingdom, Hallownest. There's just one slight problem. There's people already living there. The area that would eventually become Hallownest was already filled with mantises, bees, moths, spiders, mushrooms, and bush cosplayers. Each of these groups were already operating with their own cultures and societies, and each group had a different interaction with the Pale King. One of the more receptive groups to the arrival of the Pale King were the mushrooms of the fungal wastes. These creatures were able to communicate with one another through one shared mind. The mushrooms viewed this shared mind as a strength, and they were kind of smug dickheads about it. Ultimately, the mushrooms wearily accepted the Pale King's rule, viewing his foresight as a shield to the dangers of the future. Another group living in the fungal wastes is the Mantis tribe. The Mantises have a rich cultural history reaching back to long before the birth of Hallownest. The Mantises are a proud tribe, believing in the importance of proving one's physical strength. The Mantises are fiercely territorial, but will show respect to those who display great power. These Fight Club enthusiasts were led by 4 powerful Mantis Lords, who I guess just kind of sat around waiting for outsiders to challenge them. The Mantis tribe had no interest in the Pale King's kingdom, but the two communities did come to a truce. In exchange for their independence from Hallownest, the Mantis tribe kept the beasts of Deepnest from invading Hallownest. Not sure why they didn't just go out the other exits from Deepnest, but whatever. I'm not an expert on border patrol. I don't work at ICE anymore. Let's move on to Deepnest. Now, many of the different tribes of Hallownest were kind enough to leave lore tablets behind, detailing pretty much everything we need to know about them. Unfortunately, the bugs of Deepnest didn't do that.
Fuck 'em.
We know that the spiders of Deepnest had a monarchy because why not? Those are always good, right? Also, within Deepnest are a separate group of spiders that immigrated to Deepnest at some point in the past. This group was known as the Weavers, and they established their own culture and history within Deepnest. They used looms of silk to weave stories, spells, and shields. One thing we know for sure about Deepnest is that they really didn't want anything to do with Hallownest. The struggles of Deepnest-Hallownest relations would become painfully clear as time goes on, but for right now, it seems like the two remain fairly isolated from one another.
What do you mean that they built a fucking tram from one end to the other? That doesn't seem like they were, all against each other. You mean casually the Pale King's like, all right, I want you to construct that tram straight into there. Then it's like, okay, yep, for now. That's true. It is abandoned. It is kind of destroyed. Yeah, we'll get to that. That's true. That's true.
Another section of pre-Hallownest includes Greenpath, Now, as far as we can tell, the mushrooms, mantises, and spiders of Deep Nest didn't worship any higher beings. There is this giant mushroom corpse in the fungal core, but I don't think this is a higher being. I mean, who the hell would want to worship a fat-ass mushroom? Fat-ass slugs? Now that's dope.
Yeah, those are
the land
great.
we know as Greenpath was created by the higher being known as Un. Un used her great mind to dream the vegetation of Greenpath into the once barren caverns. Un's followers, the Mosskin, were also born out of Un's dream, making her their creator. Greenpath at its height was actually much larger than we see in-game. At one point, Greenpath stretched into both modern-day Queen's Garden and possibly Fog Canyon. Greenpath's citizens showed themselves to be a fairly developed society. They built a temple at the Lake of Un in order to worship her, and they even had their own line of defense, with Moss Knights showing proficiency in combat, using nails and shells as weapons. The Law of Un continued to remain in effect even after the Pale King arrived, but it seems like they allowed the king to establish a road through their lands, leading travelers to the heart of
the
Hallownest.
Pilgrim's Way.
Hence the name Greenpath. Yeah, Team Cherry really racked their brains when naming this area, didn't they? Next, we have the bees. And while there is...
If you're gonna name something, make sure people remember it. A lot of people really go the wrong way when it comes to fantasy and thinks that you have to add apostrophes into things in order to make it sound fantastical. No. Sometimes people literally just say the path that is green, and then they put the language in one that the general group that they're going to be speaking to doesn't understand, so it sounds fantastical, but then it's just green path in Greek, you know? People are like, whoa, this is so deep, it's so interesting. It's like, no, it's literally just green path in a language that you don't speak, so sounds cool. Yep.
There's no lore on how these bees can turn into fucking drills, or how they can ignore all known laws of aviation. We do know how they reacted to the Pale King. These bugs
Honey is a hell of a drug.
The hive off from the rest of the world, with only patrol bees being able to enter and exit the hive. So yeah, the bees are pretty much pointless in this story. And finally we have the Moth Tribe. In-game, the only moth settlement is in the resting grounds, but the tribe might have also inhabited the Crystal Peak at one point. Now, as we all know, moths in real life are just complete assholes. As for the moths in Hollow...
Hold up. Hold up again. Do they show IRL spiders in this video? Because that's not cool. I'm okay with a moth, but that better not happen with the spiders. Okay, cool. Just had to know.
Assholes. As for the moths in Hollow Knight, well, it's a bit complicated. The moth race is described as being a rather pacifist group, with few ever choosing to take up a weapon. During the Pale King's reign, the moth race delved amongst dreams and the dead, displaying the importance of remembering those who have passed, as well as learning how to shape dreams themselves. Similar to the Mothkin, the Moth Tribe was born from a higher being, known as the Radiance.
Yeah.
The Radiance is described as being a light in which the Moth Tribe basked. So she was basically a giant lamp to them.
Yep.
Another important aspect of the Radiance is her ties to dreams, and a substance known as Essence. Essence are the remains of wishes and dreams, represented in-game by these Dreamcatcher particle effects.
Right.
Essence can take the form of whispering roots, as well as dream ghosts, both of which are memories taking root in the world. The Radiance appears to be a creature made of essence, but she isn't the only higher being to give off essence. Un has green particles, the Pale King has gray particles, and this sexy character named Grim gives off fiery red particles. However, the Radiance appears to be the main god when it comes to dreams, even if other gods also dabble in the dream realm. Getting back to the Moth Tribe, it is their interaction with the Pale King that we need to discuss. Basically, the moths turned their backs on the Radiance completely, in order to worship the new light that had appeared, the Pale King's light. So yeah, moths are assholes in this game too. With her tribe forsaking her, the Radiance became a forgotten memory, a remnant of the past, and a thing that's definitely not going to come up again later in this video. And so the Pale King's new kingdom was established, Hallownest. But there is one aspect of Hallownest that we need to discuss. Unfortunately, to better understand this, we're going to have to read some poetry. In Wilds Beyond, they speak your name with reverence and regret. For none can tame our savage souls, yet you the challenger. Under Palest Watch, you taught, we changed. Base instincts were redeemed. A world you gave to bug and beast as they had never dreamed. This is from a poem titled Elegy for Hallownest, written by Modemon the Teacher. The poem appears at the beginning of every playthrough, and hints at what the Pale King and his kingdom offered. Much of the land outside of Hallownest appears to be a wasteland, where bugs survive off of instinct, without the burden of mind. Hallownest somehow taught these bugs and tamed their savagery. Basically, the Pale King changed the instincts of his subjects, and granted them higher thought. To get a better picture of this, let's look at two different characters, Boone and Tuck. These adorable panda bug things give us a clear display of Hallownest's effect. While both appear to be the same species of bug, Boone is dumb as a sack of rocks, struggling to string together words, while Tuck speaks fairly clearly. The main difference between these two characters is that while Boone lives outside of Hallownest, Tuck lives beneath the city's capital.
Yeah, I never found
it
this
appears
guy.
as though Hallownest is a literal holy ground that raises the intelligence of those who dwell within. The Pale King established a path, starting from the kingdom's entrance in King's Pass, winding through Greenpath and the Fungal Wastes, and finally ending at the massive capital at Hallownest's heart. We now know the capital city as the City of Tears, but that was likely not its original name. The rain that falls down onto the city from the blue lake above didn't begin until after the kingdom collapsed. So unless the capital was originally named by some edgy literature student, the name City of Tears wouldn't have made much sense.
Yeah.
The king's motivation for all this appears to have been his desire to be worshipped. The citizens of Hallownest believe that the Pale King created the world, and everything in it. Shrines to the king can be found scattered throughout the kingdom, and king's idols were created and distributed to followers of the king. Despite the worship, the Pale King often kept himself hidden from his subjects, possibly to hide his blemishes. I mean, if you look at the size of the real Pale King to his statue in the ancient basin, the man is clearly overcompensating. The Pale King's White Palace was also built underneath the city, separating him from his subjects even more so. At the same time, certain powers became shunned in Hallownest, though we don't know for sure if the Pale King had anything to do with this. Lifeblood is a blue liquidy substance that leaves those who drink it feeling refreshed. However, the use of lifeblood was seen as a taboo, and those who used it were demonized as heretics. The use of soul for combat was also shunned. Soul is a sort of life force in Hollow Knight that animates the bodies of living creatures. But some characters are able to control the soul of others to conjure powerful spirits. But aside from a few exceptions, no citizens of Hallownest ever used this power. However, the Pale King didn't rule alone. There was another higher being.
We're just gonna breeze past that talk about soul there? We're just gonna breeze past that? Like, we're not gonna talk about the fact that we have a nail that, like, drains soul and... Okay, this video is very weirdly formatted. I guess it's just, I don't know, maybe this guy's a bit younger or something, but, like, it's not very segmented. It's very like, oh, we're gonna take info from other things and be like, whip that over here. And I'm like, yes, but, like, can we go into... Okay.
In the mix. A being known as the White Lady. The White Lady is a weird brute-like being that can be found in the modern-day Queen's Gardens. She is encased in a strange cocoon, and we know very little about her. With as much exposition we get for the Pale King, there is next to nothing on the White Lady. But one thing we do know is
a lot of it's based on what she says.
Like, a lot. The White Lady would often retreat to the Queen's Gardens, an area of land once controlled by the Mosskin. How exactly she walked around and actually went places is a lore question too deep for even my expertise. The White Lady is also known as a pale being, along with the Pale King. What exactly are pale beings? Well, we don't know for sure, but they seem to stand out even amongst higher beings, as being even more powerful. I know that's a little confusing, so let's try using an example.
Well, they're white.
I'd say that regular higher beings are like a TP-Link Archer C7 AC1750 wireless dual-band gigabit router, while pale beings are like the Asus RT-AX88U AX6000 dual-band 8X gigabit Wi-Fi router. Under the Pale King, Hallownest underwent a bit of an industrial revolution. He ordered the construction of the stagways, which were used to transport passengers and goods. The Forgotten Crossroads and the storerooms above the City of Tears were used to store goods that traveled along these stagways. The king also ordered the construction of the tramways, because literally no one is safe from the threat of automation. A tram was built between the Forgotten Crossroads and the resting grounds. A second tram was built from the kingdom's edge across the ancient basin over to Deepnest. And then a third tram was started in Deepnest and attempted to go further into Deepnest. Not sure how useful that would have been to the bugs of Hallownest, but whatever. The Pale King's a smart guy. I'm not gonna question him. But anyway, the Pale King's super smart plan to build a tram in Deepnest ended up getting a few of his tram workers killed. The bugs of Deepnest rejected the Pale King's attempt to build a tram in their territory, further cementing the poor relation shared between the two groups. Aside from convenient fast travel, regular pathways were also used to cart goods around the kingdom. From this was born probably one of the most important groups in Hallownest, and perhaps even all of fiction. An elusive guild of bugs, simply known as the Menderbugs, took to maintaining the various signs scattered throughout Hallownest. From the journal entry of one Menderbug, we can catch a glimpse into their ancient and unknowable minds.
Dear, dear diary. Isn't life just the most beautiful thing? Fixing signs, mending posts, let them break, I say. I'm a better mender for all that repairing. I sometimes doubt there's a single bug in all of Hallownest happier than me.
Another example of the Pale King's expanding infrastructure is the Crystal Peak. This area is filled with crystals that grow rapidly along walls, ceilings, and even the shells of certain bugs.
Yeah, it's a place of industry,
These crystals are considered valuable to the bugs of Hallownest, resulting in large-scale mining efforts. We don't actually see the crystals used anywhere else in Hallownest.
True.
But they are said to contain a sort of energy. The crystals are also said to sing, if you listen very carefully.
Come on,
In terms of
man.
military,
Come
Hallinest's
on,
first line of
man.
defense appeared to be a group simply known as the Five Great Knights. The members of this esteemed coalition were Ogrim, Hagamel,
Yeah.
Zamir, Drya, and Isma. For being so important, most of the information about these knights has been lost to time. Ogrim is the knight we know the most about,
Yes,
since he
my
is one of the
brother.
few knights still alive during the events of the game. Ogrim expressed a great amount of loyalty towards the king, and he maybe had something going on with Isma, but we really don't know. Hagamel was known for his sense of humor and his soft-spoken voice, but at the same time, he was also dummy thick. Mysterious Zamir arrived in Halnest from a serene land, bringing with her a collection of delicate flowers. At some point, she also got into a relationship with a mantis, but not just any mantis, a daughter of one of the mantis lords. So yeah, it seems like these great knights were slaying in more ways than one. All we really know about Drya is that she was fierce, caring, and wise. As for Isma, she was described as being kind. She also appears to be some sort of weird plant life form, but there's no information on where she's from or what her powers were. The Five Great Knights play an important role in the Champion's Call, the Knotted Grove, and the Battle of the Blackworm. We have no idea what these events were or how they affected Hallinest, but they sound cool nonetheless. During
They're mentioned in
Hallinest's
offhand
reign,
comments.
there was another strange area that seemed to exist separate from the Pale King's rule. Carved out of the corpse of an ancient bug, an area called the Colosseum of Fools was constructed, and it was a destination for warriors from outside Hallinest. The sole purpose for fighting in the Colosseum appeared to be simply for glory, with a mysterious figure known as the Lord Fool overseeing the combat. We don't know when the Colosseum was constructed or if the Pale King was involved, but one of his servants, the Pale Lurker, became a champion in the Colosseum, perhaps indicating the Pale King's approval. And finally, there was the Royal Waterways, where the fecal excrement of the kingdom was washed out into the fungal wastes. This area saw the rise of a species of parasite-like creatures called the flukes. The flukes spawned
The
from the
shit
Flukemon,
eaters.
a giant monster with cavities in which tinier flukes live. There really isn't too much lore involved with the flukes, but I do need to point out that the Flukemarm is canonically a MILF. Like, that's not even debatable. The sky is blue, 2 + 2 = 4, and we all want to fuck this thing. And so this was the kingdom of Halnest at its height. Halnest was a vast kingdom connected by a network of stagways and tram stations. The bugs of Halnest mourned their dead in the resting grounds, engaged in commerce using Geo, the de facto currency of the region, and a thriving capital located in the middle of the kingdom. The Pale King had succeeded in
It's a
crafting
civilization.
a full-blown society, but we all know there are pitfalls to living in a society. As the suspiciously knowledgeable Hunter points out in his journal, the Pale King had created a population of weak and pathetic creatures. The bugs of Halnest did not hunt for their own food, and had become complacent with their comfort.
Stagnation.
This is even more obvious with the east wing of the capital. These greedy members of Halnest's high society became complete cowards, obsessed with riches and plum from excess wealth. The bugs living in Halnest's prime looked quite different than the instinctive simpletons they once were. Their savagery had been replaced with intelligence, and through that intellect, they gave the Pale King the devotion and service he desired. And while there were a few snags along the way, they were shining times for the king and his subjects. Resting at the threshold of Halnest is a strange lore tablet, proclaiming Halnest to be the last and only civilization. It calls Halnest an eternal kingdom. This appears to have been the Pale King's goal, for Halnest to stand against a wasted world as a final beacon for civilization. And that was the Pale King's ultimate folly, to think that he could succeed where so many others had failed before. Long before the Pale Kings or the Barry Bensons of the world, the land of Halnest was controlled by an ancient caste. Hints of Halnest's history are littered throughout the land, with the most notable examples being the soul totems and arcane eggs. One sect of these ancient bugs didn't worship a god like the Pale King or any lord, but instead a dark and mysterious substance known as the Void. This ancient caste once also tried to lay claim to the entire land of Halnest, but they too failed. In his quest to conquer all of Halnest, the Pale King had made an enemy long forgotten, an enemy that was about to be remembered.
Cool.
I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance.
The timeline
to
begins.
The Pale King.
Sorry,
but that isn't quite true.
I was talking a bit there, so I'm gonna go back a little bit. But okay, so we've basically set the foundation now. Damn, 24 minutes just to set the foundation. This is a great video. This is a great video, by the way. So we have now an understanding as to what inhabits where and some of the relationships between everything here. But yeah, we haven't effectively moved the timeline forward at all. The thing I'm most excited about this video doing is basically giving me a sequential understanding of the timeline of events that brought us to the beginning of the game. And I feel like I'm about to get that now. So let's do it.
I mentioned earlier that the Moth tribe entirely forgot about the Radiance in order to worship the Pale King, but that isn't quite true. Memories of her still lingered, and hushed whispers of faith kept the Radiance alive. At the summit of the Crystal Peak, a location known as Hallownest Crown, a strange collection of glyphs can be found. Joining these glyphs is a statue of the Radiance, presiding over the kingdom below. This old summit is the sole standing shrine left to the Radiance. This was built in order to keep the memory of the Radiance alive. The Radiance's light began to appear in the dreams of Hallownest citizens. This light manifested itself in an infection that ravaged through the kingdom's tunnels. Those infected would fall into a deep sleep and awaken with broken minds. Some of the lesser bugs tried to resist the Radiance's light, which only resulted in them being consumed by it even more so. Many infected bugs lost their wills, and began attacking bugs that weren't infected. The infection also twisted the bodies of its hosts, causing them to bloat and occasionally develop orange cysts on their bodies. For many victims, they were reverted back to their basic instincts, carrying out the duties they once fulfilled in life, but now as mindless slaves. Those caught up in the infection were linked into the Radiance's hive mind, allowing them to control their bodies if needed. As the infection spread across Hallownest, many groups looked to solutions to fight off the Radiance's light. The gates to the City of Tears were closed in an attempt to keep the infection from reaching the city. The stagways were also shut down at some point, and many of the stags eventually died out, but some took more proactive efforts against the infection. The scholars of the Soul Sanctum decided to harness the power of Soul in an attempt to fight the infection. This resulted in the deaths of hundreds of bugs, whose souls were sucked out and injected into the bodies of the scholars. Their goal was to achieve some kind of pure focus, which would somehow protect them from plagues of the mind. The scholars' leader, the Soul Master, was driven mad by the sheer power of Soul, and his entire sect failed to avoid infection. But hey, at least they took as many innocent people down with them as they could. The Mantis tribe, showing a stronger will than the common bug, were able to stave off the infection. However, one of the 4 Mantis Lords turned against his sisters. He and his followers took in the infection willingly, as it gave them more strength and courage. At some point during all this, the Traitor Lord and his followers were exiled from the Mantis village, eventually taking up residence in the Queen's Gardens.
There we go.
The Traitor Lord's daughter ended up dying at some point. This is the same Mantis that was in a relationship with Zamir, one of the 5 Great Knights, but the Mantises rejected their union because of Zamir's outsideness. As a gamer, this type of prejudice is all too familiar, and honestly, it makes me sick. With the 5 Great Knights completely useless to fight against the infection, the Pale King devised his own scheme. A scheme involving a strange substance known as Void. As I mentioned earlier, the Pale King's White Palace was built in an area called the Ancient Basin, but his castle wasn't the only noteworthy thing down there. At the bottom of the Ancient Basin was the entrance to a pit, known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss was a lake composed of void. The Pale King realized that this void could be given form, as evidenced by an imprint of such, deep within the Abyss, possibly left there by the ancient civilization that predated Hallownest. The Pale King devised a workshop in his palace, where he placed void in armor shells.
I didn't think about that.
Soul, creating servants known as King's Molds and Wing Molds. These void creatures were somehow imprinted with the desire of the Pale King, so that they would serve him. It isn't clear when the Pale King started making these creatures. There is evidence to imply that even common bugs were aware of King's Molds, but the point is, the Pale King turned to the void in order to create another creature, one that he believed could contain the Radiance and her infection. He tried to create a pure vessel. The Radiance's infection needs its host to have a will and a mind in order to enslave it. A pure vessel would be a creature made of void, designed to lack those features. The Pale King believed that by harnessing the void inside a pure vessel, he would be able to stop the infection and keep Hallownest lasting eternal. But his method for creating this so-called pure vessel was incredibly cruel. This is where the White Lady and her King Kong-sized libido come into play. These 2 higher beings engaged in a union of some kind, resulting in the creation of several eggs that were dropped down into the Abyss. There, the void seeped into these eggs, corrupting the offspring of the Pale King and the White Lady. This act resulted in the creation of the vessels. The vessels are not technically considered to be alive. They are shells created from the Pale King and White Lady that have been filled with a void. Within each vessel is a shade, a completely void being hidden behind the face of the vessel. Vessels are also non-gendered. Right. I guess because they're dead or something? I'm not sure if that's how that works.
Well, they're not.
But
yeah,
whatever.
They're not.
I'm not an expert on these kinds of things.
They're not living.
I don't work at ICE anymore. Thousands of vessels were created during this process, but only one was chosen as the pure vessel. This particular vessel, chosen by the Pale King, was deemed the Hollow Knight, and was taken away to the White Palace. But I want to take a bit of a closer look at this part of the story. There are a number of questions and theories surrounding this moment that I really want to dig into. The big question surrounding this moment is, why was the Hollow Knight chosen over any other vessel? One common theory is that the Pale King took these vessels back to the White Palace and evaluated them using his giant collection of buzzsaws. This theory is probably the least likely explanation. It kinda exists just to explain the buzzsaws, which is quite the mystery, I'll admit, but doesn't really mesh with the vessels very well. How does being good at Super Meat Boy prove that you are a worthy vessel? And while thinking about logistics in a game about magic bugs is never a good idea, how exactly did the Pale King transfer these thousands of vessels to his palace without characters like the Dung Defender finding out? So this means that the Pale King probably made his decision without taking any of the vessels out of the Abyss. So how did the Pale King make his evaluation? I think the best explanation comes from a theory I originally heard from a user named Golden Flower Fan. Basically, the vessels were hatched down at the bottom of the Abyss, and the first one to make it to the top was chosen by the Pale King. In a memory of this event, we see vessels falling from above back down into the pit of the Abyss. Perhaps these vessels weren't being cast down into the Abyss, but fell while trying to escape out of it. The lore tablet outside the Abyss appears to support this theory. It reads, "Our pure vessel has ascended. Beyond lies only the refuse and regret of its creation. We shall..."
Taking falling damage is like super cringe though. Just saying. Like I couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. This is an interesting theory. But yeah, I'm kind of with you earlier there, Fuzzy. I feel like this is something where it's like, it's one where it's a bit vague, so trying to be specific about it might be, like, it might be a little bit tricky in order to be able to make that work. But we'll see.
"I'll enter that place no longer." This tablet was likely written right after the Hollow Knight was chosen, considering that is when the entrance to the Abyss was sealed off. The tablet proclaims that the pure vessel has ascended, or in other words, climbed out of the Abyss. And while cut content should never be considered canon, I would just like to point out that an earlier version of this tablet, found in the game's code, was even more explicit about this. It read, "From below, our pure vessel has ascended." But how does making it to the top of the Abyss first prove that the Hollow Knight is somehow a perfectly hollow vessel? Well, I think this whole concept might just be a misconception. What if the Hollow Knight wasn't any different from the other vessels? All the vessels were made in the exact same way after all. The idea that the Hollow Knight was somehow more hollow than the other vessels comes from the fact that there were so many vessels created in the first place. If they only needed one, then why create so goddamn many? I mean, this is like Octomom on steroids. Well, these are bugs we're talking about, so it would make sense that multiple offspring would come from one egg. And it might have been a precaution to produce multiple vessels in hopes that at least one would be able to successfully escape the Abyss.
Right, I think that's the main
another
reason.
Explanation could be that the Pale King just yeeted other vessels that made it to the top first, after determining that they weren't hollow, which would better explain why
but you
so many
sealed the
were
entrance,
created.
so it doesn't matter.
Ultimately, the exact details aren't super important, but I do find it interesting how many different interpretations can be pulled from this part of the lore. After the Hollow Knight was chosen, the Pale King sealed the doorway to the Abyss, leaving the discarded vessels to rot away in darkness. These actions were not taken lightly by the Pale King or the White Lady. Both participants expressed shame in what they did, but saw no other option to save the kingdom. But the vessels weren't the only poor saps sealed away in the Abyss. There's also a lighthouse that was built on top of a naturally formed spire.
Next to a
its
bridge!
light shining down on an ocean of abyss below. Inside was one of the Pale King's royal retainers, who was left in charge of keeping the lighthouse turned on. So this brave soul was willingly sealed in a dark and dangerous tomb for the rest of his life, just so he could not pull a lever.
Wow.
At least he was living with purpose.
Damn.
With the Abyss sealed and the Hollow Knight chosen, the Pale King's plan was beginning to come together. The Hollow Knight was raised and trained to prime form, causing it to grow several times its original size. We don't know exactly why this happened, but I guess the Hollow Knight is just a grower and not a shower. We know that the Hollow Knight was trained to use a nail, but why was this even necessary? One possible explanation is that the Hollow Knight needed to protect itself in case an intruder tried to kill it. You know, like the player. Or perhaps this was important in the process of containing the Radiance. Unfortunately, the details of that are never fully explained. The Hollow Knight might have somehow focused the Radiance inside itself, but Team Cherry gives us no explanation of how that might have worked. But that still wasn't enough for the Pale King. Additional seals were needed in order to protect the Hollow Knight's physical body while the Radiance was trapped inside of it. To achieve this, the Pale King sought the help of three particular bugs, who would later be known as the Dreamers: Lurien the Watcher, Motomon the Teacher, and Hera the Beast. Lurien is definitely the most mysterious of the three Dreamers. He lived in the Watcher's Spire in the City of Tears. From there, Lurien watched over the city with his telescope.
Right.
Lurien was a pretty big fan of the king, so it probably took little convincing for him to lie down for him. Lurien might also be tied to another strange incident that occurred in the City of Tears. Hidden on some of Lurien's lore tablets are images of jars, the same jars that can be found stockpiled in the Tower of Love. This building sits on the outskirts of the city, and is the setting of one of the most bizarre bosses in the game. The Collector.
The Collector, yeah,
The Collector is a void construct that appears to have been made from the same mold used to create the King's molds. But the Collector is unique because, well, Good grief, he's naked! The Collector stayed in the Tower of Love with a noble bug who likely owned the establishment. In the tower, a number of bugs can be found captured in jars, implying that these two were tasked with collecting these creatures. However, the collector somehow became obsessed with grubs, creating a map to keep track of grubs it captured in jars, as well as keeping a strange shrine displaying a grub in the style of the Vitruvian Man. Eventually, the bug staying with the collector decided to lock it inside the Tower of Love and fled to the Queen's Gardens, where it died, likely due to overexposure to the void. Despite being locked up in the tower, the collector is still spotted by the hunter at some point.
Is that what the
which
hunter
either means
actually
this only
looks
happened
like?
recently, or the hunter has been farting around in Hallownest for a long-ass time.
Oh, that makes sense.
We have no idea what these creatures were trying to do. It's implied that the collector was trying to preserve the creatures of Hallownest, perhaps trying to protect them from the spread of the infection, but we don't know where the collector's obsession with grubs originated. And while Larian does seem connected to all of this, we don't know how involved he was with this operation, or what its end goal exactly was. Motomon the teacher lived in the Teacher's Archives, a library built atop a lake of acid in the Fog Canyon. The lower half of her body consists of tentacles, making her a popular subject for the thriving Hollow Knight R34 community.
Yep.
The archives
sure.
in the Fog Canyon as a whole are also filled with these strange Metroid knockoffs. These creatures are likely related to Monomon in some way. They could be her live offspring, her test tube babies, or possibly even her shit. Motomon uses futuristic cathode ray tube things to store information about Hallownest. Several terminals in the Teacher's Archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat.
Yes, please go into detail with these things. These things drove me nuts after stream. I was like, what the hell were those things? I need to know. I need to know.
Terminals in the Teacher's Archive go into detail about the Pale King's plan to defeat the Radiants, indicating that Motomon had intimate knowledge of what she was taking part in. Finally, the Pale King sought the help of Hera the Beast, the Queen of Deepnest. Now, as I mentioned earlier, relations between Hallownest and Deepnest were kinda not great. Unlike the other two dreamers, Hera needed to be convinced in order to help the Pale King. Hera would eventually agree to become a dreamer, in exchange for a child. The Pale King agreed, and the two engaged in a dalliance, which is a fancy way of saying they totally boned. The White Lady was okay with this arrangement. In fact, she might have been watching from the closet. The motive behind Hera's request is never elaborated on, but it appears as though the King of Deepnest was dead at this point. Hera was a common bug, so perhaps she desired the Pale King's pale seed so that her child could be of high birth. The bargain between Hera and the Pale King resulted in the birth of Hornet. She became known as the gendered child, because unlike the Pale King's other children, Hornet was not hollowed out by the Abyss. Hera and Hornet spent little time together, as Hera had to make good on her end of the bargain. And so the three dreamers were put to rest. Through their actions, a seal was placed over the black egg, prohibiting entrance into the chamber. These dreamers also had their own protection. At the base of Lurian's spire, the Watcher Knights guarded access to their master's body. Motomon's body was protected by a giant jellyfish named Umu. On top of this, Motomon entrusted her servant Quirrell with a mask which would be required to break an additional seal she had placed over herself. So she basically is double wrapping herself. As for Hera, we're not really sure what protected her, since it is never actually seen in-game. We don't know where this creature is hiding, but whoever it is, they really suck at their job. Now there appears to be one more element to the Pale King's plan, involving the Weavers. Hidden away in the Weaver's Den is an incomplete seal of binding, woven from silk. This design prominently features the Hollow Knight's head, and can be found in the White Palace, as well as blocking the exit during the Hollow Knight fight. Silk spools created by the Weavers can be found in the Stag Station in Deepnest, as well as the Stag Station next to the White Palace. These spools can also be found in the Pale King's workshop. We know that the Weavers were closely tied to Hera and Hornet, so their actions might have been a part of the deal between the Pale King and Hera. Once the Hollow Knight was ready, the Radiance was somehow channeled into the vessel, which was then placed inside of a giant black egg located in the Forgotten Crossroads. This egg was built to sustain the Hollow Knight, and itself appears to be fashioned from void. The Hollow Knight was chained up, and the entrance to the black egg was locked behind a powerful seal created by the three dreamers. Initially, this convoluted plan actually worked, and the infection was successfully contained. Memorials to the Hollow Knight and the Dreamers were erected in the City of Tears and the Resting Grounds. But this is the part of the story where things get a little bit hazy. By the time these statues were constructed, citizens had taken to writing on parchment woven from spider silk, which was all destroyed when water started pouring down onto the city. We don't know how long the Hollow Knight was able to completely contain the infection. Bugs from Dirtmouth used to go to the Temple of the Black Egg to pray, saying they felt at peace within the walls. But after a while, they stopped going, perhaps indicating that the infection was beginning to leak out again. The infectious air continued to seep through Hallownest for years, eventually even reaching the deepest parts of the kingdom. As it turns out, the Pale King's pure vessel wasn't quite so pure after all. The Hollow Knight had been tarnished by an idea instilled. While the game never explicitly tells us what that idea was, it does hint strongly at what it might be. Hidden away in the White Palace is a memory showing the Hollow Knight and the Pale King.
They had a relationship.
The Hollow Knight might have developed
cared
a
for each
parental
other.
bond to the Pale King. And who could blame it? The Pale King is a pretty great dad after all. You know, if you ignore the infanticide and everything. Remember those smug mushroom dickheads? Well, it turns out their trust in the Pale King was a complete mistake. That shared mind isn't looking too good now, is it? In the fungal core, the corpse of a giant mushroom lies dormant. Its final thoughts were, "Pale worm, what good to see a demise unavoidable?" This could imply that the Pale King always knew that his kingdom was doomed. All he could do was delay the inevitable. This is likely the moment when Hallownest, as it once was, entirely collapsed. The Hollow Knight had not completely stopped the infection, and while it may have taken a while, Hallownest was eventually brought low. It's at this point that characters and areas begin to resemble as we know them in-game. When it became clear that the Hollow Knight was not able to contain the Radiance, the Pale King resorted to his final plan. He fucked off, hiding himself, his White Palace, and his Pale Court in the Dream World.
Makes sense.
At this point, all of the furniture in the palace was covered under white sheets, similar to how people in the real world cover their furniture while away on long trips. The palace was also completely covered with thorns and buzzsaws, similar to how people in the real world cover their houses with thorns and buzzsaws. The Pale King would eventually pass away while sitting on his throne in the White Palace. There's no confirmation on what killed him, but there are a few things to consider. The throne room is incredibly dark compared to the rest of the palace, and the particle effects and ambient track in this room are identical to that of the Abyss.
Ah, nice!
Surrounding the Pale King are dead. The ancient basin itself also has become stained with the presence of void, as it can be seen as high as the rundown elevator shaft leading back to the city. Remember that bug that was sealed away in the Abyss to make sure the lighthouse wasn't turned off? Well, the lighthouse was turned off. I guess that whole living with purpose thing is a crock of shit after all. It seems as though the Sea of Void itself actually convinced this bug to betray his king and turn off the lighthouse. Now I know what you're thinking. Exactly how conscious is the Void? Is the Void able to think for itself? Can it form strategies? Does it host a podcast? Well, according to this Chozo statue ripoff, the Void is powerful, but not unified. So while it can thrash around at things that come near it, or call out in unison to turn off a light, it's not a single conscious being. Getting back to the Pale King, one could argue that the Void might have played a role in his ultimate demise, and I've argued that viewpoint in the past, but we have to remember that there isn't enough evidence to know for sure. As an expert lawyer and a good friend of mine, Johnny Cochran, once said, "Any evidence that the Void was involved in the Pale King's death is circumstantial." My name is Johnny Cochran. Just above the White Palace, the bugs in the City of Tears weren't faring much better. Even if we ignore the fact that the infection was still around, there were other issues that helped lead to the city's downfall. Due to the gates being sealed, some bugs resorted to cannibalism in order to avoid starvation. And there's also that metric fuck ton of corpses lining the walls of the Soul Sanctum. When all was said and done, the only citizen left standing is Eternal Emilita, who just laughs her ass off about it like she's a fucking Dark Souls character.
True!
Yeah! Queen's Gardens. She decided to place bindings on herself in order to keep her from spreading her seed. She claims that this is because of the shame she feels in helping the Pale King create the vessels, but honestly, it's probably just her kink. The White Lady also diminished her power, possibly as a way to keep herself hidden from unwanted visitors. Outside her cocoon, Drya stood guard, protecting her queen from the violent traitor mantises. Drya is eventually killed off by these bugs, which is actually pretty pathetic if you think about it. I mean, we're talking like the Netgear WPN824N N150 wireless router pathetic.
Okay.
Speaking of great knights dying pathetically, let's move on to Hagemel. Hagemel held the city crest, a key used to open one of the gates to the City of Tears.
Yes.
At some point, Hagemel's armor shell was stolen by a maggot. Now, maggots were generally looked down upon and forced to do menial labor. They were incredibly weak, and basically deserved all the discrimination they got.
Fallen
But
Knight.
this one maggot decided to turn the tide, so he stole Hagemel's shell so that he could defend his downtrodden brothers. His actions weren't motivated by the infection, but instead was the result of how hierarchical caste systems will always lead to revolution from the working class, and that true freedom can only be achieved blah blah blah, capitalism is bad, subscribe on Patreon. Odin moved to the Royal Waterways, and started living in shit, changing his name to Dung Defender.
That turn was
Now,
so
I love
good.
living in shit as much as the next guy, but you'd have to really love shit to put up with living with the flukes. The Dung Defender kept an unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king.
I will not tolerate this slander of Dung Brother. Like, there is no bug more more worthy of our brotherly devotion. Holy shit. Yeah. Just had to say that.
Unwavering sense of duty and loyalty to the king, and love for his fellow knights. So much so that he made shit statues of them.
Yeah!
How nice. Ogrim acted as the defender of the pipeways, as well as Isma's Grove. A section of the Royal Waterways became filled with acid, and in the middle of it all rests Isma's corpse, which has been overcome by plant life. Isma is likely the one responsible for this acid blight, but we have no idea what happened to her. Hornet's whereabouts during this time are fairly mysterious. We know that she departed Deep Nest and didn't return until the events of the game. At some point, she took to guarding Halnest from intruding warriors, as well as the cast-off shell in the Kingdom's Edge.
Yeah, that
Despite
makes
the
sense.
Kingdom's woes at large, fortunately this fate did not befall one of the fandom's favorite characters. The Menderbugs continue to fix the broken signs and wayposts of Halnest. From a diary entry, we can see that one Menderbug in particular had found himself on the precipice of a long and loving relationship.
Hello again, diary. Not long now until the next Minder Bash. For us stealthy types, we're a riotous bunch when we get together. And Winterberry kept flashing me that smile. It might be time to muster my courage and act on it. I love my home and my life, but sharing it with another? Why, that'd be the berry on top.
Greenpath also underwent some changes during this time. The Mosskin were waiting for Un's call, which would bring them back into the dream they were originally born from.
This game.
But for some reason, Un's strength deteriorated. We don't know why this happened exactly. Was it due to the White Lady claiming part of her kingdom? Was it somehow due to the infection? Some Mosskin believe that Un went into hiding, but it appears as though Un is, in fact, calling to her children. But many of the Mosskin are unable to hear her call. Instead, many Mosskin seem to have taken the Radiance's infection into their leaves, which might explain why Greenpath became overgrown with vegetation despite Un's deteriorating powers. Mossy vagabonds even openly chose to forsake Un and worship the Radiance. Another tribe to be screwed over by the Radiance is the Hive, which fell to the infection after the death of their leader, Hive Queen Vespa. But it appears as though this had little effect.
I mean, this is clear why the Hive fell apart. They couldn't tell the difference between their honey and the infection pustules. Easy GG, game over. Hive gets rinsed. They're, actually just, kind of worthless. Just garbage. Yep. Sorry. It's just the way it is. Yep. It's what happens when you put, orange on orange or orange on yellow, it's unfortunate, but it's true.
Effect on their civilization. The Radiance's hive mind was already familiar to the bees, since the hive probably operated under something similar already. So in other words, the hive probably made out the best in this whole situation. Let's turn our attention back to the moths.
Okay.
After all, it's their god that keeps killing everybody. Well, the moth tribe didn't fare too well, actually, as pretty much the entire tribe died out. The only known survivor is the seer. Despite the loss of her tribe, the seer continued to tend to the graves in the resting grounds.
I love the
while also
seer.
awaiting the arrival of the wielder, a mysterious being that her tribe has dreamt of for a while. In the Kingdom's Edge, the land became covered in ash molting off of the worm's decomposing corpse. The Colosseum of Fools
that's
continued
cool.
to thrive. The Lord Fool passed away at some point, but nobody really seems to notice or even care. The fools inside the Colosseum were infected, but still seem to have maintained control over themselves. It seems possible that these bugs took in the infection willingly, similar to the Traitor Lord and his followers.
Sure.
This would have given them an edge in combat, similar to using steroids, but without the whole shrinking testicles thing. However, even the Traitor Lord and his followers went mad, so what makes these fools any more special? As for the Pale King's champion, the Pale Lurker, well, she just went the normal kind of insane. There appears to have been another unforeseen event with the Pale King's plan. When the Hollow Knight was originally chosen, the door to the Abyss was sealed, trapping the discarded vessels within. But apparently, some vessels didn't get the memo. Vessel corpses can be found littered throughout the kingdom.
Right, I was
There's
gonna
one in
say.
Yankee Basin, one in
There's
Green
tons of
Path,
them out
and
there.
several trapped in Nosk's lair and Deep Nest. Another vessel that escaped from the Abyss is the player character,
It's us!
the Knight. The exact details on how the vessels escaped the Abyss is unclear. There are indications that they might have slipped into Deep Nest through some old passageway, given void influences in part of the area, and all the corpses found in Nosk's lair. At some point, all entrances to Hollownest were closed off, with the old Welland Earthmouth being the only way to sneak back in. Despite this, several people have wormed their way into the kingdom, with few ever returning. Characters like Relic Seeker Lem seem content to just pillage artifacts from the ruined kingdom, but other bugs seemed interested in something greater. In the Howling Cliffs rests the corpse of a member of the Grim Troop. The task of this bug appears to have been to seek out Hallownest, so that the troop might be summoned to the kingdom in the future. The Grim Troop are basically a group of bugs that serve a higher being known as the Nightmare Heart. The troop keeps the heart alive by feeding on the nightmares of fallen kingdoms. This process also involves sacrificing the troop master to his own child because, hey, look at this cool ass boss battle. Another important group that traveled to Hallownest was the
rebirth.
Godseekers. After being abandoned by their old gods, the gods of thunder and the gods of rain, these bugs left their home in the land of storms, seeking out a new god to worship.
Wait,
The
whoa.
Godseekers
Wait, what info is he basing that off of? What is this god of storms, god of rain? What? Where's that in game? Secret area in Gone Home. You never found this lore. P5. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Cool. Okay. So I just never even had the opportunity to find it. Okay, cool.
to gods to save them from their own silent mind. While traveling through the wastelands, the Godseekers constructed devices called God Tuners, which helped them seek out new gods.
Right.
Through this device, they were able to detect the lingering power of the Pale King and find their way to Hallownest. When they arrived, however, the Godseeker was forced into hibernation. She was encased in a strange sarcophagus-like cocoon, which was itself chained up with a lock. It's not clear how this forced hibernation worked, seeing as the cocoon appears to have been made by the Godseeker herself.
I mean, they
As
live
for
in the
who put
dream
cocoon
anyway,
in
so...
chains, I think the most likely candidate is the Dung Defender, considering how the Godseeker's cocoon is found in the junk pit in the waterways, an area the Dung Defender has tasked himself with protecting.
Sure.
This was the general picture of Hallownest after the Hollow Knight was sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg. The kingdom was stuck in a kind of stasis, with the Pale King civilization destroyed, and the Radiants unable to break free from her chains. The Pale King was rebelling against nature, trying to keep his work standing indefinitely. The stasis over Hallownest held for an age. How long is that exactly? Well, we have no idea.
No
As I'm sure you've
clue,
noticed,
yeah.
there really isn't a timeline for anything that happens in this game. We
Ah!
also have no idea how long any of
Ah! Disappointed! I mean, I was too much to hope for. I was just at least hoping for at least this came before this, and this came before this, and this came before this. But, you know, this is a pretty great video. This is a pretty great video, all things considered.
these bugs can actually live. Elderbug wasn't around to see the Stagways open, but we know several other characters were, implying that Elderbug is probably one of the youngest characters in the whole game.
Cool,
But this
yeah,
stasis
yeah.
over Hallownest
Yeah.
wasn't going to last forever. At some point, the Radiance erupted out of the Hollow Knight, cracking its shell, and releasing a loud and powerful roar. The amount of infection leaking out of the Hollow Knight became even greater. The many corpses that lined the roads and cities of the kingdom sprang to life, with the amplified power of the infection. This strengthened infection prompted the departure of the Weavers back to their old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom. The
Whoa,
kingdom
whoa, 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 whoa. This is Silksong? This is Silksong? Guys, no wonder you need to sacrifice Mossbag. Mossbag already has Silksong. Mossbag's had Silksong for years now. I get it now. Let's go get him. Let's go get its ass. Yep. Actual Trader Lord. Yep. All right. Brandish your nails and grab your shells. Let's go. So guys, what you're telling me is that after the trailer to Silksong came out, there was a lore video compiling all the lore of Hollow Knight. And since then, there has been no updates on Silksong as a game. It's been... I see y'all chat like, not true. There's been one more trailer. There was an article. There was a post that they made. There was a guy in the Discord group that posted a thing. It's not. It hasn't been that long. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm an asshole. I'm sorry. It's just. I'm sorry. I know. I'm new to the whole thing. It's like me catching up to One Piece. You know. It's like back then it was like, oh man, I have to wait all this time for another chapter or another volume, and everyone's like, shut the fuck up, Caleb and Jacob. You guys ain't no shit. We've been doing this for decades. Who are you? Get in line. Wait your turn. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know. I did my waiting. 12 years in Azkaban. All right. Here we go. Let's see our little flash of Silksong teaser before we get to the actual trailer later.
old home. Now this old home might actually be Farloom, the kingdom in which Hollow Knight Silksong takes place. But the amount of knowledge we have about Silksong right now is pathetic, so I'm not saying that's confirmed or anything. This is also around the time that Quirrell arrives back in Hallownest. His memory of Monomon appears to have been clouded due to his time outside of Hallownest. These events are depicted in the
I have
Quirrell
to read
prequel
that.
comic, which also shows an image of the Hollow Knight with a pre-cracked shell.
I have
This
to
could mean
read that
Quirrell's
shit.
arrival happens roughly the same time the Hollow Knight shell cracks. At around the same time Quirrell arrives in Hollow Nest, we also see the arrival of the player character, who is commonly referred to as the Knight. The Knight was one of the lucky vessels that was able to make its way out of the abyss. Somehow, the Knight ended up venturing beyond Hollow Nest and into the wilds beyond. It's implied that the Knight was called to Hollow Nest by either the sealed Hollow Knight or the Radiance within. Regardless, once the Knight shows up and yeets itself off this cliff, the actual game of Hollow Knight finally begins.
Whoa. You know what's crazy about that? I never even thought about this. But there was something really impactful about the mythic quality of the lore for Dark Souls being about light versus darkness, right? And Hollow Knight did the exact same thing in a completely different way, and yet still struck at that intrinsic mythic quality of the idea that these bugs are attracted to the light, the flame. They're going after that, but that ultimately is their own destruction. And it's just there. They never even like bang you over the head with it. It's just in plain sight, and it's even in the nature of the beings themselves that are drawn from our real world understanding of bugs into this fantastical world that, you know, could be happening 6 feet below the streets of Detroit, Michigan, for all we know. But like that's the thing, is that like that's it. It's so perfect. Like it literally fits on the napkin. It's such a simple thing, and yet it works so well. So yeah.
Now, there's a lot of details we could get into. Hollow Nest is full of NPCs and bosses, each with their own stories to tell.
I never
But to
even
be
met
honest,
them.
I don't think we need to go through all of them, since their stories are relatively straightforward. For example, let's look at the Brooding Moloch. So why is the Brooding Moloch brooding?
Sure.
Because all its friends are dead. And there you go. That's the lore for the
That's the
Brooding
lore,
Moloch.
okay.
Also, it's the only character in the game with a visible asshole.
Ah!
Now, do
What?
you really need me to explain that to you? Probably not.
No!
So instead, I'm just
but-
going to talk about the interactions relating to Hollow Knight's main story. The Knight is eventually noticed by Hornet, who lures it deep into Greenpath. There, Hornet attempts to kill the Knight, claiming that she knows what it would try to do. At this point, Hornet views the Knight as being too weak. After the fight, Hornet can be found in the City of Tears,
Get
next
good.
to the statue of the Hollow Knight. Hornet mentions that the Knight has gained a resilience, due to the time it spent in the void beyond Hollow Nest. This could be referring to the fact that some of those who leave Hollow Nest lose their memories, meaning the Knight would have no memories of its own tragic conception. Hornet tells the Knight that if it seeks to continue the stasis that keeps Hollow Nest standing, it must seek the Graven Ash, which is referring to the Kingdom's Edge.
Yep.
At this moment, Hornet sees the Knight as a possible replacement for the Hollow Knight. Basically, the Knight could break the seals that keep the Hollow Knight locked away, defeat the Hollow Knight, and contain the infection itself. It's at this point that I should mention that Hollow Knight actually has 5 different endings, because of course it would. I'm going to be explaining each of these endings in this video, as they each give us a different glimpse into the mechanics of Hollow Knight's world.
Hence why we
Now,
watched
to
that
get
video
the easiest
first.
ending to Hollow Knight, Hornet's instructions to go to the Kingdom's Edge can be ignored completely. If the Knight stumbles upon the resting grounds, the 3 dreamers will appear and cast the Knight into the Dream Realm. There, Seer will come to the Knight's rescue and grant it the Dream Nail.
Yeah. It's possible to just ignore the consistent reminders by people to go to Kingdom's Edge, you know, and just never go there. I mean, it's not like there's any urgency, right, chat? Like, yeah, I mean, yeah, you know, yeah, yeah.
A special blade that can tear the veil between the real world and the dream world. With the Dream Nail, the Knight can venture to the resting places of the 3 dreamers, curb stomp their asses, and unlock the entrance to the Black Egg.
I love that sound
Inside
effect.
the egg, the Knight finds the Hollow Knight chained up, silently watching over it. Once the chains are broken, the Hollow Knight screams with that familiar Radiance roar and pursues the Knight. As the fight progresses, the Hollow Knight starts trying to kill itself, Quirrell style. But then the Radiance starts using the Hollow Knight's body to perform her
too
own
soon.
attacks. Once defeated, the Hollow Knight begins to spew infection all over the place. The Knight can then focus the infection into itself. This results in the first ending of the game, called Hollow Knight. In this ending, the Knight usurps the Hollow Knight, prolonging the stasis over Hollow Nest. New chains and bindings appear out of fuck if I know, and contain the Knight, and a new seal is placed over the entrance to the Black Egg. Now there is one giant question looming over this ending. Can the Knight actually contain the infection indefinitely, or will the Radiant still manage to break free one day? Before we answer this question, let's look at some of the other events that can transpire while playing the game. If the player chooses to go to Kingdom's Edge, Hornet will challenge the Knight one last time, as a final test of strength. After her defeat, Hornet allows the Knight to access the cast-off shell, where the Pale King was originally hatched. By interacting with his egg, the knight's shell is marked with the king's brand, technically making the knight the new ruler of Hallownest.
Oh!
With the king's brand, the knight can now open the entrance to the abyss and discover the place of its birth. When leaving the abyss, the knight can encounter Hornet again, where for the first time, Hornet suggests that there are actually 2 outcomes the knight can enact. She tells the knight that it can either prolong Hallownest stasis or face the heart of the kingdom's infection. With it,
Wait. Actually, then it could have been a solution potentially. Because even though we're not the king, still taking on that mark might have given us access to some part of the void in some way. I mean, like there's a possibility that we would have done better because we're not. No, there's no way. Because by the same logic that the pure vessel wasn't enough, we had all these interactions and stuff that changed, not really changed who we are. We're kind of the silent protag, but we went through a little bit of a journey to get there. So that might have been the source as to why we would have cracked, but maybe we would have done better. Yeah, your travels throughout the kingdom made you not hollow. Right, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
in the night, Hornet sees a chance for change. Instead of just replacing the Hollow Knight, Hornet believes that it may be possible to get rid of the infection completely by using the void inside of the Knight. After visiting the Abyss and obtaining the Shade Cloak, the Knight is capable of reaching the White Lady, hidden away in the Queen's gardens. The White Lady tells the Knight that she has been awaiting a vessel to accept a gift, that gift being one half of a charm called the King Soul, which she claims will give the Knight more power. The White Lady goes on to explain that she can feel the weakening of the Hollow Knight within her roots. She tells the Knight that it is free of the blemishes that made the Hollow Knight a flawed vessel. From this dialogue, it is implied that the Knight truly is a pure vessel, capable of containing the Radiant successfully. But it's not quite that simple, so we're going to have to dig a bit deeper into this. Basically, we're going to need to answer a simple question. What exactly does it mean to be a Hollow Knight? Despite the White Lady's words, we have a number of instances where the characters and item descriptions mention that the Knight has a will, and maybe even a mind. But from the Pale King's dialogue when describing the Hollow Knight, it is stated that a pure vessel has no mind or will. So is the White Lady wrong? Or maybe even lying? Her eyes have been clouded by time, and she can be tricked into thinking that Ogrim is in the room when the Knight is wearing the Defender's crest. She also thinks that Dryia is still alive, which, so maybe the White Lady is just senile. My problem with that theory is that the White Lady states that the vessels stand out to her clearly in a misted world, due to them being her spawn. She also questions whether or not the Knight sought her aid, which would imply that the Knight must have some kind of will. So for whatever reason, the White Lady thinks the Knight is still capable of containing the Radiance, even if it's still able to make decisions. After all, the Hollow Knight was considered pure, but they still taught it how to wield a fucking sword. I mean, if the Knight were truly and completely hollow in a literal sense, it probably shouldn't even be able to walk, or draw a map, or open a goddamn bank account. In short, this whole concept of being hollow is so abstract and hard to define. I don't really feel comfortable giving a solid answer on whether or not the Knight is or isn't truly hollow, and I think the game leaves room open for other interpretations. Of course, the White Lady's gift is useless without the other half of the King Soul. In order to reach it, however, the Knight must travel to the White Palace, locked inside the body of the King's Mold. In order to bypass the seal, the Knight must use a fully awakened Dream Nail. It can do this by bringing 1800 essence to the Seer, allowing her to sharpen the weapon's blade. If the Knight does this, the Seer remarks that the Knight truly is the wielder that her tribe has been dreaming of. There's no explicit reason why the Moth tribe was dreaming about this supposed wielder so much, but it seems like they believe the wielder would wash away the crimes the Moth tribe committed by turning their backs on the Radiance. The Seer seems to know that the Knight might kill the Radiance, and she seems accepting of it, ready for her and her tribe to disappear and be forgotten forever. With the awoken Dream Nail in hand, the Knight can travel to the Pale King's refuge and locate the other half of the King Soul charm. When equipped, the King Soul provides a never-ending supply of soul, making it almost useful if it weren't for the insanely high cost of the charm.
What the hell?
And the painfully slow rate at which it increases, and the fact that the charm will get replaced in about 5 minutes after you get it. The King Soul charm itself symbolizes the union between two higher beings. To me, this implies that the King Soul is a representation of a vessel, which also was created by the union of two higher beings. With the King Soul in their inventory, the Knight now gains access to an area in the Abyss called the Birthplace. In this massive pile of vessel shells, the Knight can find a giant egg. Dream nailing the egg allows the Knight to access its own memory when it was cast down into the Abyss. From viewing that memory, the King Soul charm is replaced with the Void Heart charm. The recollection of this event allows the Knight to come to terms with the void inside itself. Once the Knight has the Void Heart, the Shades in the Abyss no longer attack it, and that strange creature that gives the Knight the Shade Cloak calls it the Lord of Shades. In other words, the Knight has now bound the once fragmented Void under its own will, allowing it to control the Void in a powerful new way. With the union of the Void, the Pale King, and the White Lady, the Knight has gained a strength before unseen. It is with this charm that 2 additional endings become unlocked. Hornet will now be standing outside of the Black Egg, offering to help the Knight should the opportunity arrive. Midway through the fight with the Hollow Knight, Hornet rushes into battle, subduing the Hollow Knight and piercing its shell. It's at this point that the Knight is given the perfect opportunity to enter into the mind of its sibling, fighting the source of the infection head-on, and finally putting an end to the Radiance's tyranny. Or it can just stand there and let Hornet get knocked unconscious. If the Knight finishes off the Hollow Knight as usual, the sealed sibling ending occurs. Basically, it's the same as the Hollow Knight ending, but now Hornet is in the room too, and her face appears on the door of the Black Egg. It's not clear what exactly this means for Hallownest. This might imply that Hornet is now a dreamer, but she's inside the temple, meaning that no one can actually get in there to kill her should the Knight ever start leaking infection. At the same time, Hornet mentions that the bindings of the Black Egg would drain her, so she's probably just going to die anyway, right?
That was my interpretation
this
too.
To be one of the worst endings. But it's worth pointing out that Team Cherry doesn't support any one ending as being the true ending. Each ending is canonical in its own right, and honestly, this ending isn't the worst. At least the Knight and Hornet will get to
So confirmed Silksong is a prequel then. If they don't care about the how the endings are canon, then odds are Silksong is like potentially a prequel. Just saying. Could be a different timeline. Yeah, that's true. That's a pretty simple way to handle it. But yeah. No way to know.
Spend some quality time together. If the Knight does dream of the Hollow Knight, it will be taken to an arena where it can finally fight the Radiance head-on. But the Knight isn't alone, as the other Shades will appear in order to help.
I love that bit.
Eventually, the Radiance gets trapped in the tendrils of the Void. The Knight bitch slaps her a couple times, and then the Radiance is consumed into the darkness. The Black Egg then appears to turn to shadows, and the Void seeps down into the ground. Hornet awakens to find the Knight's broken shell lying on the floor. We get one final shot of the Shades in the Abyss going to rest, and the game is over. This ending is called the Dream No More ending. The Radiance is gone, and Hallownest is finally free from her infection.
So
now,
good.
I think it's fair to ask a few questions about how the Dream No More ending comes about. When the Hollow Knight was initially chosen to become the pure vessel, the Abyss was sealed up, and the rest of the vessels were left to rot away. But somehow, vessels ended up outside of the Abyss, and then one of those vessels was used to replace the Hollow Knight. Exactly how much of this operation was planned, if at all? The White Lady was waiting for a vessel. Did she have any communication with Hornet? Hornet was guarding the King's Brand, the only way for a vessel to enter the Abyss. How did she know it was necessary to guard the King's Brand from weaker vessels? Hell, if the vessels did escape the Abyss by themselves, wouldn't it be pointless to guard the King's Brand, since the vessels could just creep back into the Abyss the same way? I'm not going to provide any good answers to these questions, because God forbid I answer anything in this entire video. But I do want to point out that no plans to actually produce the Dream No More ending are explicitly stated in-game. So we can only speculate as to whether or not the White Lady or Hornet, or maybe even the Pale King, knew that they could defeat the Radiance by creating a Lord of Shades, like the Knight. Regardless, the next two endings were definitely not planned. In fact, the last two endings that were added in the Godmaster update almost feel out of place. The Godseekers basically hijack everything to the point where you don't even have to enter the Temple of the Black Egg to beat the game. That's like beating Mario Bros without ever seeing Bowser. But on the other hand, the Godmaster endings basically reinforce that Hallownest does not exist in a vacuum, which can help the world of Hollow Knight feel more real, because what else is reality but just a bunch of random chaotic stuff happening all the time? If the Knight finds the Godseeker in the Junk Pit, it will be able to enter her mind and refight all the bosses in the game. This is part of the Godseeker's ritual. They basically attune to the resonance of gods through ritual combat. This allows them to ascend their minds higher, and eventually, through the use of godly focus, achieve communication with the god sleeping in Hallownest's heart, the Radiance. Now I know what you're thinking. That's a pretty convoluted little religious practice they have going on here. What's next? Are they going to start measuring the Knight's Theon levels? It's pretty complicated, but the point is, these Godseekers have some serious capabilities to fuck things up in Hallownest, as we're about to see. As the Knight makes it further and further through the four Pantheons, the Godseekers get closer and closer to making contact with the Radiance, locked away inside the Hollow Knight. At the end of the fourth Pantheon, the Radiance makes herself aware in this strange reunion cutscene between the vessels. But she isn't the only one to make an appearance. The Void itself appears to go on the attack, rising up to meet the Radiance's call. It's at this point that the final challenge, the Pantheon of Hallownest, becomes available. The Godseeker finally acknowledges the Knight as being more than just a simple cringer, and they begin to watch the Knight more intently. After defeating like a bazillion bosses in the final Pantheon, the Knight finally comes face to face with the Absolute Radiance, a stronger, more enhanced version of the game's final boss. Finally, the stage is set. After roughly 40 minutes of intense agony and tedious boss battles, the Knight has finally reached the ultimate enemy, responsible for the destruction of Hallownest. Truly, this will be a battle for the ages. But first, let's check in on our old pal
Yes,
Menderbug.
yes, let's do
As
it.
turns
Yep.
out, he's still alive when the knight arrives in Hallownest, and he's still fulfilling his duty after all this time. Let's take one last
Clearly.
look at his diary.
My lovely diary. Someone's gone and broke my favorite
VOD!
sign, right there at the top of the crossroads. It's
VOD!
happening too. But you know, I just can't get mad about it. I should be thanking them, really. More chances to fix that beautiful, complex sign. And I've stocked up on spare parts, so I've no fear it'll ever stay broken for long.
Unfortunately, the only way to ever read the
Oh
Menderbug's
my
diary
God.
is to kill him in cold blood. I'm not sure why Team Cherry thought this was necessary, but the general consensus on Reddit is that they are bloodthirsty warmongers, so it checks out. But at least Menderbug's last moments will be spent fixing one of his favorite signs in the Forgotten Crossroads. It's comforting to think that his final seconds of consciousness were spent in total bliss, before we sent him hurtling into the infinite chasm that is Oblivion. Well anyways, the alternate fight between the Knight and the Radiants plays out differently than in the vanilla ending. This time around, the Knight is not accompanied by any shades. Instead, after defeating the Radiants, the Knight seems to transform into this monstrosity.
Yeah.
Now this creature
Okay.
goes by many names. The God of Gods, the Lord Shade, the Devourer, the Void Entity. But I don't really like any of those, so I will just call him Bill. Bill proceeds to completely annihilate the Radiants in spectacular fashion. We are then treated to the Embrace the
Bill.
Void ending. Bill comes back down from the sky, dropping into the rest of Godhome. The Godseeker starts to get pulled into Bill by Void tendrils. We then cut to the Godseeker in the junk pit. Void starts leaking out of her eyes, and it appears as though Bill is making an escape back into the real world, which
Well-
is probably a bad thing. Finally, we see Hornet standing outside of the Black Egg as the infection begins to disappear from nearby vines. Hornet hears footsteps coming from inside the Black Egg as the Hollow Knight reveals itself to her, and the two prepare for combat. So from this cutscene, we can see that the Radiance's death in Godhome actually did kill her for real, meaning that the infection over Hallownest is now gone. This means the seals inside of the Black Egg probably wore off, allowing the Hollow Knight to escape its prison. In other words, the Embrace of the Void ending is a goddamn cliffhanger, and we have no idea how Team Cherry plans to follow this up. The Hollow Knight is running loose in Hallownest, and the Knight has transformed into a raging void monster that might try to destroy the entire kingdom, or at least what's left of it. What's even more strange about this ending is that the announced sequel, Hollow Knight Silksong, doesn't seem to be related to this ending at all, but that's a whole different shit show. Obviously, the biggest mystery surrounding this ending is the appearance of Bill. Did this creature exist in the void already, or was it somehow willed into existence by the power of the Godseekers? Did the Knight turn into this thing, or did it just become a part of it? Examining a statue of this creature and other forms of the Knight grant the player a Hunter's Journal entry for an ancient artifact called the Void Idol, which might imply this creature might have been worshipped by the ancient civilization. But again, that's pure speculation. We don't know what this worship of Void exactly looked like. Maybe the Void they worship took the form of something more sinister. There is one thing we know about this monster though. It's weak to flowers. Yes, these things. As it turns out, those delicate flowers that Zamir has stockpiled up her ass are actually useful for something. They contain a strange power that even deters the White Lady from touching one. The Godseeker, however, is dumb enough to accept the flower from the Knight. If the player does this, instead of Void being released out into the world, this flower pulls a no you, and the Godseeker and Void disappear into thin air. The flower itself is described as giving off a pale light, which appears to connect it to the pale beings. Like I said before, pale beings appear to be some form of top-tier gods. As of right now, we are only aware of two, the Pale King and the White Lady, but the fact that Zamir brought these pale flowers from a faraway land implies that there are definitely more of them out there. Another small hint of the existence of pale beings are the pale ore items that can be found all over Hallownest. Did these come from the Pale King, or possibly some other pale being? And what exactly are they? Are they poop? In general, the Godmaster endings appear to be doing a lot of setup for future Hollow Knight content. Like I said before, Hollow Knight Silksong doesn't seem to connect to these events on the surface, so we are in a bit of a bind when trying to discuss what these endings actually mean for the greater narrative Team Cherry is building. There's definitely a lot more to consider about what the pale beings are and what properties they possess, and we also have plenty of questions surrounding the Void and how bugs have interacted with it in the past. It almost feels like we're looking through a keyhole, trying to grasp onto the totality of Team Cherry's creation. How powerful are creatures like Bill and the Worms? Where did things like the Void even come from to begin with? How much bigger is the world beyond Hallownest? Is Bardoon into butt stuff? But of course, that's the appeal of a game like Hollow Knight. Having all of the answers to every question would just ruin the mystery of the world. Plus, if we didn't have questions like this to waste our time on, then what else would we be doing with our lives?
I want
Go
some!
outside?
No! No!
And so this video comes to an end. Now I know the average attention span of a YouTube viewer is 9 minutes, so let me leave you with a few takeaways.
But what about a YouTuber?
1. Hollow Knight is a game about bugs. I know
couldn't go through the video without at least a little bit of an homage to the GOAT. And I want answers. I want answers. If you know, you know.
I know this may come as a shock, but it's true. Watch the video again, and this time, pay attention. You'll notice right away, I promise. 2. Murdering your own babies might not be such a good idea after all. I mean, this is obviously just my interpretation of the game's lore. Other people might have different views on the subject of murdering babies, and every opinion is valid, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes or anything. 3. Menderbug is fucking dead. 4. Nothing is certain. This video probably has a few flaws in it. Trying to construct a cohesive narrative with the information found in Hollow Knight isn't exactly straightforward. I'm sure my views will change in the future, and I encourage you to explore the lore yourself. 5. And this last point is fairly obvious, but I should mention it anyway.
Okay.
Cory in the House is the best
No!
anime.
Fuck you! Fuck you! No! That's an amazing video, but fuck you! Wow. I can really tell based on the... thank you for this video. Oh, okay, cool. You can really tell what era of YouTube this was made in by Cory in the House jokes being made. Holy shit. What a video, though. What an amazing video. Oh. This was 2 years ago? I felt like it would be longer than that. Okay. Yeah. No, you know what's actually crazy? I'll bet that this video was they started making it like a long time before that, but it took a while to actually like put it all together. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah. I don't know if any of the other videos are gonna like even gonna come close to this level of just chef's kiss pure quality of just dissection of the game's world in general. Editors aren't cheap. That's true. That's true. He has an outdated lore vid that he replaced with this one. Oh, thank you, Monoclear. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Now, I don't know about this Menderbug shit. How did I never find or know anything about this bug? Or bugs? Like, I would have loved to see them. It's an Easter egg. You never killed him. It's a very rare spawn, very rare chance encounter. Okay. So it's just a, really odd potential thing that can happen. Okay. That's fun, though. Having things that you literally can't find without random chance in a game like this, where the exploration is a really big deal, is pretty awesome. If you destroy the main sign under the well and then come back in, you have a 2% chance to meet him, and then he comes back in, but the only way to open his house next to where you find Sly is to kill him. Wow! That feels wrong. I feel like you should let people do that with like a special dream nail thing or something. Fun? You call this fun? It took me 2 hours. I feel that. I was trying to get a specific weapon to drop in Elden Ring at one point. It was a 2% drop rate. Or was it 2% or 6%? But either way, it was a very low percent drop rate. And I sat at this spot with 3 of these enemies trying to spawn and drop this weapon. And I was there for like easily like 90 minutes before I just gave up. It never dropped. What weapon was it? God, I don't remember. It's one of the weapons in the Carrion Royal Academy. Not the main area in Liurnia, like the main castle, but it's the one up in the northwest area of Liurnia. Sorry, Carrion Royal Manor. Carrion Manor, yeah. Yeah, we're watching in order or skipping to trailers next? I think we'll watch in order still. I think I like the idea of watching in order. Gives me some time to sit back and think about all this shit here, because this is wild stuff. All right, Hornet's Origins is the next video. It's a 7-minute video of loud. It's a 7-minute video on Hornet's Origins. So let's go. This looks sick. All right. Next video. Hornet's Origins.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the next edition of our Hollow Knight lore videos. Yes, for the foreseeable future we'll be doing a Hollow Knight lore video on Saturdays, so they won't replace a slot of the Let's Play. Anyways, as the title suggests, today we're going to talk about Hornet and where exactly she came from. And as always, major spoilers. The story starts with one of the three dreamers, specifically
Sure, I can up the volume.
She not only lived in Deep Nest, she was the queen of it. When the Pale King asked for her help, she and her people were probably quite confused. See, Deep Nest had been hostile to Hollow Nest and the Pale King ever since the beginning. However, Hurrah made a bargain with the king, which was accepted. Hurrah wanted a child, and so the deal was that she would become a dreamer in exchange for having a child. This child would be Hornet, half Hurrah and half Pale King.
I bless this YouTuber. They literally just did the and just didn't cut. So I guess they're literally reading the script off of the get-go, and I respect the dedication for them just going through this and stuff. But okay.
That makes her half higher being. This also makes her a half-sibling to the Vessels. Unfortunately, she did not get very much time with her mother before she was put to sleep. After this, things get a little bit fuzzy, as pretty much no one knows anything about her after this. We aren't sure where she was during the Kingdom's fall, or how exactly she defied the infection. Although I do assume that she is immune to the infection simply because she is a half higher being. I mean, she stands right outside the Blackgate Temple and ends up completely fine. However, it should be mentioned that Hornet is not void. I have multiple ways to prove this as well. First, the Vessels are made of void and are genderless and void of thought. Meanwhile, Hornet is called the gendered child and definitely has her own thought and will.
Yep.
When you see her at the Abyss, she says, "Now you."
She says this line.
Notice how she says "your" rather than "ours." She
Yeah,
goes on to
similar
say,
source.
"Though our strength is
I do
born
not
from
share."
A similar
Yeah.
source,
Yeah.
that crucial emptiness I do not share. This could not be more direct, so anyone out there still saying or thinking she is void, well, she's not. It also isn't clear the relationship between Hornet and the Pale King. It is clear that she knew of what was going on, considering she knows where the Abyss is and what lies at the bottom. Although, it isn't clear what else she knows, or whether or not she has even spent a large amount of time with the Pale King. She probably has, considering he is her father, and he was most likely who told her what was happening. She certainly knows more than she would if she just learned all of it from wandering around, that's for sure. She is also aware of what plagues the land, what the Hollow Knight is, and how possibly to fix the problem. She isn't sure whether or not the problem should even be fixed, however, considering one piece of her Dream Now dialogue reads, "Could it achieve that impossible thing? Should it?" She also even knows what the Radiance is because she says in the Abyss, "Prolong our world's stasis or face the heart of the infection." And she goes on to say, "I'd urge you to take that harder path when you listen again." Her knowing that you can face the heart of the infection and that it would be harder shows that she probably knows what the Radiance is. The question is, how? I mean, I guess the Pale King knew what the Radiance was, but did anyone else? Can we figure out who knew the infection was from a god and who didn't know that? I assume that the common bug didn't know this, but I also guess that I don't know whether or not that's true. We are still not entirely sure how far apart the events of her backstory we know.
I feel like that's an interesting conclusion to make. There's a couple things about having a conclusion as to whether the like, or saying that you would face the heart of the infection by going and, you know, entering the dream of the Hollow Knight would necessarily mean she knows exactly what that is, but it's neither here nor there, I guess.
Are. Specifically, how long was it between Hornet being born and her beginning to travel the breadth of the kingdom? We do know that along her travels, she was not only able to fight off the infection, but also encountered Coral returning to Hallownest. A fight between them broke out until Hornet saw Coral's mask. Upon recognizing it as a symbol of Monomon the teacher, she let him go. Another question arises from this, however. How does Hornet know of Monomon? Was she a well-known person before becoming a dreamer, or did Hornet just know all the dreamers because one of them was her mother? I have one more big question that has been left unanswered. It is clear that Hornet is trying to protect the Black Egg Temple and the King's brand. But why? Assuming she even knows what these things are, how does she know to protect them? Was she told to do so? I'm going to give a speculative answer here. I think she was told to do so. Specifically, told to do so by the Weavers. I speculate that the Weavers doubted the Pale King's ability to keep the infection at bay, as they doubted him ever since he founded Hallownest. They wanted the infection to be dealt with so that their queen could possibly come out of her rest, and it is the only thing that explains Hornet's needle as far as I know. We know that the Weavers made her the needle and specifically designed it for her. Why would they make such a powerful weapon if not to protect something of value? Again, this is just speculation, so don't take that as canon in any way. Obviously, we know very little about Hollow Knight Silksong. However, we do know that we will play as Hornet and journey across the haunted kingdom of Farloom.
Okay, I'm pretty sure this video is kind of redundant in most of the things that we're going through there. And I'm itching to go back to a Mossbag video, so I'm going to do that one there. All right. Cool. Oh, GLaDOS, tell Mossbag, anyone that's here and also in Mossbag's chat, just tell him I said hi and tell him this is a goated video and fantastic YouTuber and just incredible respect, incredible respect. Yeah, I'll go back to normal speed. Yeah. All right, let's do Mossbag's Hallownest Ancient Civilization Examined video. As spoilers including Godmaster.
Everything falls eventually.
Cool. Oh no!
In real life and in Hollow Knight.
The kingdom has
Hallownest
fallen.
was once a vast kingdom complete with a network of pathways, ambitious mining operations, and nudist bathhouses. But even the Pale King's eternal kingdom could not stand against the onslaught of time. Of course,
Louder
not every
again.
kingdom is destroyed by one mob.
It's pretty loud
but
already.
Hallownest's fate isn't necessarily unique in the world of Hollow Knight. Mr. Mushroom implies that the actions of the Pale King were commonplace, with worms creating kingdoms and ruling over them until they crumbled. But in this video, we're going to look at a different civilization. Seemingly long before the Pale King or the Radiants, existed a group of bugs that worship the darkness. This civilization doesn't have a name in the game, but for the most part, people online call it the Ancient Civilization. Other names include the Ancient Caste or the Black Kingdom. In my humble opinion, all of those names suck ass, so I'm just going to call it the Void Kingdom. Now, we don't know if it's a literal kingdom. For all we know, it might be more accurately called a void anarcho-syndical commune. But for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to call this ancient civilization the Void Kingdom. Discussing the Void Kingdom is difficult, because the game gives us so little information to go on. After all, the civilization is said to be ancient, so it makes sense that nobody in the game besides Lem and the Mask Maker even really talk about it.
Okay.
But there are still echoes of the Void Kingdom found in Ari Gibson's artwork. So in this video, we're going to go through the few scraps of dialogue we have, as well as discuss how some of the art in the game might be hinting at certain connections. We're also going to talk about the nature of the Void for like the 5th time on this channel. Some of the things I'm going to be saying in this video are highly speculative, so take everything in this video with a grain of salt. Also feel free to check out this document on the Void by Someone and Toxic Brain.
Whoa.
It's very well done and super informative.
Whoa! Okay, I gotta check that out.
Let's start with Relic Seeker Lem. In the Godmaster update, Lem directly addresses the Void Kingdom. In the journal entry for the Void Idol, he says, "Inspired or mad, those ancient bugs. They devoted their worship to no lord, or power, or strength, but to the very darkness itself. These Void Idols are described as being from before Hallownest, and they are designed to contain void within them." But why on earth would bugs want to worship the darkness? Are they like Satan worshippers? Do they eat babies? Did they vote for Rick Scott? Well, we do have this Dreamnail dialogue from the Shade Beast. This Chozo statue ripoff can be Dreamnailed if the knight has the Awoken Dreamnail. Dreamnailing the Shade Beast without obtaining the Void Heart gives the following: Void, power, without unity. So according to this guy, Void contains power, which is kind of weird considering the Lem quote above seems to separate the Void from power. Maybe the power within Void is a result of the Void being worshipped, similar to how the bosses of Hollow Knight find stronger forms through the Godseeker's attunement. Regardless, there are examples of Void having utility, which also might factor into why the Void Kingdom were so interested in it. But we'll get to that later. Lem also talks about the Void Kingdom when discussing the Arcane Eggs. He explains that Arcane Eggs are a treasured relic from a time before Hallownest. They prove the existence of this age, alongside the soul totems found throughout the kingdom. These eggs work similar to Wanderer's journals, acting as a store of information. While Lem can only access the outer layer, ancient bugs were somehow able to reach the information stored deep within. And finally, Lem mentions that the eggs are rumored to contain a will, and that they seek out a bearer. Lem speculates that the eggs themselves are drawn to the knight, since the knight was able to find a whopping 4 of them. One final detail about arcane eggs is that they are described as being made of stone. Let's start with this whole concept of arcane eggs containing wills. It definitely sets them aside as being quite unique, but they aren't the only example of this phenomenon. When hinting for the knight to go to the ancient basin, the elder bug says the following: "Did you know the caverns continue even below the capital? Few have ventured that deep, so the details are scant. Those who made it back told of impossibly old structures, and roads formed as though the rock itself possessed a will."
Oh, cool.
In other words, the architecture of the ancient basin was supposedly formed through the will of nearby rocks.
Alright, yeah.
So why the fuck would rocks want to build roads or seek out owners? My pet rock doesn't do jack shit. Maybe he's depressed. Well, there is one explanation, but I don't really want to say it, because it devolves into saying that a whole bunch of different things are made out of void. And this community is already too quick to play the V card, so I'm a bit worried about this. We already know that void can take the form of liquid and gas, given the sea of void and the billows of void gas we see in several locations. But void can also take on a solid form as well. One clear example of solid void are the void vines we see connected to the husk dandy in the Queen's Gardens, as well as the soul totems in Deep Nest and the strange egg in the birthplace of the Abyss. Another example of solid void is related to the shade gates found throughout the kingdom. These dark balls look like solid balls of void. These void stones are a little hard to see due to them being obscured by the surrounding structures. These appear to be modeled after the Pale King's crown, implying that he was responsible for placing these shade gates. Most of the shade gates can be found sporting these artifacts, but there are a few examples in the Abyss showing these stones without the Pale King's additions. Finally, the entrance to the Pantheon of Hallownest also features these void stones. And then we have the Black Egg, where the Hollow Knight is imprisoned. Quirrell describes the egg as being made of stone, but in the Dream No More ending, we clearly see the Black Egg turn into shadow and void liquid as it exits the temple. So that's 3 out of the 5 states of matter void can become. Does this mean we might see void plasma at some point? Or void Bose-Einstein condensates? Of course, the real question is, do the arcane eggs and the roads in the ancient basin somehow contain void? Proximity to void would seem to be the main factor that differentiates these rocks from the rocks found anywhere else in the kingdom. What else could possibly give them this power? But then again, the arcane eggs aren't near as dark in color as the black egg, and I sincerely believe that we need to be careful about what we say is void. It's a slippery slope to complete and utter anarchy. So for now, I think we can only conclude that the Void Kingdom somehow utilized these will-bearing rocks and stones. How exactly these were created, and whether or not the Void Kingdom was directly responsible, remains to be seen. But this leads to another interesting question. Can Void contain a will? If Void can become stone, and stones can contain a will, then why not? I don't think we can say that Void has a will on its own, but there is plenty of evidence to support the idea that Void can be imprinted with a will. The King's Mold seems to carry a prime directive to kill and defend, which might have been placed on them when they were molded by the Pale King. The shades are described as being fragments of a lingering will. These wills seem to have originated with the bugs that were originally killed when they were dropped into the Abyss. So again, the will isn't coming from the Void, but it is imprinted on it. Same with the Knight. It also contains a will, according to Steel Soul Jin and the charm description of the Void Heart. We also have the Collector. The Collector is a void being like the Shades, but it shows even greater cognitive abilities. According to William in an AMA...
That's debatable, but I just, the Collector's kind of, annoying like that. Yes. Aspids are clearly pure hatred, so not void. Ah, true. Yes, they have a will to fuck me, so therefore not void.
The collector was even capable of drawing a map of the grub locations, showing a high level of intelligence. So where did this will come from? A likely candidate appears to be the husk dandy in the Queen's Garden, who implies that spending time with the collector changed the both of them in some way. But this is pretty speculative though. At the very least, it's clear that the collector has some kind of will. Finally, let's talk about the void tendrils that flap around in the Sea of Void. Void tendrils are these weird shadow creatures that thrash out of the night.
They're just a bunch of
that is
angry
until it receives
lobsters.
the void heart. The journal entry for the void tendrils is obtained in this strange room found on the east side of the abyss, behind a shade gate. The room contains some kind of desk, along with a strange formation in the wall. Inspecting the formation gives you the journal entry, along with the following prompt: an imprint of abyss given form. We've seen this phrase
So
given
cool.
form before in the Hall of Gods.
So cool.
The phrase void given form is used to describe the statue of the night as it appears in the Dream No More ending. So is void equivalent to an imprint of abyss, making the void tendrils similar to the night? Well, I'm not sure what else an imprint of abyss would even look like. Like, what is this shit? I've literally stared at this thing for the last 18 months of my life, and the only
Before he gives his idea here, I actually think that there's something pretty cool you can grab from this. So, you know how the Pale King has his crown, right? It's very unique to the Pale King in some ways. Except it's not. Every being that has some measure of mask or like face of some kind actually has tendrils or like antlers or horns or stuff coming up out of its head in some way. There's no reference to any kind of biology that has to do with this in any way whatsoever, right? But at some point, civilizations use iconography to draw a connection to all these things here, right? So the Pale King is a pale being, right? But the head or crown or mask of the Pale King, or whatever you want to call him, there was a point where he didn't have that. That's not his biology. That's just not. It's just definitely not. But if there was an ancient civilization before this, and you wanted to appear as if you are some being that shows that you are one of them but above them, maybe it's just a little bit of a drawing inspiration from something like this, and there you go. It's nice and simple. The worm's mouth. Yeah, that's true. The worms have the two pincers by the mouth. Yeah. The white lady has tendrils of like almost like kind of, you know, stuff there coming out of the head and stuff as well. It's possible. The worm mouth, and yes, he born like that. I don't think... I'm trying to think in any way there could be definitive proof that the king was born looking exactly like that. I think in some ways we know for a fact that because of the masks that no, probably not. Yeah. Yeah. The King's Mark look like him? The King's Mark is older than the king? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, that came from his rebirth place. Oh, okay. There's a difference between mask and shell. Yes, there is very much a difference between mask and shell. Yes. Yeah, the king is not wearing a mask. Yeah, I'm just using that to describe whatever their thing on their head is. Okay. Interesting. All right, let's see what he comes up with here.
Thing for the last 18 months of my life, and the only thing I can see is Florida, the state in which Rick Scott is currently governor. We don't really know why the void tendrils live in the Sea of Void or what their purpose was, but they might be the culprits responsible for convincing the bug in the Abyss lighthouse to turn off the light, which might imply that they have a will. So where did these abominations come from? I think it's likely that the Void Tendrils were created by the Void Kingdom. First of all, given form implies that the Void didn't manifest into tendrils itself. Second, the journal entry for the Void Tendrils seems to be referring to the Void Kingdom. The bugs of Hallownest sometimes wondered whether there were other, older, stranger kingdoms deep below them. And for some reason the hunter is omnipotent and omnipresent, so this is some pretty strong evidence. If he thinks the Void Kingdom is relevant to these creatures, then it probably is.
That makes
Finally,
sense.
we need to look at the objects found in this room. So this desk is weird. It has 4 spikes, similar to the Pale King's.
one
But one
of
of the
them's
spikes is longer,
oddly
so I don't
longer,
think there's a
yeah.
connection here.
I agree.
Instead,
no
there's
connection.
something else in this room we need to look at. Over the course of this channel, we've talked about horror lore, vor lore, and now we're going to talk about floor lore. So remember how Lem said that the soul totems were another indication of the Void Kingdom's existence? Well, the floor found in this portion of the Abyss can be found underneath several of the soul totems in the game. Since we know that the totems were created by the Void Kingdom, it seems pretty likely to me that this room was used by this ancient civilization.
Oh,
This
we're
room
going
might have been
deep.
used as some sort of observation deck, or workbench, or German sex dungeon. So to quickly recap, I don't think the Void itself exhibits a will. Instead, a will is imprinted on Void, manifesting in creations such as the Void constructs, the vessels, and the Void tendrils.
But by that logic, what imprints the will upon the Void? That you have all these squares form a circle. All these squares form a circle.
The arcane eggs and the rocks in the abyss and the ancient basin can also contain wills, but it's not clear how this process works or if Void is even involved. And what exactly does a rock with a will of its own do? Is it like the
Makes
ones
a lot
from
of
Roadrunner?
movies.
Going back to these soul totems, there is another detail common among many of them hiding in the background. These twisted pillars. They show up all over Hallownest, behind at least 21 different totems. So were these things also built by the Void Kingdom? Are they made of solid Void? Well, these pillars show up in one specific area that is quite interesting. These pillars can be seen inside the black egg. Now the question is, do these pillars turn into shadows and fly away with the rest of the egg in the Dream No More ending? That would imply that they are made of Void. But then again, does this mean these chains are Void? Or these drapes? Why are Hornet and the Knight's shell the only things that are left? Where's the Hollow Knight's shell? Where are their nails? If the Void sucked it all up, why is Hornet okay? There'd better be an explanation for this, Team Cherry. I know where you live. Regardless of
It looked cool, and they did it that way because it looked cool. I think we're approaching that Kingdom Hearts level of territory where some things weren't written with answers in mind. Darkness is darkness, and light is darkness.
of what these pillars are, they do seem to be a calling card of the Void Kingdom, since they can be found near so many soul totems. That doesn't mean I think they made the Black Egg Temple, though. The Pale King appears to have been able to create stone objects from Void himself. We have the Shade Gates, and he also had these containers that were used to store Void, that appear to use Void stones as lids. Anyway, there is one other spot where these strange twisted pillars can be found, that being the entrance to the room where the ancient nailsmith can be found. We know this corpse was called the Ancient Nailsmith from the text file containing its Dreamnail dialogue. Of course, the Ancient Nailsmith isn't the only giant corpse we find in Hollow Knight. We also have the Shade Beast in the Abyss, as well as the Green Beast in the Queen's Garden, whose names come from their sprite art files. There's the Worm corpses in the Kingdom's Edge, and finally we have the Temple of the Black Egg, which according to the upcoming Hollow Knight art book, was built from the carapace of a colossal ancient bug. The Shade Beast is obviously tied to the Void, possibly as some kind of Void worshipper, but it seems possible that these other giant beings, minus the Pale King's worm form, were a part of the Void Kingdom. Giant beasts,
they're just older
to the
bugs.
Design of the soul totems might have also existed around that time, but it's also possible that some of these creatures lived before or afterwards. There's literally no dialogue related to the Green Beast, so we don't know anything about it, and information regarding the other beasts isn't much better. While there does seem to be influences of the Void Kingdom all around Hallownest, the Ancient Basin and the Abyss seem to be the most important parts of their society. The most interesting aspect of the ancient basin is that it's called the ancient basin. Geographically, a basin is a depression in the ground where water collects. Looking at the abyss, the entrance is remarkably similar in structure to that of a well. It's a long vertical hole that stores liquid at the bottom. This begs about 100 questions.
Whoa, that actually is really trippy. Yeah, the abyss looks constructed. Oh my god. Okay, now I'm ready to go down the rabbit hole. No, really, look at the background of the abyss. It's uniformed. It's super constructed. Oh my god. Like, there's clearly sediment and cracked parts in between everything here, but it's way too uniformed. I don't know. Yeah, just something very clearly there.
Questions. Was the abyss built as a way to store void, or did the Void Kingdom just find the abyss and set up home nearby? Someone had to create this architecture.
Yep.
If void was being drained into the abyss, where was it coming from? Or is there just an infinite amount of void pouring out of the Shade Beast's bowl somehow? There is also the question of whether or not the snail shamans are connected to this Void Kingdom. Unfortunately, that is really difficult to answer. The snail shamans are definitely some kind of void creation. The snail shaman calls the night a little shadow, implying that he knows what the night is, and the shamans in the Soul Sanctum and the Crystal Mound literally explode into void balls that get absorbed by the night. However, the snail shaman is surprised by the abyss shriek, implying that the shamans have never been to the place of its origin. I don't think the snail shaman would be wrong in this instance. I think a character...
Okay, that's a real... Okay, this is the kind of stuff that is super unnecessary but very cool. Because this is a Metroidvania, the idea that you could intentionally skip this guy here, go down, get the Abyss Shriek, come back up here just to see how he would react to it. Yeah, it's all the little details and shit. That's just... Oh. So cool. Snail Shaman gets a new dialogue every time you get a new spell. Oh my god. I'm going to replay this game till the end of my days.
Like the snail shaman would know what he's talking about, but that is just speculation on my part. That leaves the question of where the snail shamans came from, which I don't really have an answer for. They have a very strange nature to them. The snail shaman in the ancestral mound implies that it is bound to stay on the mound. We don't know if this binding is physical or what, but it kind of implies that the shamans have been in Hallownest for quite some time. As for the altar in the abyss where the Shriek is found, I believe this was built by the Void Kingdom. The faces are similar in design to the soul vessels, which store soul similar to the soul totems.
I like it.
The Void Kingdom clearly knew how to capture soul, so they seem like likely candidates for creating the soul vessels found in the game. There is even a soul vessel fragment located in an area in Deep Nest that features those twisted black pillars. One minor point, we don't know if anything like the Shade Lord existed in the Void Kingdom. It appears as though the Shade Lord came into being from the worship of the God Seekers. So I suppose it's possible that the Void Kingdom was able to create a similar being, but there's no way to tell. The God Seekers wore special masks that allowed them to focus their thoughts, giving them a godly focus, which indicates that the creation of the Shade Lord was a more unique occurrence. And if something like the Shade Lord existed in the past, it probably would have already murdered the Radiants. Which brings us to the downfall of the Void Kingdom. The fate of the Void Kingdom is briefly mentioned by Maskmaker after
here we go.
The King's brand. The Maskmaker denounces the Pale King's attempt at uniting Hallownest under his leadership, saying, "No bug has ever laid claim to this whole. Even the beasts knew their limit, and bound their realm at Nest's edge. It is the ancient caste that made attempt at such vast rule. Hallownest's ruin reflects well those failed attempts. So the kingdom appears to have fallen apart due to their attempts at expanding their rule across all of Hallownest.
Natural.
The Radiance appears to call the Void her ancient enemy, implying that she combated the Void Kingdom long ago, possibly even putting the kingdom to its end. Dream-nailing the structures in the room where the Abyss Shriek is obtained reveals that whoever used to live there, they plan on making a return, which should be expected. As a wise Star Wars trailer once said, no one's ever really gone. Now, if you've been following speculation on Silksong, you're probably aware of the Masters, these mysterious beings mentioned by both Confessor Gigi and Steel Soul Jin. They appear to be tied to the Void in some way, indicating—
Whoa. Steel Soul Jin? How are there still so many NPCs I haven't found yet? What? What? Oh, Steel Soul okay, it's in the name too. Okay, I gotcha.
tied to the Void in some way,
My mistake.
indicating that they could also be connected to the Void Kingdom, possibly as remnants from before the civilization fell. If this is true, then that means Silksong might shed light on what exactly the Void Kingdom was. Seeing as the last Hollow Knight update, Godmaster, decided to give us more info on these Void Worshippers, I think it's likely that they will become important in Silksong. Alright, let's run through everything one last time.
Okay.
And remember,
in summary,
there's a lot of speculation in here.
Yeah, there is a lot.
Don't spout all this off at a dinner party expecting everyone to agree with you. You might make a complete ass of yourself. There was an ancient caste that existed in the lands of Hallownest. These bugs chose to worship the darkness. They placed Void inside of idols in order to worship them, and imprinted Void with forms that did something. They also knew how to manipulate soul, capable of placing it within different types of vessels. They also used rocks with wills to store information, as well as construct roads and pathways. This kingdom attempted to expand itself across modern-day Hallownest, but their plans were proved futile, possibly due to one moth, and their empire fell into obscurity. However, there might still be a few left. Who have planted servants to fell into obscurity due to one moth.
I have to see this again. This is good. Okay, the entire kingdom of shadow members, they were able to engineer advanced forms of architecture, information storage, as well as conjure beings out of darkness and manipulate the very soul that animates our bodies. Can I tell you guys a really freaky story real quick here? I don't know why I'm not terrified of moths, but y'all know how big moths can get, right? Y'all know how big moths can get? Type 1 in chat if you don't know how big moths can get. It's okay. It's okay. If you don't know how big moths can get, because you're about to find out. You're about to find out. And I'm not sorry. All right. I'm going to go to a full screen here so you guys can see this shit. Okay. So, I'm staying over at my grandma's, right? It's summer. It's hot. Going and working at a place, biking home late at night, going back to her place to go and sleep, rest. It's probably about 10:30 p.m. It's not pitch black dark, but I've got my cell phone, and that's about it. But I'm like, I'm tired, So she has a light that's motion sensitive when people go on to like the front area by her front door, right? Park my bike, stretch, kind of adjust my backpack, and I walk past the wall, which has, the wall here, door here. Flat surface, classic, thing here. Light goes on above the door and to the left. So I'm like, okay, cool. And my grandma likes to hang up stuff on the walls, right? She's got all kinds of things hung up there that's like artistically, inclined and stuff like that. And she's got this really beautiful piece that's like this really cool, like, upside down heart shape, right? It's like maybe about, like, I don't know, this big. Like this big vertical and like this big horizontal. And I'm just walking there. And then the thing just kind of goes, and just turns towards the lamp, towards the light. And when I tell you that I was tired and I didn't realize that this upside down heart-shaped thing was actually alive, and not only was it like there and big, it was capable of getting bigger because that was its wings folded in, and this thing was just there. I tell you, I felt my entire body like invert and then flip inside out and then just go like just terrifying. Bigger than a bird. Bigger than a bird. This thing was huge. This thing was enormous. Enormous. Duh! Like so fucking cool. So fucking crazy. The thing is, is there, right? And I'm like, going, sitting, that's the sitting, walking to the door. The thing adjusts, and I just kind of go, ah! Right? And the thing must have known that I, like, freaked out and saw it and stuff, because it did the, like, rapid fire wing flap thing. Like, it's going to, like, clean off dust on itself, or it's going to fly around or something. I wanted to get back on my bike and just leave. Just go. Just did not want to be there. So it ended up flying up and into the sky, basically, and into the darkness and away. But oh my god. That was the radiance. Yeah. I just had to say that. It was probably one of the grossest and the most terrifying things. And yeah, I have no fear of moths. I'm afraid of spiders, but moths, no. Moths don't, like, seem to, freak out in any way. They just kind of, are there. They're like, oh no, okay, I guess I'll leave. I'm not wanted here. Oh. Perhaps you should fear moths. Oh, possibly.
And their empire fell into obscurity. However, there might still be a few left who have planted servants to carry out their plans. And there you have it. Of course, a lot of this hinges on Team Cherry's artwork being 100% deliberate, which could very easily not be the case. You would think that the Pale King built the royal waterways, so why exactly can soul totems be found there? Why is this wall replaced entirely with corpses? Are these load-bearing corpses? Where the fuck did the drapes go? And hopefully we were actually able to dig up a little more information about the ancient civilization and the void.
I like Mossbag.
If not, then the main point of my video is still pretty strong.
Yeah.
That being, please vote for Rick Scott this November.
Okay. Okay. I like Mossbag. He's self-aware, understands that, no, not everything is necessarily 100% intentional, and yet there's a lot of cool things that you can draw from it all the same. Cool YouTuber, cool content creator. Good shit. Yeah. Too bad we have to kill him. All right, next video is Let's Explore a Hollow Knight Iceberg. This is honestly the video that I was most excited to check out beside the Silksong trailer and the actual lore dump video. Because this one looks like it's going to be funny. And this looks like another Mossbag video. Yes, it is. All right. Let's do this.
There have been a lot of Hollow Knight Icebergs to pop up over the past year.
Okay. No menu theme, and then legend. The surface is actually underground too. Tiso's moveset. The Zote charm. Okay, there's one, and then we got over here. We got. Oh wait, what? What? Wait, one of these is not like the others. The left one looks pretty chill. Left Iceberg looks pretty chill. Right? Iceberg! I don't know what y'all are smoking. There's some weird shit in this one. There's some weird shit in this one.
And I've always wanted to make a video covering one. But Hollow Knight icebergs, like a lot of other icebergs, tend to get a bit too memey.
Yes.
Also, I show up on a lot of these icebergs, which makes me feel weird. However, just recently, a Reddit user known as StevePuyo96 posted an iceberg that I wanted to talk about on this channel. Normally, these icebergs end up covering a lot of material I've already discussed before, which is another reason why I haven't done one of these videos yet. There's a little bit of that here too, but for the most part, there's a lot of things I've never even talked about on this channel.
Okay, guys, I have to know. Is this community at that point where the modders create content to try and debate the internet community with stuff to make them, like, get freaked out about, you know, Silksong or, like, finding a new secret in the game? That's beta footage, and yes. Okay, gotcha. No, we're not the Nier Automata community yet. Okay. All right. That's sick. Okay.
Channel. So that's pretty convenient. If you don't know how icebergs work, basically the further down the image we go, the more obscure or mysterious the entries are supposed to be. With Hollow Knight being a fairly recent game and the fanbase being fairly large, it's hard for anything to really be all that obscure without it just being made up. But thankfully, that's not the case here.
Thank you.
So let's dive in.
That was the thing I was thinking about, was that... Okay. What do we got here? Extended Elegy for Hollow Nest, To Be Continued, Record Bella, Land of Storms, Kingdom's Edge Tent, Mace Bug, Warrior Zelda. Fuck me, I don't know what any of this shit is. Well, all right. Let's dive in, shall we?
The surface level is all the normie stuff. If you have put any time into researching Hollow Knight, you have probably heard of most of these entries. The Land of Storms is a hidden area in Godhome that can only be accessed by clearing each Pantheon challenge with each binding.
Okay.
It shows off a strange land the Godseekers once inhabited before making their pilgrimage to Hollow Nest.
That's so
it's
cool!
It's a super secret area that the vast majority of Hollow Knight players won't even encounter. But it's a very well-known area at this point, so it's not surprising to see it at the top of the iceberg.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what that is.
There's a room with a single exit, with a tent blocking off the rest of the area. There really isn't anything significant here, but I think it captures that feeling of wonder and mystery about what's lying just beyond our reach. Sure. I remember feeling that way a lot as a kid playing Super Mario 64, trying to get out of the courtyard behind the castle. The Elegy for Hollow Nest is a short poem that appears at the start of the game. Within the code for Hollow Knight, there's actually several more verses that go into detail about how Nest grew over time.
Okay. We could still hear the plaintive cries of one who took our pain and loss and dreams inside itself too. Roots of pain, we found a truth, and now must be confessed, for nothing can be changed. Things but perfect emptiness. Cool. Okay.
Fell to the infection,
that's legit.
And the Pale King's plan to stop it. There isn't much here that can't be inferred from other lore sources, so we aren't missing much without this extended poem.
Yeah, it's not really
new stuff. One interesting thing to note about this poem is that one of the game's developers, William Pellin, didn't even know these extra verses existed until after the community found them in the game.
Nice.
This is a reference to a cut lore tablet that was going to appear in the Soul Sanctum, alongside record Abba and Senda. It's a real shame too, because this lore tablet actually explicitly tells us how the Soul Sanctum scholars had to reform how their minds worked entirely to gain a mastery over soul.
Okay.
After defeating the False Knight in Forgotten Crossroads, the head of his weapon will sprout legs and scuttle away.
Yes!
If you dream nail it, it will even say, "Free at last."
Okay, that's what they're referring to.
If you encounter Mr. Mushroom all 7 times throughout Hollow Nest, He will appear in a post-credits cutscene rocketing through the air. This is followed by a black screen with the text, "To be continued."
Oh,
this is
okay.
probably implying that Mr. Mushroom will
Okay.
be making an appearance in later games developed by Team Cherry. This would be in line with his character, as his dialogue when encountered in the game implies that he is somehow connected to earlier games made by Team Cherry, such as Hungry Knight. So he's kind of like Phase 1 Nick Fury.
Okay. Nice.
Izelda has Dreamnail dialogue about how she put down her weapon to live a quiet life with Cornifer,
Yeah.
but that she'd like to stretch her legs again sometime soon. William Pellin even reiterates this in a Reddit AMA from 4 years ago, as if this dialogue might actually be relevant at some point in the future. Or William is just trolling us as usual.
Okay. Okay, so I actually did know about basically everything from that layer there. Okay. Empress Musnik, Lore Bible is real, McFarlane Toys, Green Hormp, Early Nosk, Marm, City of Tears, true name, no infected bugs in Fog Canyon. Oh! Whoa! Well, I mean, obviously they all got killed by the fucking jellyfish. They just murked everyone and everything in there. Assholes. Implications of Steel Soul. Zote doesn't breathe. There's jokes I want to make, but I'm not going to. Throne Song, Mantis Hammock, How Tizzo Died in Coliseum of Fools, Mega Waste, Gek 2, Deep Nest East, Accordion Bug. Wait, did I actually tap into a little bit of Deep Nest East naturally just by my playthrough a little bit and some of the questions I asked? Possibly. Lake of Unshade, Hunterfought Radiance. Ooh, God Tamer is already tuned. Okay. I should just let these play out.
Next up
That's
on
gonna
the
take too
iceberg
long.
are the shallow waters. This is stuff that is pretty easy to overlook, but there still isn't much mystery to them. It's mainly small details about the game or pretty well known behind the scenes development stuff.
Okay.
Empress Musnik is just the early name Team Cherry gave to the Gruz Mother.
Oh.
Back during the Kickstarter,
Oh,
the
nice.
enemies that were shown off had these weird names.
Huh. Okay.
The Lore Bible is an internal document
Hey,
used
Dark
by
Souls
Team Cherry
music.
to keep track of Hollow Knight lore. Team Cherry has only ever referred to this document once, in an interview from 2016.
It's all planned well in advance.
Of course, everything's like set in stone.
We've got an extensive lore document back at the office.
Will we see this lore document in its entirety someday?
No.
Nope.
Yep.
In February 2019, McFarlane Toys teased an upcoming Hollow Knight collaboration on their Facebook account. Later that summer, placeholder displays for Hollow Knight were shown off by McFarlane at the 2019 New York Toy Fair. However, after this, there have been no further updates about the Hollow Knight figure, and we've never been given any explanation about what happened. I guess we're stuck with figures of Shrek and piss-colored Flash.
Boo!
The Hunter's Journal doesn't really make sense from a lore perspective. The Hunter explicitly tells us that by defeating enemies, we gain the ability to decipher the text he has written in his Hunter's Journal. There are some instances where it is implied it isn't the Hunter, though. For example, the Dreamer fights and Grimtroop enemies have different symbols over the description text, as opposed to a symbol of the Hunter's eyes. This could imply that he didn't necessarily write these notes, but then how did they get into the journal in the first place? How exactly do we get excerpts from poems like the Grimtroop, or smut like the Grey Prince? And even if we ignore those oddities, the Hunter symbol does appear for enemies like the Radiants.
Oh shit, Mossbag in chat! Shout out to the GOAT! Hey, I'm glad you are enjoying my videos. Thank you so much for sending some folks over to my charity stream. I really appreciate it. Absolutely! Absolutely! Thank you for being chill with us lazy strummers reacting to your actually just incredible content. I've been admiring your work for the last 2 plus hours now, and it's incredible. Great stuff. Good luck with your charity stream. Yeah, apparently there's lore that I've been told that we have to kill you in order to get Silksong, though. Sorry. No sacrifice is too great. Specifically, just it's nothing personal. So if any weird shit is sprung across there, I just know, like the infection, this shit is still going to keep spreading. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing any of us can do. It's just the way things are. That just is how it is, you know? I told them that because you're a moss bag, though, you're pretty much safe because gamers don't touch grass. So you should be good. You should be good. Don't be a part of the system. Okay. I'll do my part. Insert insert I'm doing my part. Girl here. If you think about it, it's flattering to be a sacrifice because it implies the sacrificer values you. That is true. Yeah. Blessed stream. Hey. This is a very awesome, like, incredible community. And as you are a specific beacon within this community, Mossbag, shout out to you for doing your part in that. But yeah, thanks for popping in and saying hi. It's awesome. Let's sacrifice you and see if you still agree. All right. All right. Let's get back to the video. But thanks for stopping by. Yeah, everybody shower Mossbag with all the love in his stream. My face hurts from smiling. Yeah, Jenny, you're so fucking wholesome. Oh my god. All right. Let's back up a little bit here.
Ray Prince. And even if we ignore those oddities, the hunter symbol does appear for enemies like the Radiants. So does this mean the hunter fought the Radiants at some point?
Clearly.
In early development screenshots of Hollow Knight, the Harump enemy had a more green shade to its body, and it somehow looks even uglier than what we got in the final game.
Huh. Wait,
there are a number of enemies in the game who give Dreamnail dialogue that is nothing more than an ellipses.
Wait!
Fool Eater, Golka, Sporg, Shroomeling, Blugsack, Nosk, Shadow Creeper, Broken Vessel, and Lost Kin. It seems more non-animal based enemies and ones closely tied to the Abyss share this attribute. As for Nosk, it has this whole thing about being able to read minds, so it's hard to know what it would actually be capable of thinking. Is its Dreamnail dialogue just a reflection of how the Knight doesn't have thoughts either? If you die in the Lake of Unroom and come back, the shade will be looking out over the lake, just like the Moss Knight we also see there. We know that Un is calling out to the Moss Knight. Is the shade also hearing this call, or can it somehow sense her power in another way? Regardless, it's a neat little detail, since we don't see the shade interacting with other creatures in Hallownest all that much. Relic Seeker Lem's name is shown as Relic Seeker Marm in development screenshots of the game.
Oh!
Okay,
that's cool, but I really wish we got more of Lem. Anyone else feel like Lem was amazing, but like we could have gotten like plenty more. Obviously, really obvious take of I would have loved more of this specific aspect of Hollow Knight because we want more Hollow Knight. But I mean, come on, like, yeah. Anyhow.
Lair is located behind a breakable wall in the lower portion of Deep Nest. In this section, Nosk appears just out of reach of the players several times, luring them to his boss fight room. However, Nosk can actually be seen fairly early on in Deep Nest. Nosk first appears in the room leading up to the big drop into lower Deep Nest.
Wait. So, did we see how many different instances? Because I think we saw this one. I think this was the first one that we saw. I freaked out. I went on theory crafting like town for like a while. And you saw this one, then didn't see it for a long time. Yeah, because I said fuck Deep Nest and left. I'm pretty sure this was my first foray into Deep Nest, and I was just like, nope. The severe arachnophobia chased me the heck out. I don't think I saw the third instance, though. I think I only saw 2 instances. Yeah, I missed the last one, yeah.
In order to attempt a Pantheon in Godhome, you have to defeat all the bosses who appear in the Pantheon in Hallownest. There are 2 exceptions to this. One is Grey Prince Zote.
Okay.
If you don't save Zote in Greenpath, Grey Prince Zote won't appear in Godhome at all. And if you do save him, Grey Prince Zote won't appear in a Pantheon until you fight him in Bretta's house. Another exception...
Right, and you guys directed me to make sure that we ended up having this all work out by facing Zote underneath Bretta's house. Yeah, okay, cool.
Is God Tamer. You don't have to encounter her at all to fight her in the Pantheon of the Sage. This is probably because Team Cherry didn't want to force the player to have to finish the entire Coliseum of Fools before being allowed to do the 3rd Pantheon. Lore-wise, it...
Yeah. That was very kind of you, Team Chair. Thanks a lot. But we did it anyway. 112%, baby. Yeah, we did it.
It doesn't really make sense, and it kind of breaks the logic of Godhome entirely. But if we factor in gameplay considerations, it's reasonable.
All right.
As far as I know, we have no idea what the actual name for the City of Tears was before it became the City of Tears. It's been referred to as the Heart of Hallownest, but an actual name doesn't appear anywhere I've seen, and chances are we'll never know. Deep Nest used to be a lot bigger than what we see in the final game.
Right.
Eventually, the eastern portion of Deep Nest was reworked to be a new area called the Outskirts, which eventually became a catch-all for stuff Team Cherry hadn't found a place for yet. Eventually, this area became known as Kingdom's Edge.
Oh, I thought they were going to talk about the geography of Deep Nest, the east section being something that feels like it's not Deep Nest. Like, it feels like it's something that was some kind of expansion of the Kingdom of the Pale King, or like some kind of digging operation or something like that. I don't know. It just feels like there's Deep Nest, and it's to the west, you know. But the east side of Deep Nest is actually like more, you know, talking about the conflict in some ways. It's the difference between civilized Deep Nest and not, I guess. Kinda, maybe. But where's the part where there's the pool, the resting pool? Isn't that in the east side of Deep Nest? Like really southeast? Or am I misremembering? Yeah, it is. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, cool.
The only enemies we see in Fog Canyon are the jellyfish. There are a few bug corpses here and there, but no infected husks like we see pretty much everywhere else. One theory I've seen is that the jellyfish were explicitly created as a way to contain infection, since they remain entirely passive while the infection remains controlled inside their body.
Well, they contained me
Brung
on a
and
navigation
Nim are
scale.
both musicians playing on what appears to be an accordion. But if we look closely at this accordion, we can see that it actually has legs, implying it's in the same boat as Macebug. Unfortunately, there is no way to murder Brum to rescue this poor creature, so instead it must suffer in agony as we look on in horror. There are some differences between the base mode of Hollow Knight and Steel Soul mode. The two main differences are that Tuck is dead in Steel Soul mode, and the player encounters Steel Soul Jin instead of Confessor Gigi. Is Steel Soul mode the more canonical route, since death is permanent here? Also, Elena from the Wanderer's Journal encounters Jin and Gigi and Tuck. So what's going on there? Also, why is the game mode where you are more fragile called Steel Soul? It's kind of back-asswards, don't you think?
Sure.
There are a lot of funny and memorable voice lines for the characters in Hollow Knight, such as
Thunder!
and and of course,
Shut!
Look like a bitch.
By far one of the most well-known phrases is when Hornet appears to help the knight during the Hollow Knight fight.
Shut! Or
a popular meme within the community is that she shouts, "Get good." But Team Cherry has actually addressed this in a 2018
it's like,
interview
get
with
down.
Kotaku.
She's saying
The
get
happy
down.
coincidence.
Is the actual word gektu?
I believe it's gek2.
Or gektu.
Okay. It
This
kind of to
probably
me sounded
refers
like
to how
Get
the fungal
Down.
waste used to be much bigger early on in development, encompassing the fungal wastes, Green Path, Queen's Garden, and Fog Canyon. Over time, Team Cherry broke up the area into more segmented and distinct regions.
That is a very good decision. I will just say, there are so many games that are in the fantasy genre that don't know how to do we have a green zone and make them all look distinctly different and feel different. It is incredible what this team was able to do while taking we have nature has run rampant zones that are green, kinda. Some of them aren't really as green, but then just making them super distinctive, yeah.
When Zote first appears in Dirtmouth after being saved in the Forgotten Crossroads, he talks about how Elderbug is rambling on about the infectious air in Hallownest below. In response to this, Zote says, has he simply considered not breathing? Fucking brilliant. While we can find Tiso's corpse in Kingdom's Edge, we unfortunately never actually see how Tiso was killed in the Coliseum of Fools. A popular theory that has been circulated around is that Tiso was killed by the brooding Moloch that appears in the Trial of the Fool, since that's what he gets killed by in this fake-out scene from the Pantheon of Hallownest.
Okay, sure.
Throughout the Mantis village are these cloths hanging from the ceiling. Once we gain access to the Mark of Pride room, we can see that these mantises are actually sleeping in these things.
Oh,
how cute.
Yeah, that's sweet.
Once you find the Pale King's corpse in the White Palace, you can actually sit on his throne. After a short while, the game will play a royal arrangement of the Hollow Knight theme.
Come on! I missed this too?
It's a cool little detail that signifies how Hallownest is basically in the hands of the knight at this point.
Nice. Oh, okay. I want to be surprised by
Below
these. I'm
the
not going to read
iceberg,
them all.
things start to get more obscure. At least I think they do. It's kind of hard for me to know what details are more well-known by the majority of people and which ones are more obscure. I've spent so much time learning about this game that it all kind of runs together.
All right.
In the earliest promotional material for Hollow Knight, we can see that the three Dreamers were more uniform in their design, each sporting the same mask we see Monomon wear in the final game. In the final game, we can even see an archway near the Black Egg Temple, where it still only shows Monomon masks.
Oops.
Sharp Jump Studios is a company that helped Team Cherry port Hollow Knight to the Nintendo Switch. The Switch is not a very powerful machine, and Hollow Knight was very poorly optimized when it first came out. So Team Cherry hired some help to get the game running smoothly on Switch.
Oh, good. Okay.
When we first encounter the nailsmith, he thinks we are someone else, asking for him to hone another nail, implying he has done a lot of work for this person previously. Nailsmith eventually notices we are not the person he thought we were, and he never brings up this other client again. I have no idea who Nailsmith could have been talking to, but I do think there is something going on with the Nailsmith that we just can't know about.
I thought, honestly, all along that this was Hornet. Like, it just makes sense, right? Like, no, it wouldn't be Sly, because Sly has been stuck, about to fall asleep and potentially turn, due to the infection in his home and stuff, and then goes up top, so Sly wouldn't have been wandering about. Nail Masters, maybe? Possibly. Hornet uses a needle, though? Oh, does she? Okay. That fits pretty well with the whole spider thing, and then, you know, spools of thread and everything. Yeah. Coral makes sense. Yeah. Interesting. False one.
When you dream nail the Pale King in the White Palace, he says the iconic line, "No cost too great." However, there was another line left in the game's code that went unused. He said, "False one, you cannot reach me here." False one probably refers to the Radiance. But it seems Team Cherry wanted the Pale King's dialogue to be more reflective of his own actions.
Nice.
The Abyss doesn't really have music like the other areas in Hallownest. Instead, we just get a lot of low droning sound, which conveys the haunting emptiness of the area. However, if you speed up the music, you can actually hear the vessel theme that plays at the start of the game and in the Dream No More ending.
Oh! Nice! That's fun! Very cool.
After beating the third Pantheon in Godhome for the first time, you unlock Godseeker mode. This mode locks you into Godhome permanently, where you can redo all of the Pantheons in the Hall of Gods on a separate save file. It's a small addition for people who want to start new save files immediately in Godhome, but it has some weird lore implications. The Godseeker talks to us completely differently in this mode, groveling to us in all her dialogue. According to a playtester and translator, this entire mode canonically happens after defeating the Pantheon of Hallownest. So does this mean that all the stuff with the Void entity filling Godhome with Void got cleared up? That's good, I guess. But what's going on in Hallownest then? Are we seriously just going to dick around here while God knows what is going on outside? It really is a head scratcher.
Probably because of the flower then.
We only ever see White Lady in her giant tree form, but we can assume she used to be smaller and not rooted into the ground. Her silhouette can be seen on the back of the chair in the White Palace, and there are some early sketches of her that might show off what she looked like before Hallownest fell to ruin.
Cool. That's fun.
In the same little part of Queen Station where we meet Willow, we can see that she has a red tent. This has generated a theory that she was once a member of the Grim Troop, like the Grimsteed, but somehow escaped. It's a fun idea, but it seems unlikely to me, honestly. She has no dialogue that even hints at the Grim Troop. Maybe if she reacted to the Grimchild in some way, then I'd have more confidence in this theory. Lost Kin is similar to Soul Tyrant and Failed Champion in that they are all dream variants of bosses found in Hallownest. However, when fighting Soul Tyrant and Failed Champion, the boss arenas look very similar to the places their normal versions were fought. The Lost Kin, however, doesn't follow this trend. It looks like this arena is from the City of Tears or Forgotten Crossroads, as opposed to the Ancient Basin. There really isn't any explanation for why this is the case. The Broken Vessel boss fight used to be located where the Hornet 1 fight is now, but that doesn't really answer our question, since the Lost Kin area doesn't look like Green Path either.
Yeah.
In Kingdom's
that's cool.
Edge, the player can find the corpse of the ancient nailsmith, along with several massive nails. Who were these nails for? Did the giant creatures we see throughout Hallownest carry these things around and fight one another? It's pretty crazy to think about.
Who's to say?
There are some development screenshots of Hollow Knight where the knight actually has a fourth soul vessel. There's not much else to say about this.
Okay.
The White Palace has one section where the rooms don't line up at all. The room where the Pale King experimented on Void connects to another room in two separate ways that make no sense geometrically.
What?
The White Palace is in the Dream Realm, so it's not that surprising, but it's the only part of the palace that really acts like this.
Huh.
While Dirtmouth is at the top of the world of Hallownest, it's not quite clear if it's actually on the surface of the world. There's no sun, no moon, no stars. On top of that, Leth, Team Cherry's marketing director, posted on Reddit a few years back saying that Dirtmouth was actually underground. However, there are a few mentions of the surface and the surface world that kinda contradict this claim.
No.
You can also see that there's actual weather.
Surface is relative. Surface is relative to a whole bunch of other, creatures here and stuff. So I would say in general that's pretty cool.
The Land of Storms, which I don't think can happen underground, so I'm not exactly sure what to think. The first four pantheons in Godhome are the pantheons of the Master, Artist, Sage, and Knight. Those four titles spell out the word mask, which is obviously a reference to the 1994 film The Mask, starring Jim Carrey. But there's also the Pantheon of Hallownest, which would make the complete acronym Mask.
Mask.
There's a hidden area in the Hall of Gods where you can find a breakable wall. Destroying this wall allows Zot the Mighty to break into the Hall of Gods. There is even unused dialogue that calls Zote an intruder amongst the gods of Halonest.
So Zote broke his own precept and was like, yeah, the only time that dreams are ones that you should actually do is when the gods are trying to have an exclusive little fight club inside. And then we say, fuck that. Then I will dream just to go in there and fuck up their shit. Absolutely. Yes, I am Zote, motherfucker. You will not have your little god fight without me. Yes, because I am the great warrior, and I will make you taste life ender. That's probably about how it went down. Yeah.
Apparently the Godseekers didn't view him as powerful enough to belong here, which is really saying something considering they have statues of Vengeflies.
True!
The Blue Lantern is a mysterious, unused asset from the game files. It looks like it holds some kind of blue flame,
my God.
But I have no idea what this would have been used for. This is a myth that has been floating around for a while. One person pointed out that Cornifer sounded like he was speaking Hungarian, to which William Pellin replied that the voice actor for Cornifer, Dave Kazi, is Hungarian. But most people who I've heard from who are Hungarian say that Cornifer is definitely not speaking Hungarian. So it seems like it might only sound Hungarian because it's gibberish being said by a person who happens to be Hungarian.
Right, that makes sense. Yeah.
Dung Defender used to have Dreamnail dialogue about Isma while he was sleeping, but this dialogue can no longer be accessed in-game because Dreamnailing him now leads into the White Defender fight. This is a bit of a shame, because Isma also has Dreamnail dialogue that nicely parallels Dung Defender's.
Aww.
When the knight has the Sharp Shadow charm, its shade actually takes on a noticeably different appearance during the dashing animations.
Oh, cool!
The shade now has 6 eyes instead of 2, making it a bit more like the Void entity from the Embrace the Void ending. It also sort of matches the Void Tendril enemies, who also appear to have 3 eyes on one side of their heads. The gorgeous husk in the City of Tears and the giant Geo deposit in the Ancient Basin both give the player a total of 420 Geo. Nice. From an old development map of Halonest, we can see that Lurian's original name was Lurian the Whisperer, as if this guy wasn't creepy enough. The White Crystal Ring was an item seen in one of the earliest trailers for Hollow Knight. It appeared to be a chargeable Vengeful Spirit move, sort of like the Mega Buster from Mega Man 4. What's funny about the White Crystal Rings is that you can actually still see a few of them sitting on Sly's table in the final game.
Oh, cool.
The Hollow Knight was wearing armor when it was sealed away in the Black Egg Temple. We see glances of it in the opening, as well as before the Hollow Knight and Pure Vessel fights. We can get a better glimpse of the armor from sources outside the game. It appears in the Godmaster reveal trailer for a brief second.
Probably in the art book,
and it's
too.
also on a card that comes with the collector's edition of Hollow Knight, sold by Fangamer.
Oh, that's so cool. I want that!
From this point on, we are mainly going to discuss obscure cut content. Stuff that has never really been discussed by Team Cherry, or we only have a tiny bit of information on. Lots of single phrases that have appeared on old artwork or in code that we pretty much have no info about. Back in 2017, a collector's edition of Hollow Knight for the PC was released by IndieBox. This edition had a special Grub plush that came along with the game. Included in some of these releases was a document called Grub Care Instructions. The document goes into detail about the habits of grubs, what they like to do, how they show gratitude, and what they do when they are sad. It's unclear who wrote this document or if Team Cherry ever approved it as accurate canonically, but there's one line in particular that raises a few eyebrows. Grubs grow quickly and are ferocious eaters. They will happily eat anything, but it is considered taboo to feed them flesh or eggs. This may give them unseemly appetites.
So that's how the mimics came about.
Like fucking gremlins. And people seriously wonder why I hate these little bastards so much.
What if grub mimics aren't mimics, but they've just been fed too much flesh and they have no control over their appetites? It's possible.
The Dirtmouth Fly is an NPC who appears in 2 very early screenshots of Hollow Knight. These 2 images were found hosted on the back end of Team Cherry's website, but they were never actually publicly revealed. So in reality, Team Cherry never even meant for us to see this creature.
Ooh.
Why were they hiding it from us? What did it do?
Spoopy!
In October of 2015...
The bridge ending! Lighthouse Lighthouse Abyss Monster! The hidden ending! I told you it was true! Chat, you didn't believe me! This is there! The bridge! The lighthouse monster! The legends were real! It's real! Ending 6! The deep lore! We discovered it! We were attuned! We were already attuned!
Team Cherry posted an image to Twitter of a whiteboard illustration of some gigantic monster attacking the lighthouse found in the abyss. This creature didn't make it into the final game, although it's so massive I'm not sure it really would translate well into an actual level. In its place there are just a bunch of void tendrils. And we can even see that these enemies have been stretched and scaled in a way that looks pretty awkward, although you'd never really see it playing the game legitimately.
That's true.
The Skyward Slash is the name of a cut nail art that the player could find in the Forest of Bones. It shows up on an old development map of Hallownest alongside the dash attack and spin attack.
Huh.
So at this point there wasn't the Great Slash ability. I assume Skyward Slash would have been like the Great Slash but upwards, which doesn't sound too terribly useful, so I'm glad they cut it. There are quite a few entries in this section that come from old development maps of Hallownest we have collected from Team Cherry interviews over the years, so I'll do all of them in a row. Apparently there were going to be cave paintings in Deep Nest, somewhere near where the hot spring is now located. I don't know what these cave paintings would have shown. Perhaps it would have given us more history about Deep Nest's inhabitants. We know a little bit about the Weavers who arrived in Deep Nest at some point, but not much about the non-Weaver creatures who lived there. The Faraway Grave is an area that would have been located east of the crypts and the resting grounds, near where the Soul Eater charm is found. This area certainly sounds important, but we know absolutely nothing about it. The Pantheon of Stone is the name of the Pantheon shown off in the Nintendo Treehouse Live event at E3 2018. Hollow Knight released on Switch at E3 that year, and Team Cherry was in LA to show off the upcoming Godmaster update. The Pantheon is pretty short, only showing off a few bosses,
so just a code name
with
for
Nailmaster
it.
Shio.
Okay.
This Pantheon was probably just thrown together to show off Godmaster at E3. Hornet was revealed on December 9th, 2014, in Update 13 on the Hollow Knight Kickstarter. However, in Update 11 posted on the 6th, Team Cherry shared a drawing of the knight made by Makoto Koji, the voice actor for Hornet. It's a weird picture because it looks like some weird combination of the knight and Hornet. Was this sketch where the idea for Hornet came from? There is an early concept sketch of this thing in Deep Nest known as the Deep Nest Cocoon. We do see giant cocoon-like structures where the beast den is, but they don't look like this sketch, so maybe this is some concept that got cut from the final game. I'm not sure what significance of 249 means. I think it's supposed to be the number of buzzsaws in the White Palace. I counted it once and got a total of 247 though. Maybe Steve Puyo 96 should check their math before they upload an Iceberg like this again.
Anyone know what
Bomb
that is?
beetles are a type of weapon mentioned in a document Team Cherry sent out to select backers after the Hollow Knight Kickstarter. This document provided details about the world of Hallownest to help higher-tiered backers design their characters.
Oh, that's cool.
The document has a section all about weapons, and one class of weapon mentioned are bomb beetles. They are described as small, highly volatile creatures that explode when stressed. Relatable.
Ooh. Wait. Cut content in a game that's been, out for this long, but also was in production for a decent amount of time. And then with the sequel that's in production for a long amount of time as well. Handheld weapons. If we're going to be playing as Hornet, the idea of having, handheld dispensable weapons means we could get a crafting system. I'm just gonna say it. Crafting, cooking, yeah, something along those lines. I think it makes sense. Oh wait, which one is right? Chat, which one is right? Crafting or cooking? Which one is it? Chat, you guys know. You guys know. Watch the trailer. Okay. We will.
It appears these designs were later used for the life seed enemy and an unused wing variant found in the game's code.
All right, sweet. The Holy
We
Land.
all know about the cut Forest of Bones area that is coming to Silksong, but for some reason during development they changed the name of the Forest of Bones to Holy Land. I'm not sure if this is referencing the Holy Grounds or what, but it's definitely weird.
Whoa. Okay.
For some reason, the Switch release of Hollow Knight has a different background for the screen that shows the player the autosave icon. It shows the lifeblood area in the Abyss, while all the other versions of the game just show the Abyss.
Huh.
If you have watched all my videos, you know that there aren't a lot of pictures of Team Cherry. I have to keep cycling through the same 4 or 5 over and over again. But there's one image in particular of Team Cherry standing in some weird, cramped tunnel. This image has always bothered me. Why are they there? Why is the night just floating in space above them? Why do they look like they're about to drop their next album? This image bothered me so much.
Honestly, that looks like underground Seattle. Like, straight up. And other than the stone being a bit too old school, it looks more potentially... it looks older than that. Like, more like 1700s, maybe even like early 1800s kind of brick. So it could be like Europe or something. But Seattle has an underground city that's like that. And it's pretty cool.
That when I met Team Cherry in Australia back in 2019, I asked them about this image explicitly. Apparently this picture was taken by the local newspaper after Hollow Knight was nominated for a BAFTA award, and the interviewer decided that they should take a picture underground, since Hollow Knight is a game about underground bugs. So he took them to the Treasury Tunnels in Adelaide, Australia, and I'm glad he did because this pic goes so hard. I'm happy I was finally able to talk about this obscure detail, although I'm not really sure why Steve Playo69 thought it was worth putting on this iceberg. It's barely even related to Hollow Knight, and I'm probably the only person who actually cares.
I'm gonna look this shit up just because I'm now curious what the age of these tunnels is. Were constructed in 1850. Let's go! I kinda know my history a little bit.
We have very little on the ancient spider corpse, unfortunately. Basically, it was just a text prompt that went unused. We get to see other ancient creatures throughout Hallownest, so it would have been cool to see one that looked more like a spider. The closest thing we have to go on is the giant spider we see in an old Hollow Knight trailer, but it might be entirely unrelated.
Yeah, we don't need that.
Soul Society was the original name for the Soul Sanctum.
Oh, they told me about this.
Because everyone kept thinking it was a Bleach reference. Apparently, the Soul Society is the name of the afterlife in that show. I honestly know nothing about Bleach, though, so let's move on.
Shows a Boruto Naruto
in his original
sun
backer
image.
drawing, Tiso had glasses or goggles or something. Maybe his bad eyesight is what got him killed.
Tiso is just a Jawa that wandered in from Star
Star
Wars.
Of Hollow Knight, we can see dirt carvers hanging out on the ceiling. Thankfully, this was removed, as dirt carvers are annoying enough being relegated to just the floor.
True.
The Desolate Dive move was originally called Earth Splitter. It was also called Tyrant's Fist at one point, too.
It honestly is the weirdest name of all the spells. Yeah.
Here we are at the bottom. There are entries here in the Abyss that I don't think anyone in the Hollow Knight community has ever really talked about outside of a few Discord messages in the main Hollow Knight Discord server. With Hollow Knight being such a recent game, with a pretty large fan base, it's hard to find stuff this obscure.
Alright, hit me.
The Pantheons in Godhome have
ending.
these notches that are used to indicate the possible ways to complete them. The main notch gets filled with a gem if you finish the Pantheon. If you finish the Pantheon with any of the bindings, then those ones will appear as well.
Sure.
If you beat the Pantheon with all bindings on at once, then all the gems will shine brightly.
Whoa!
But there's actually another condition you can trigger. If you finish the Pantheon of Hallownest without getting hit, the center of the middle gem will shine brightly by itself. Originally, Team Cherry planned this middle part to actually turn black like Void, but they decided that this was going too far. As it stands now, if you do all bindings, it basically overrides if you did it hitless.
Whose footage is this? Whose footage is this? No shot. Y'all are insane. Y'all are insane. All bindings at once and hitless? Huh. Huh. I'm betting there's some kind of cheat or hack or something like that like got people to do this. Because there's no shot you did this. Like, I'm sure some of you guys did. I'm sure. But, like, I'm also sure there's probably a way that some people hacked the game and made it so that they could just do this. What no Silksong does to a motherfucker. Okay, alright.
But a black gem would have made it a separate condition you'd have to do to get the unique void
Oh
gem
my god,
sprite.
that is nuts.
Gorb is a backer-designed character, but the backer didn't actually give him his name. The name Gorb came from Team Cherry. According to Greg, a close friend of Team Cherry's, the name probably came from a television show called Tim and Eric Awesome Show.
Oh!
Great job. There's
Fun!
a character in a sketch named Gorb.
Yeah!
He's the spokesperson for a product called Cinco Boy, which is a service that sends people mannequins of their dead children. They even send the family new, more grown-up ones every so often to make it seem like their child never really left. Yeah, I'm not sure what this means for Gorb in Hollow Knight, but it's probably best we don't discuss this any further. There's been a lot of research into understanding the bug language of Hollow Knight. There are a lot of words and phrases that show up, but it's not clear how Team Cherry goes about creating this bug gibberish. The closest explanation we got comes from an interview the game's composer, Chris Larkin, did on a YouTube channel called The Sound Test.
To be honest, I can't remember exactly what they did, but I think they found a way of generating text and then like reading that backwards or something. I'll have to ask Will and Ari how they did it, but
Okay. Huh.
In earlier builds of
Nice.
Hollow Knight, each of the area banners that appear in the save menu had their own files with unique file names. The banner for Beast's Den was originally titled Gar's Den. Is Gar someone we should know about? Is that the name of the monster who captured us? It's always bothered me that something clearly captures us in this part of the game, but we never get to see it. I'm fairly confident that this creature is hiding inside the trilobite statue, but that's just speculation on my part, and I really hope we get an actual explanation for this stuff, eventually.
Spitworm.
The Spitworm is an enemy concept for the infected crossroads. It would have been an infected version of the Gome enemy that fired off infection.
Huh.
That honestly sounds terrible, so I'm glad this didn't make it into the final game.
Yeah, I agree.
Lion Shaman comes from another development map of Hallownest. There was a lion village planned somewhere near where the stag station is in the final game, and it seems that there was going to be a shaman there. But what is this lion village exactly? One thing we know for sure is that the lion village was designed by a top Kickstarter backer. I'm guessing this might be a village of antlions, but I'm not quite sure. I reached out to Team Cherry about this on Twitter a few years back, and they did let me know that the lion village is full of lions. The Colosseum trophy is a cut object that would have appeared in the Colosseum of Fools. We can actually see how this object would have appeared in the game. There's a scene of the Colosseum still in-game that shows the Colosseum trophy hanging over a much smaller version of the Colosseum.
Sort of
this
Damocles.
was probably a pretty early concept for the Colosseum, before they had the trial boards created.
Sure.
Ghost coins are an unused value stored in the player's save data. I think they were an early name for Essence, since it's basically just a currency you get from killing ghosts. The main character in Hollow Knight goes by a lot of different names, like Little Ghost, or Little One, or Little Shadow. The general consensus in the community is that the main character should be called the Knight. But according to Team Cherry in a stream they held back on Mixer in 2018, the Knight actually has a top secret internal name.
Oh, fuck
this name
them!
is used as a way to differentiate the Knight from the Hollow Knight for translation purposes. Whether or not this name has any lore significance, I guess we'll never know.
That is such a
This one is
cock
pretty
move.
self-explanatory. To be fair, I have met Jack Vine in real life before, so I think this might be wrong. But then again, hologram technology has improved a lot over the years. And that's the entire Iceberg. There sure was a lot to go through, but hopefully there was some new nuggets of Hollow Knight info you weren't aware of before.
I liked that. That was
being
pretty
said,
good, yeah.
I need to come clean about something. I made this Iceberg with the help of a few friends. Steve Puyo96 is nothing more than an unpaid actor, I'm afraid. But please understand,
the
I really
deepest
wanted
level.
to do an Iceberg video that wasn't full of memes or stuff I already talked about before. And it was the perfect excuse for me to finally talk about this one picture of Team Cherry standing in a fucking...
Alright, that was a good video. Good video. Great video. Spectacular. Alright, let's see. What's next here? Okay, now we're getting into the not lore thing here. So we've got how many bosses can you cheese part 1 and 2. This does seem interesting. So I do want to do this one really quick. So, yeah, we're going to break from doing lore for a little bit here. It's going to be about 15 minutes. In the meantime, before we get back to that, I'm going to take a quick bio break. I encourage everyone to do the same. We're going to be here for a bit longer. So just chill, relax, get some stuff here. I believe there is a way in which I can also do something so that the ads don't come up later if we do them during the break. Big brain here. Trying to figure out all this Twitch shenanigans with the ads and stuff. Okay. So I'm going to go take a break. Be back in a few minutes, y'all. All right, we're back. Okay. No audio? Oh, okay, no, I'm back. Okay, cool. Or is it just loud? Okay, cool. Nice. All right. Next video. How many Hollow Knight bosses can you cheese? Let's see some cheese. It's a video by Game Explorer, and there are 2 parts to it. All right. Let's see what we have to look forward to here. Gru's mother is cheesable. I'm interested to see what they define as cheese here. But yeah, get your cheese emote ready to spam here, y'all, because you're about to see a whole lot of that shit. Very cool. Wait, what? Oh my god. Okay. Sure. Alright, that's good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that tracks. Oh my god, my ears. That is so boring, so dumb. Lost kin, okay. Wow. He's just like, end me! Take me now! Take me out now! Watcher Knight tank build. Why is the stink just everywhere? Yeah. Isn't this just a good strategy? This isn't cheese. This literally is not cheese. This is just a good strategy. These are like These are like Dark Souls players that's like, you didn't use your starting weapon. You used the boss weapon to beat, you know, the enemies in Dark Souls 1. That's cheesy. That's cheesy. You use a Black Knight weapon in Dark Souls 1, you're using cheese. Yes. The ultimate cheese is use a good strategy. This is... This is not cheese. This is actually just smart. They're actually getting to hit you. If there's a way you can lose here, then yeah, it's not a cheese. Like if they're gonna give you this big of an arena, then yeah, you can. Like, look. I think what this is more proof of is that if you lost to the Watcher Knights, you just might not be good. Oh. Yeah, I did this too, yeah. I just jumped up and hit him, but this is... Yeah, see, with the summons, I agree. The summons is cheesy, but like, this is just a bad fight as well. This is just a bad fight. You know? Yeah. Someone didn't fight them with nearly max stats. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I don't expect everybody who plays Hollow Knight to explore the heck out of the game before you fight those guys. Because they're not necessarily an end game boss, really. So, that makes sense. No, just fuck no eyes. It's just a dumb fight anyway. Oh my god. Why do you have to cheese Fluke Mark? Oh. Huh. Fair. Wow. Wow. Wait, no, again, this isn't cheese. This is just a strategy of combining charms. Wait, hold on here. Hold on. Gorb's an easy boss. Like, actually, like, easy boss. But I don't want to call out the Hollow Knight community here. But, like, this just seems toxic to call this cheese. Like, this is not cheese. Like, we had the Watcher Knights one, and y'all were like, okay, that's kind of cheese, and we disagree on some things, that's fine. But this is clearly not cheese. All that community is sensitive. Okay, that's kind of funny. Again, another easy boss, though. Like, like Radiant. This is like top 10 first bosses to Radiant too. Yeah. Right? Like, why do you need to cheese this boss? They literally jump over and then down, and if you just walk a couple steps, the attack's not even really going to hit you. And then you have to have the dash through, so that negates every move except basically the discs, right? Most people fight him early. Huh. Right, but you still have to have the dash move in order to fight him. So even if he's got more health effectively, the moves are the exact same. And huh. His moveset is super easy. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, and that's what a boss is. A boss is a moveset with HP. Yeah. Like, so you're saying that if this boss has more HP, you're going to get hit by him more times, which makes sense, yes. But of the moves that he uses, the one that's probably the easiest to get caught by, I would guess, is the slam ability if you're too close. Because if you're too close, you don't have enough spacing to dash through it unless you jump up and go above him. So, yeah. P5 with all bindings on. I don't have to listen to this. It's making me feel inferior. See, this is the thing. Not all bosses are equivalent in terms of that. There's not a, like, you know, what was difficult for me is not necessarily going to be difficult for you. That's totally fair. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Ooh, frame rate. Okay. I think I kind of get the gist of this video. Oh, I need to see this. What is the cheese for this? Yeah. Wait, I missed it. What the hell? What did you do? Oh. Okay, that ability is situationally strong. Damn. All right. Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa. That is crazy. Like that is crazy. Spells, dude. I guess, yeah. Yeah, spells are nuts. Holy shit. I mean, that's cool though. As far as cheese, that is a very cool cheese. Alright. And we're getting all the lifeblood. Okay. Every bit of lifeblood in existence. Huh. You know what? You know what I'm realizing? Most of the cheeses are for bosses that don't really have any, like end game potential here. Like, again, this is like a prelude to the Radiance. But like, yeah. Huh. The flute charm has also been nerfed to hell since this video. Okay. I was also gonna say I would love to count the seconds, because this isn't really cheese either, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. But I think with just quick slash, I'd get to this phase faster, honestly, with Unbreakable Strength. Yeah. So, huh. Okay. Let's see if the second part has any more interesting ones. Huh. GG! That's kind of funny. I want to find a fight that I actually like. Oh, this is like a redo. This has basically all the same fights in it. Oh wait, here we go. Here's one that looks interesting. Yeah, chat. I'll take all the L's in the world for the fact that I didn't realize that if you hit these guys in the face, they got stunned backwards. But if you look through the entire playthrough, I didn't realize that if you hit them in the face, they would stop charging. I just didn't. So I'll take the L. But again, first playthrough, very beginning of the game. Yeah. No, I literally didn't know that if you just hit him in the face, he would stop moving. But yeah, Moss Charger lost, I think, at least twice. Potentially even 3 times. But yeah, first tried Watcher Knight. So you never know. It's usually about how the game communicates the things for the systems itself. So yeah. Okay, so this is what I was curious about. What's the cheese here? Quick Focus, Stalwart Shell, Weaver Song, Shape of Un, Grub Song, Spore Shroom. Wait a minute. This is just dodge underneath all the poking. Yeah. Yeah, this is just a strategy that's boring. Yeah. So you still have to dodge. It's just you don't really care about taking as much damage. Oh my god, wait. So that does not trigger the hitbox. Wait. So they only hit you if their weapons hit you. their legs do not trigger the hitbox. That's kind of cheesy, yeah. I feel like if there are, you know, going to be bosses like this, you really should have every part of their body be a contact hitbox. But, yeah. But I do like the idea of, because of the mushroom stuff, it should hit them constantly, and it does do a decent amount of damage. Okay, so yeah, we've seen all this shit, basically. Zote cheese? Oh, okay. So it's just all the same thing, basically. Huh. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I want to see Radiance. Yeah, here we go. Show me something new here. Oh. They're just saying that it works for... What? Oh. All right, well, that was a video. Let's do some Mossbag. I miss Mossbag. Nice collector impression. That was pretty good. It was truly a video of all time. Yes, indeed. All right, this is the Vitruvian Grub Explained. Kinda. Not really. Oh, wait, is that actually just the collector? Oh, sounded kind of off, but okay.
Art.
Nice.
It's beautiful. It's thought-provoking. It has been used to tell some of the greatest stories ever told. But today, we're going to talk about a classic, The Vitruvian Man. This work by Leonardo da Vinci has become one of the hallmarks of the Renaissance era. It symbolizes the architecture of nature found in the proportions of the human body. But this isn't a fucking art class, it's a Hollow Knight lore video. So what does the Vitruvian Man have to do with anything? Well, hidden deep away within the City of Tears, there's a very interesting drawing called the Vitruvian Grub.
Wait, so that's where it is? It's just up there. It's just right up there. Huh. This close to greatness. Yeah. Ooh, be right back, guys. One sec. Be right back. I'm back. I got the absolutely incredible, the spectacular, the tasty spicy nugs. So we're now ready to actually game here. Let's get this shit going.
There's a very interesting drawing called the Vitruvian Grub. This is one of the biggest mysteries in Hallownest. So what does it mean? Honestly, I don't have a goddamn clue. But hey, that doesn't mean I can't make a wildly speculative video about it.
Hell yeah!
This is the Vitruvian Grub. Possible ties to ISIS? Alright, so when you start playing Hollow Knight
the Egyptian
for the first
god?
time, you'll probably stumble into this room in Forgotten Crossroads. Here you'll find the Grub Father, weeping over the loss of his children. The player can find these grubs trapped in glass jars all throughout the map. After you find one of his children and return to him, the Grub Father will give you a reward. So yeah, the grubs are just a cool side quest that the player can do while playing the game. But who captured the grubs in the first place? Well, turns out it was this four-armed motherfucker, the Collector. The Collector can be found in the Tower of Love in the City of Tears, and after beating him, the player can find a map that holds the location of all the remaining grubs the player has left to find.
Right.
Now there's a lot going on with this guy that we'll get to in a second, but first I want to talk about the Tower of Love itself. This appears to be an abandoned location that was repurposed by the Collector. The Tower of Love is hidden away, only accessible from Kingdom's Edge. The walls of the area are covered with cushions, and even the key to the area is covered in padding. This whole place gives me an eyes wide shut vibe. Hallownest's secret elite meeting up and engaging in lewd sexual acts. This is all pretty speculative, but I do appreciate the subtle world building Team Cherry does here. Another interesting piece of information is what the corpse of the bug holding the love key in Queen's Garden says when hit with the dream nail. It says, "Too long spent together. We became as one." Now if you look at this guy's eyes, you can see black streaks, a feature commonly found on bugs that died close to the abyss, where void resides. I think this means to tell us that the bug actually spent some time with the Collector, who itself is a void creature. How do we know that the Collector is made of void? First off, its body is all black and liquidy and goopy. When defeated, it melts down into the floor, and when hit, it gives off the same black particle effects that the siblings do. And, like the siblings, the Collector does not give the player soul when hit.
True.
Then of course there's the mold found in the workshop in the White Palace. This mold is used to create a humanoid-shaped figure with 4 arms. This mold was used to create the king's molds that guarded the White Palace. The Collector was probably created here as well, even though it might not have been intentional. So yeah, the Collector's origins begin at the White Palace, which raises a ton of questions. Why was the Collector created? It's possible that the Collector was an early attempt at creating a void construct gone wrong, who just escaped the White Palace and traveled upwards into the City of Tears. Another theory is that the Collector was specifically created by the Pale King to capture the grubs. At the very least, there is something about the Collector that separates it from other void creatures. The Collector is the most expressive of any void creature found in the game. For example, one of the Collector's dream nail dialogues is, my love, protected at last." This type of deep emotional connection isn't seen in many void creatures, other than maybe the Hollow Knight, or arguably Zoe or Hornet if you think that they're made of void as well. Also, the Collector doesn't respond differently after the Knight has obtained the Void Heart, which means that the Collector must have an independently strong will itself. So what exactly is the Collector trying to do if this is the case? First, let's look at the rest of its dream nail dialogue. The Collector's other 2 lines are, "A safe space for you, and you, and you, and it must be saved." From these lines of dialogue, it seems like the Collector is capturing grubs and other creatures in order to protect them.
Probably from
protect them
the
from
infection.
What exactly?
Yeah.
Well, this is where shit gets weird. So let's say you defeat the Collector and rescue all the grubs. Cool. You go to the Grub Father, who is eternally grateful, and gives you the final reward, the Grubber Fly's Elegy. Awesome. But if you choose to return to the Grub Father after resting at a bench, then you will discover that the Grub Father has actually eaten his children. Now that's some fucked up shit right there. Look, Team Cherry, I don't know if the practice of eating one's children is common in Australia, but here in the United States, it is not. So maybe the Collector knows that the Grub Father was going to eat his children, and so it captured them as a way to keep them safe. If that was the case though, the Collector might actually be wrong. Even though the grubs have been eaten, you can still hear them inside the grub father's stomach. So they're not dead yet. Also, the achievement the player gets when freeing the last grub is called Metamorphosis. So this whole thing might just be biology. The last reward given to the player is a charm called the Grubberfly's Elegy, which talks about the grubs moving on into the next stage of their lives. So it seems as though the grub father is actually sacrificing himself and acting as a cocoon for the grubs to transform into grubberflies.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a
the
negative
grubberflies
thing.
would then burst out of the grub father's body, which wouldn't be the first time we saw that in Hollow Knight.
True.
It's all just a part of the beauty of nature. But of course, the collector might not know this, so maybe it thinks capturing the grubs is the only way to protect them. There is something a bit unsettling though. If you listen to the collector before reaching the room where you fight him, you hear some strange things.
Oh, there's a grub in there with them.
Now that's just creepy. Seriously, listen to it with horror music playing. Not
This
only
is an
that,
amazing
but you
video.
can hear the grub gagging at one point.
Wait, what?
Why is it that these cute little creatures are involved in one of the most fucked up plots of the game?
What?
It's so weird. So let's just say that that is all there is to the collector's motive. Where does that lead the Vitruvian grub? Well, the collector seems to find nature beautiful and believes that it should be protected. Maybe the Vitruvian grub is just a drawing the collector made to represent its obsession over the form of the grub body. But that's kind of a boring answer. I think it's time we start speculating wildly.
What?
What if there's another motive behind the collector's actions? What if there's another layer beneath all of this?
Thanks for the sub.
What is it about the grub specifically that the collector is so infatuated with? The Grubberfly's Elegy mentions that the charm imbues weapons with a holy strength. Now this is interesting. Are the grubs actually more powerful than we could possibly imagine? Let's look at the Vitruvian grub again.
This is such a shit
What's
post
the deal
of video.
with
I
the
love
symbol
it.
in the middle of the drawing? It's not visible on the grubs in game. What could it mean? Well, the symbol shows 3 circles connected together. Maybe this is supposed to represent a holy trinity. The number 3 has already been established as being an important number in the game, seeing as there are 3 dreamers required to combat the Radiance. In other words, this design on the grub's stomach is telling us that the grubs do indeed contain some sort of sacred power within them. But what about the surroundings of the grub? In the Vitruvian man drawing, the man is surrounded by a circle and a square. This was done to show the architectural properties of the human body. But I think something different is going on here. First off, they kind of look like crop circles. You know, the kind left by aliens. Now, I don't think we're supposed to believe that grubs are actually aliens, despite the compelling evidence that points that way.
Yep.
But I do think this is meant to represent how grubs might be otherworldly, or at least very different in nature from the rest of the bugs in the game. But there's another interesting thing about the design that surrounds the Vitruvian grub. As I'm sure you've noticed, there are 46 circles drawn in this picture, and that's the exact number of grubs that can be freed in the game. What if this drawing is some sort of representation of the location of the grubs? When we compare the Vitruvian grub to the world map, there's an easy connection we can make right away. These 3 dots in unison can line up with the 3 grubs found in the Tower of Love. But after that, it really doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
But I do think this surrounding design is telling us that the grubs are scattered across the land, even if the Vitruvian grub isn't a 100% accurate map. But this raises another question. Why is it that the collector leaves the grubs in various locations, instead of just taking them back to the Tower of Love? Is the collector just hiding them in spots that thinks no one will find? Is it because they have to be positioned in a certain way? If so, is this by the collector's will, or is the collector actually following instructions left for it? Maybe the collector was told to capture the grubs, and the Vitruvian grub is some sort of instruction on how to do it. I suggest this because the collector's dialogue only points to it wanting to preserve the grubs, but it just seems like more is going on here. Is it possible that the Pale King wanted the grubs captured? Did this holy power hidden within the grubs scare the Pale King? Is this another example of the Pale King trying to smother out other powerful beings? If all that's the case, then we might have just fucked everything up by freeing them all. So yeah, is the collector just absolutely insane and became obsessed with the grubs for some arbitrary reason? Is the collector aware of this holy power that might be hidden within the grubs? Could it be that the Pale King is actually responsible for all of this?
Grub God,
is it
Grub God.
even possible to know the answer at this point? Whenever I think about Hollow Knight lore, I
Grub
always end
God
up
is about to
remembering
ascend.
Zelt the Mighty's Precept 50.
Mm.
Maybe it's better not to linger on mysteries for too long.
Yeah.
Is this Team Cherry's way of telling us not to get too worked up over every little bit of dialogue? I mean,
True.
we craft entire theories off of characters turning their heads slightly, for fuck's sake.
We?
I think the Vitruvian Grub is a really cool mystery Team Cherry has added to the game, but maybe there is no answer for its existence yet. And that's all I've got. Let me know in the comments if I missed something or if you have any theories of your own as to what's going on with all this. I hope Team Cherry gives us more information about the Vitruvian Grub in upcoming content, but then again, I already feel that way about 10 other fucking things in this game.
Nice. Okay, so what's this? This is the flower. Cool. Yes, I definitely do want to see this one. This is all the delicate flower interactions here. Right. Aww. Oh, that's sweet. Oh. Hey, my kindness. Oh. The world suddenly seems a little less faded. Oh. That's so precious. Oh my god. Yes, the Nail Masters. Oh, he doesn't get it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Ah! Fucking Tsundere, yeah, he liked it, yeah. Oh. Absolute Tsundere moment, yeah. Right. Oh, that's amazing, Jenny. Thank you for sharing that. Oh. Oh, you. Interesting. Good. Fuck her. She doesn't deserve one. Yeah. Oh, okay. This is... Yes, yes, yes. What? Why not? Oh, because she knows. Okay. Rare power. Oh. Oh. So if you give it to her, she hints at what kind of danger that could basically... Oh. Whoa. Which is cool because she's in the game before the DLC shows you the ending, right? So her stuff with that was foreshadowing for that ending that hadn't been added into the game yet. That's really cool. That shows that Team Cherry's thinking ahead for those kinds of things. Well, I think she's more paranoid about it than she has actual reason to be afraid. Because it's more like it seems to do something to counteract Void, which shouldn't affect her, really, too much, but that's pretty cool. Okay. Right. But what does the Godseeker say in response? The Godseeker doesn't understand the flower. Right. Okay, cool. So we've seen all that, yeah. Deciphering Monomon's gibberish. Okay. Yes. Yes, Mossbag. Give it to me. I need this shit. Oh, I need this so bad.
So the lore tablets in the archive are one of the biggest mysteries in all of Hollow Knight.
Yes.
On the surface, they don't make a lick of goddamn sense. But if we can channel our inner high school English class student, we can do a little close reading to try and figure out what it all means. Now, if you've ever read the popular nonfiction work of George Orwell entitled 1984, then the syntax of these tablets will probably be familiar to you. The tablets don't form complete sentences. Instead, we have to look at the key words and the order in which they appear to try and decipher their meaning. There are also just seemingly random words and letters that I think we should just completely ignore, like Abba, M, Ch, O, and Theer.
Sure.
But maybe, if we rearrange these letters, it will form an anagram that will help us uncover more of Hollow Knight's lore. Holy shit.
What?
The first tablet is discussing the sealing of the Black Egg Temple, where the Hollow Knight can be found in the final game.
Okay.
For this first line, the use of the words yolk and shell point us to the Black Egg Temple.
Yeah.
This temple is then used to gate the Hollow Knight so that it remains separated from the rest of the world. The second line gives us an idea of the order of containment. The radiance, or the light, is sealed inside the vessel, which is sealed inside the Temple of the Black Egg, which has a seal placed over it. As for the third line, it is explaining that the seal over the exterior of the temple is hidden within the Dreamers, Hera, Monomon, and Lyrian. Intwixt and Atwixt must be some weird Australian slang Team Cherry decided to use, because here in America, they aren't real words. I'm guessing that they are variations of the word betwixt, which just means between. In other words, all of this is occurring between the realms of the physical world and the dream world. Finally, this will lead to the containment of the Radiance, and the end to her ungrowth. The second lore tablet is describing the difference between the Pale King and the Radiance. In this first line, it is explaining how the Pale King, or the King Light, is responsible for growth and granting the bugs of Hallownest the ability to think freely. In-kind likely means the inclusion of different kinds, or in other words, variety, since all the bugs can think for themselves. Then there's the word Enfield. My best guess for this word is that it's referencing a suburb in Adelaide, South Australia, the city that Team Cherry is based in. So is Team Cherry trying to tell us that Motomon is actually aware of the fact that she's in a video game? I mean, that seems like a cool hip thing for indie devs to do nowadays. Of course, the Shrine of Believers basically confirms that Hallownest was created by a group of beings from a different dimension, or in other words, by humans on Earth.
Whoa, wait, what's this? Have I seen this before? I don't recognize this. Super secret area. Secret backer area in the resting grounds. Oh, Dreamnail a statue in the Kickstarter graveyard. Oh, so that was one of the few things that we didn't Dreamnail back there. That's funny. Okay. Well, cool. Always more stuff. Oops.
By humans on Earth, so it's really not that big of a stretch. But the more likely explanation for the use of the word Enfield in this tablet is that Team Cherry is just fucking with us once again.
Yeah.
I mean, that would also explain the text on these lore tablets too. The next line in Motomon's poem tells us that the radiance, or the old light, who is tied to dreams in essence, leads to ungrowth. We can assume that by ungrowth, Motomon is talking about how the radiance causes her subjects to lose their own thoughts and become connected to her hive mind.
Oh, I never got that
This third line confuses me. The radiance will likely be responsible for this end think, but I'm unsure about what them kin is referring to. The moths are the kin of the radiance, while the vessels are the kin of the Pale King. Either way, I'm not really sure what's being implied here. The last line is pretty straightforward though. If the radiance's powers are left unchecked, it will result in the end of life as the bugs of Hallownest know it. This final tablet is about the creation of the vessels. This first line is saying that there is an abundance of outer shells that have absent innards. The next line says that void should be placed within the absence, or within the outer shell. At this point, I'd like to say that I think that the shell Motomon is referring to is the shell that the vessels wear on their heads. Some people call these things masks, but if you look at the Hollow Knight instruction manual, like I'm sure everybody did, it states that the knight wears a shell, which has a strength represented in masks. Now, is it really that important of a distinction? Well, yeah. Everything is important in this game, even this bitch. The third line explains that the shells and
Yes! Yes! In fact, she was so important that I was like, we need to come up with a fucking stupid name for this useless bug. And thus, she is Throat Goat. The one thing I'm adding to the Hollow Knight community. Spread it far and wide. Spread it far and wide, chat. They are now Throat Goat. Nothing else. Nothing else. Alright, continue.
void should be weaved together. Now there are two words in here that raise a couple of red flags. First, let's talk about mater. Mater is an old-fashioned word for mother, so I'm guessing that Motomon is talking about the White Lady, since, in my opinion, she helped create the empty shells that would be used to create the vessels. The word weave is also interesting, because in the game, there's a group of beings called the Weavers. Unfortunately, the Weavers seem to have noped the fuck out of Hallownest before the game started, so we can't really ask them or anything.
Okay.
We do know from Midwife that the Weavers are capable of creating spells. Is it possible that the Weavers helped create the vessels? Well, the vessels are already part Pale King, part White Lady, and part Void. And now we want to add the Weavers in there too? Well, I guess why the fuck not? I mean, maybe Elderbug was involved. Maybe the vessels are 2% Fungoon shit. As for this last line, it is basically saying that the void of the vessel is contained by the outer part, or the shell. I'm not quite sure what peer is referring to. Maybe it is just saying that the vessels are peers, or of equal status, or it could mean peer as in looking intently. Not quite sure, honestly. Okay, cool. So the 3 lore tablets in the archive all pertain to the plan used to try and stop the Radiance.
Okay.
This means one of 3 things. Either the Pale King told Motomon about this plan, she found out about it on her own, or she actually helped the Pale King devise the plan. I think it's safe to say she didn't find out on her own. I mean, that's a really specific plan. That's like pissing into a water glass from atop the Empire State Building. So maybe the Pale King told her the plan? That is possible, but why would he tell her the plan if all she had to do was go to sleep as a dreamer? I mean, maybe she just wanted to know out of curiosity, or needed to be convinced. After all, she is pretty much dying for this whole thing. But that's a boring explanation. And I'm trying to make a lore video here that is long enough to make at least 3 more dick and shit jokes. So let's just say no to that theory. But honestly, I do think there's a good case to make that Motomon was involved with the Pale King's plan from the beginning. Why is that? Well, there's one damning piece of evidence that supports this. The fucking jellyfish.
Ah!
Now, in my first video, I asked a fair question about why jellyfish were in a game about bugs. The obvious answer to this question was that the jellyfish are merely Team Cherry's way of paying homage to another famous game with jellyfish creatures, SpongeBob SquarePants' Revenge of the Flying Dutchman. But when I asked this question, I meant it from a lore perspective. Well, there is a lore explanation that has been around for a while, and it does make sense, even if it is kind of speculative. I do like it though because it fits in nicely with what we've talked about so far in the video.
Okay,
the jellyfish are Motomon's artificial creations. The hunter posits a few theories as to what the jellyfish are, saying that they might be the spirit of a dead ancestor, the brain of a larger creature, or some kind of egg.
Artificial.
Well, these are all wrong, and are clearly a clever red herring by Team Cherry to mislead us as to the jellyfish's true nature. In all of their Dreamnail dialogue, these things keep mentioning Motomon, and the hunter's journal entry for Umu claims that Umu is acting as a guardian for Motomon, and that there are strange and unnatural things lurking in the Fog Canyon. So it's unlikely that these things have any origin stemming from nature. Now I know what you're thinking. This might be a clever red herring by Team Cherry to mislead us as to the jellyfish's true nature. But that's stupid. There's no reason Team Cherry would ever do something like that. Also, why is Motomon keeping these charged lumaflies inside of a tank? Is it because electricity is an important component in the process of creating life? And just look at that structure that Motomon has in the heart of the archive. It's a giant test tube. Clearly, this was used to create her unholy gelatinous abominations. Okay, so let's say that the jellyfish are indeed the result of Motomon's Frankenstein-esque experiments. What does that have to do with Motomon helping the Pale King? Well, Motomon's actions here seem pretty similar to how the Pale King was creating intelligent void vessels and constructs. So it's possible that Motomon actually did work with the Pale King to help conduct his experiments, since she was basically doing the same thing, animating matter. But it is hard to say, since we don't really know how the jellyfish were actually created. The king poured the liquidy goopy void into a mold to create his constructs, while we have no idea how Motomon created the jellyfish children. Regardless, it works thematically, which I know sounds like a cop-out, but just because it is one.
Sure. Plausible, yeah.
And there you have it. The lore tablets in the archive basically spell out the details of the Pale King's plan to contain the Radiance.
Good video.
The 3 tablets reinforce our understanding of the lore, but for the most part, they don't really add anything new to what we already know. The only thing mentioned in these tablets that sort of affects our view of the lore is the inclusion of the word weave. Overall, the most important thing about these tablets is the implications they have on Motomon's involvement with the Pale King's plan to save Hollow Nest. Now, if you haven't seen my first Hollow Knight lore video, I highly recommend you check it out. It is a very informative video that covers a lot of Hollow Knight's lore. If you have seen my video, then I should tell you that it's complete shit and full of inaccurate claims. In that video, I talked about how the Pale King approached the 3 Dreamers after they had already tried to lock away the Radiance inside of the Hollow Knight. Oh, how naive I was in my youth. Now that I'm older and wiser, I think it's more likely that the Dreamers were involved early on, and that Motomon was especially involved from the beginning. I think a lot of this confusion over the Hollow Knight timeline...
Yeah, I can definitely get that vibe, but yeah. I'm gonna skip the glitchless skips. I'm gonna do the returning to Sheo and Nailsmith one, because I wanted to know how to do this, but I didn't know if there was anything that was actually gonna make this one lead to anything here. If you don't kill the Nailsmith, okay. Okay. So he's just chilling there, but like like,
Huh?
Oh, okay. So you can talk to him. Okay. Cool. Seem imposing. In truth, he's a delicate sort. Okay. Well, dark of foulness. Who'd have thought I'd meet such a... Oh. Yeah. An age spent toiling alone. This is much nicer. Oh. Oh. Yes. Paint me like one of your French nailsmiths. What could have been, Caleb? Yeah. What could have been? Oh, hell yeah, cloth! Oh, let's go! What? What? Dex and strength build working together. Oh no! Oh hell yeah! Wait, is Cloth okay? No, wait. Wait. So like, you see her ghost when you come back? So, wait, because I couldn't find Cloth again, where is Cloth now? Like, she's just gone. Ancient Basin? She should be at Dirtmouth. No. So I found her near the bench at Deep Nest. And then she just disappeared. I fought the Trader Lord, and Cloth was never there. Left side of the Training Nation Basin. Okay, I'll have to go back and look there on my save to see if she's there. Okay, that's cool. Secrets and tiny details you might have missed or forgotten about. Okay, and this is a Game Explorer video. We can check through this one really quick. Oh, right, you guys told me about this, yeah. Okay, that's, yeah, that's cool. When the vendors got to the kitchen and the pleasure house, and the flies will follow you. Oh my god, that is so funny. That is super funny. False Knight's Hammer is actual living bug. Yep, I knew that one. There's a secret room right in the Mantis boss fight. What? And there's a sleeping stag animation. Hell yeah, okay. Yes, we knew about this, yeah. Water falls from here, right? Uh-huh. Yes, we encountered this one. This is great. You can 2 times speed it? Okay. Damn, that's a lot of geo. Break the lights and speakers on the tram. Nice. Yeah, we were a bit of a destructive, yes, I love this one too. Yeah. Second the Tremor rivals, yeah. Okay. Yep, I knew about that one, yeah. Oh, that's fun. Yes. When the fighters of the Colosseum fall down to Kingdom's Edge. Oh, right, yes. Right. I knew about that, yeah. Chance okay, there's a 2% chance a rare Mender bug will spawn here when entering the Forgotten Crossroads and breaking the sign. He is very hard to kill. Oh, you can kill them. Nice. Okay. 30 seconds of sitting. Dang. Yeah, spike jumping. Yeah. Right. Yeah, y'all showed me this one. And then we did the 5 fights against the White Defender, yeah. Okay, so this is the one I didn't find. Or wait, no, I did find that. I did find that room, right? I think I found that one too. Oh God. Oh, that's cool. What? Oh, I was wondering where all the footage of this room came from on all the Mossbag videos. How do you find this shit? I mean, guess if your YouTube channel is, you know, depending on it, that's a really cool find there. Wow. Okay. Okay. Okay, there's a lot of these. There's a lot of these, and we're coming up on the end of the stream just in general. So I think I'm going to save some of these for the tier list video stream on Friday. I want to do the Silksong trailer, but I also want to do a speed run specifically for today. So, of all the speed runs to do, what's the shortest one that would be very spicy to do? Path of Pain speedrun? Okay. Path of Pain, yeah. So these are almost the same. NMG and theoretically fastest, but this is hitless. Okay. TAS? What's TAS? What are you talking about? This little subtitle bracketed thing here? Tool assisted speedrun. Oh, I see, I see. Showing what a bot can do. I gotcha. All right, well, let's try them both then. All right, let me pause real quick here, put this on to 1 time speed here. All right. I gotta see this. A human makes the inputs. Okay. All right, let's give it a shot. This is a Hollow Knight Path of Pain speedrun here. NMG and theoretically fastest. Okay, 152. All right, hit me with it. Oh, 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 oh. My brain hurts. Ha! I like that he had to slow down a little bit there. Hey, they did what I did! Nice! The spell B spam. Fireball, fireball, fireball! Oh my god, that's just disgusting! That's disgusting! That's so disgusting! Ah! So, what about a human? What about a human doing it? Where it's not Taz? It's about 10 seconds slower. Oh, good grief. Okay, let's see this shit. Is that in the playlist? The 209 one here? The next one? Oh my god. Wait, this is backwards. What? This is backwards. What? This would be way easier backwards. Huh. That one is Pain of the Path. Ah, yes, clearly, Pain of the Path. Ah, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, let's do some Silksong. Let's do some Silksong here. Wait, so there's a announcement trailer and a Game Pass reveal trailer. Okay. Okay. We're probably gonna spend like 10 to 15 minutes analyzing these trailers here. I am so excited. Oh yeah, let me look at the date again. Yeah. 4 years ago? Oh god. Oh, the pain. Every time you watch this trailer, Silksong is 2 minutes and 9 seconds closer to being released. Wow, that's deep. That's deep. No, I'm not laughing at your suffering. I laugh because I suffer. I don't suffer as much as you suffered. But I suffer all the same, knowing that I have to wait. And I don't know I have to wait. Just as much as you guys don't know you have to wait. We're all suffering together. Yeah. No. I don't want to diminish any of your past suffering here. Yeah. Yes. We are all clowns together. All right. So now, Silksong is a game some people really want to see happen pretty soon. So I'm excited to see what all the fuss is about. Really hope that we get ourselves a look at a good game that we can all get excited about. All right. Let's check this shit out. Ooh, procession. Whoa. All right. Lethal acrobatic action. Oh, yes. Yes. I'm already loving the snappy, precise combat. Oh my god, what the fuck? What? Ah. Oh, our new quick travel stag. Hello. It's Pooplem. Ah! Oh! Oh, no, I'm pausing. Cooking! Ah! Ecosystem, yeah! Ah! Oh, this is so cool! Okay. I'm so excited. Nice. Oh. Whoa. That was amazing. Hold on. Let's watch this one. Yeah, let's watch this one before we go back and look at just the stuff in general. That was really good. Okay. Yeah. Lifeblood steroid mid-flight. Yeah, I saw that. There were a couple things in there where I'm like, okay, I need to pause, freeze frame on that. Analyze, enhance. This one is 3 years later. Hey, that's pretty good. Well, we're getting something. All right, what do we got here? Oh, it looks much cleaner. Oh, wow. Okay. my god. Okay. I talk about a couple things here. The combat looks so clean. Also, we're seeing like tons of new things added to like the like up here. You see this shit? Like we got like some kind of like item buff kind of related thing here. Hornet is capable of switching her moveset. Oh. Okay. New playable character was the last Kickstarter goal achieved, and everybody thought it was going to be the last DLC, the Hornet DLC. The wait for it was already long, even Mossbag said in a couple videos, whereas the Hornet DLC Team Cherry, they dropped this trailer instead. Oh my god. There are Mossbag videos analyzing these trailers. Okay, well, we might have to watch those later, because I gotta go to bed. But, okay, so I'm going to ask you guys a couple things then. So what is this? This charges up. Is this like how much like thread we have? Silk spool, silk meter. Okay, yeah. So, okay, kinda. Gotcha. Okay. The other thing is we are seeing that the down pogo is gone. All hail the diagonal, or I think it's going to be diagonal, probably not omnidirectional, but directional based down things there. Yeah, it's like a dive pogo. Now, I'm guessing that what it is instead of it being a thing where you can go down, you have to go diagonal. It's aimable entirely? Like omnidirectional? Because that could break the game if it is. I would assume, if anything, it's based on which direction she's facing. I don't think it's omnidirectional. No, I think if anything, there's a dash that seems to be based on throwing your thread out, and then it sends you in a specific. Where is it? It's so like right here. Here's an example of where it got that diagonal. See what I'm saying? It's like down and to the right. Let's see here. Right, so that's just a basic dash. But she does have a down, maybe dash ability that turns it into a drill. But the thing is, she has the drill thing up on the spot there. So that's like an item that she's got like a limited either use of or duration of. It's a tool? Okay. So yeah, here's the Lifeblood one. And then probably the shuriken that are static in the air, like in the boss fight. And then these are caltrops. Yeah, they're some sort of like thumbtack style caltrops. Okay. All right. And then right there we have some kind of like shuriken. Okay. Oh my god. Okay, what? Trying to revive someone? Quirrell? A dreamer, sure. Okay, I love this boss. I love the look of this boss. This is so cool. It looks like a very simple boss mechanically, but it's just so nuts. And where's the big guy? Oh, that was from the previous trailer. Yeah. Okay, let me go back and check the previous one then. I love this one. What is this one? Love you. Okay. Our new dung defender here, literally with the poop stuff coming off of them. So, you know. But instead with these erupting thorns here, which I just gotta say, this mechanic is gonna piss me off, I can just tell. Oh my god. And we have now Grim Troop 2.0 here, but with like, maybe like a Nier Automata style The Singer kind of thing. Ants, yeah, ants. Yeah, you're right. Oh my god, they are ants, yeah. Yeah, it's the opera lady from Nier Automata. Yeah. Okay. And then this. What is this? Eat your heart out, Radiance. This is nuts. The ant god. There you go. Like, the telegraphs for the moves feel like something out of the, what's the Disney creepy animation game? Cuphead. Hot take, I'm guessing this boss will be easy. Well, yeah, because it's so big, it's gonna ruin the, arena. But I'm just guessing it just doesn't have, hitbox collision for anything except, like, the hands and stuff. Otherwise, it's fine. New friends. Yes, I wanna see all the NPCs here. So. Oshanka! Okay. They look like they have, like, some kind of, like, fighting bracers on or something. Okay. I love this one. I love this one so much. Just just ding, ding, ding. This one is just so wholesome. The little hat that almost looks like the cap on top of one of the collector's jars, you know? Oh my god. Okay, and then we have some kind of snail shaman without the snail part, maybe? You know? It's a symbol. Yeah, that works too. Yeah. Hey! And our new stag, but instead it's this really massive like potato bug looking thing, but it's got a mask. Yeah. Huh. Tell me if I'm wrong, but this is Lem, but poop shell version. Shit town, exactly. The turd hermit. Poop Lem. Oh, it's so good. Oh, the singing. Did you hear that again? Oh, that's so perfect. Yeah, quest boards seem to be a thing. So we're probably a traveler, stranger in a strange land kind of thing. So that's how we can be kind of the main character and stuff. So that could be pretty interesting. Oh, so someone's town just gets fucked up. Right. Sweetness, sourness, bitterness, I need it all with hastiness. Cruel world, will you not provide me with the fruits I desire? And this one, my family curse has struck again. Strange singing pilgrims have surrounded my old home, violently attacking me wherever I approach. Please let this plague be lifted. Okay. Grunby of Bone Bottom. And who was the other one? Or Druid of the Moss Temple. Okay. I love this one. He's got some looking like mustache looking kind of bug here on like a weird motorcycle that's also a bug or something, going like Zanzibar or something. Yeah. The bug from Zanzibar. I was literally thinking the same thing. Yes. Oh. This is sweet. Forge I can. Strong I can. Yes. Right, so that move there did not cost any thread or anything. So that's just shit that she can do. Like, oh my god, and deployable terrain. Y'all realize how nuts they can design the environments now with just this? Like, there are so many things about the design limitations of the world in Hollow Knight that this is actually going to make the game way harder, employing basically like you must use this for some like Path of Pain shit. Yeah. We have already seen sign of it in the trailers by the way. Okay. Right, because one of the things that you really can't do too much in video games is allow the player to manipulate the environment itself, because then one, they can break beyond the bounds of it and go to things that you haven't actually designed for them to go to, but also you can then accidentally send the players places that you didn't want them to go yet. So this is a very dangerous mechanic to bring into a Metroidvania. I'm guessing this is going to be like either a very uniquely designed open world or it's going to be interesting. Yeah, it's going to be very different from Hollow Knight then. Just by the nature of this, they're basically saying we're going to change a little bit of our philosophy with how we do the Metroidvania part. Unless this is like one of the last upgrades you get. It could just be an ability you obtain later. Yeah, I know, but it's just saying that in terms of, if you think about all the movement things that changed the way you explored around the map, which one was the most powerful? I'm pretty sure I know which one it is. I think it's the Mantis Claw. I think the Mantis Claw is the most important navigational item, I would say. Double jump might be second. But yeah, it's definitely the claw, I would say. Because there's so many flat surfaces that you can just abuse the heck out of now. Yeah. And Mantis Claw was up at 80% of the map. Right. This is in some ways more nutty than Mantis Claw by like a ridiculous margin. Yeah. Randomizer plays will confirm it's Mantis Claw. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so they call them tools, deadly new tools. So these are the kinds of things that we can expect here. Okay. So maybe instead of charms, change crest. Oh, shit. So that's probably the ability loadout there. And then... Oh, I was going to say, Pimpolo is is very clearly the thing that they were talking about in the Mossbag video of the handheld little exploding bugs, you know? That's what these are. When I saw the little bombs in the trailer, I was like, oh, hey! Hand grenade. Yep. Okay, so we've got little bugs. We've got Spinny Spin. We've got Lifeblood. We have deployable terrain stuff there. We've got Shuriken. We've got, probably the drill? I don't know. None of these look like the drill. Unless the middle one is, the bottom middle one is the drill. Buzzsaw, yeah, that's what it seems like. Okay. Top left one seems kinda odd. Yeah. There's more to scroll up and down for. Yes, exactly. But as you can see, some of them are tied to specific build stuff. So what I'm thinking is that depending on which crest you're in, that tells you which subgroup of tools you have access to. This is 4 years ago. That's true. This is an old build, probably. But the idea of maybe having a core bit of upgrades that are the top 9 there, and then the other ones are 3 individual ones based on which crest you do, which could be pretty cool. Okay. Oh, wait. No, I'm dumb. It literally just shows it immediately there. You just add one from each type into the crest there. Okay, never mind. Okay. What was that? There's no upgrade here. And she just throws her weapon. You see that shit? Right. Okay, so then here's some potential lore stuff here. This is either the Weavers or potentially tied to Hera. HUD isn't all right for this video. That's true. Yeah. That makes sense. I saw a parry. Well, I mean, they'll definitely have parries. But what was this explosion? And then this. Okay. I am Millennia, Blade of Mikola. Guys, look, it's the waterfowl dance. yeah, exactly. I love that we're all on the same page with that of like, so that's some bullshit. we're all worried. That character's theme has been released, by the way. Oh, okay. Very cool. There's a 20-minute live gameplay with commentary about the game from Nintendo of America that gives a lot of specific details about game mechanics. Okay. Maybe we'll check that out. But for now, this has been the React stream. And we're going to call it here because this has been a very long stream and I'm starting to get pretty tired. But holy shit. So that's where I'm catching up. I'm catching up to where y'all were at. Almost there. To where I'll have all the info kind of that you guys have got. Yes, so no stream tomorrow. There will be a stream on Friday, 3 p.m. Pacific as usual. And we'll do tier lists and maybe a little bit more React then as well. Jenny, thanks for the 100 bits. Appreciate it. And yeah, thanks everybody for joining in for this stream. Mossbag stopped by. Yeah! So lucky to have him just streaming for charity and stuff. That was cool. And thanks everybody that went over and said hi. That's really awesome. I feel like one of the things that content creators don't thank their communities and for extension, like a live stream chat here, is when y'all go and do something just sweet and kind, even though it's just easy for y'all to do, just to go over and encourage somebody like that and being like, hey, the Semblance of Sanity community says hi, we love you all and we encourage you and stuff like that. That's just really sweet, because it's something that like obviously you guys are awesome people, but it's like that's something that like wouldn't have happened if I think it was GLaDOS or someone else didn't, you know, step up and be like, hey, by the way. So that was very cool. Very cool of y'all. Yeah, GLaDOS did it. That's right. Yeah, thanks, GLaDOS. Aw. Could we see the daily Hollow Knight Silksong news? I'd love for you to see that channel. Wait, is that just a channel that just uploads the, it has been, 1,174 days without Silksong? 760 days. It's basically that. It's just no over and over for the most part. Do they upload a video every day? Like, do they actually upload a video? Check. Yes, they do. Okay, let me check. What is this channel called? Daily Hollow Knight Silksong News. Yep. It's the same thumbnail. This channel's goated. It's just the exact same thumbnail, except for maybe a image slapped over the top right, and then the words of no in red, yes in green, or some kind of ambiguous word or words in yellow. Oh, that's incredible. And I love that. Obviously, these uploads they're kind of for a meme. You got to keep doing it consistently until it's there. But can you imagine? Can you imagine how long they've been doing this? In fact, let's play this. Yep, 761 times. How long they've been doing this? And they're like, so we committed to do this every day. I had a core memory from my childhood. You know the Disney Robin Hood? You know... I need this for a meme right now. You know the Disney Robin Hood animated, like, with the fox and everything movie? You know that movie? You know when the kid who's hanging out with Friar Tuck in the church just is ringing the bell all dejectedly when it's raining, and he just goes, Friar Tuck, I don't think anyone is coming. And I'm like, Friar Tuck, I don't think Silksong is coming. It's just so perfect. Someone can take that clip of the video and just have it go, Silksong, like that automated, like, AI voice, and it's just be like, Friar Tuck, I don't think Silksong is coming, Or just put it with the text there, and it, I need these really stupid low effort memes. Oh, this so, You actually can notice the difference of their hype on their voices on day one and now. Oh, in like a decline way. Like they sound more excited. I'm evil. Oh God, I kind of want to watch it now. I kind of really want to watch it now. The full playlist. Yeah. All right, let's see. Let's see here.
Today is January 16th, 2021. This is Aura, your host for today, bringing you your daily Silksong news. There have been no news to report for Silksong today. This has been your daily news for Silksong for today, January 16th, 2021. Today is
Sag. Oh god, that's gonna take forever. Let's go back.
Today is January 16th, 2021. This is Aura, your host for today, bringing you your daily Silksong news. There have been no news to report for Silksong.
Okay.
Hello again, cat girls, cat boys, and yam binaries. Today is February 15th, 2023, and I'm Mola, your host for today, bringing you your daily Silksong news. There has been no news to report for Silksong today. Though, if you believe the rumors, Silksong will drop on the 29th this month. This has been your daily news for Silksong today, February 15th, 2023.
It's a different host, but still, it just surprised me so well. Oh my god.
Today is February 14th, 2023.
Oh my god, he sounds
dead.
This
is Aura, your host for today, bringing you your daily Silksong news. There has been no news to report for Silksong today, but it has been 4 years since the reveal of Silksong in its first trailer. 4 years! Happy 4th anniversary, Silksong reveal trailer. Now, I'm sure you're all feeling sad and disappointed that there is no Silksong news on such a monumental day. However, do not worry. We have a proposition for you.
Do you?
In my daily Silksong news Discord server, a bunch of members came up with the idea of sacrificing people in order to make Silksong come sooner. A few days ago, we've finally implemented a system in which people can volunteer to get sacrificed for Silksong, and then once a day, one random member will get sacrificed to make Silksong come sooner. Once they've been sacrificed, they cannot be sacrificed again. Our self-appointed cult leader, Double E, is even keeping track of those sacrifices in its own YouTube channel, Double E. If you'd like to volunteer to get sacrificed for Silksong, you can find the link to the Discord server in the description. Once you're there, go to the Roles channel and react to the embedded message. This has been your daily news for Silksong for today, February 14th, 2023.
2023. The pain. Wait, chat, are you sure it was no cost too great? Or was it no pain too great? Or was it no weight too great? That kind of fits more. It rhymes after all. Or maybe no date too late. You know? There's a couple of these that work. You know, I can keep spitting them out, you know, as we go. Like, yeah, no cheese too great. No game to rate. No Gorb too great. One Piece is going to end before Silksong releases. Guys, quickly, sound off here. Is Silksong going to shadow drop, or are they going to release the release date? Which of those is it going to be? Sound off. Shadow or announce? Which do you think? Shadow or announce? That's true. Nintendo and Xbox have an investment in advertising, for sure. Second Kickstarter. That would kill so much of their goodwill as a studio. Oh yeah, so if you make the stretch goals, every stretch goal brings Silksong one day sooner. and there are 175 stretch goals. Increase the total by $100,000. We would pay. Thing is, we probably would, but there would be riots. Real question is how much are they charging? $15 is way too low in my opinion. I agree. I unironically think that they're going to do $30 or $25. That is my guess. I think those two make a lot of sense. They will never do 30. I don't know. It depends on how much content there is. I could also see them doing something where they're like, we already have 2 free DLCs planned or something, but we'll see. I would assume they wouldn't do that. It deserves to be 40. No cost too great. That's true. That's your catchphrase. Oh, they have stated that they won't go that high. They keep their games lower in price because of foreign countries. Oh, good for them. Good for them. Good for them. That's really awesome. Yeah, actual good lads. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, this stream was too great. Thank you so much, everybody, for enjoying this stream with me. This was a really good time. I appreciate all of you. And yeah, apparently this was the largest stream we've ever done in the history of the channel. Apparently. I don't know if you guys just knew that or not, but we broke the One Piece record today for the largest viewed stream ever. Largest peak viewership stream. Yeah, that's just a thing. So, y'all are awesome. Really appreciate it. It was really sweet, everybody. Just coming in and watching me just react to stuff and talk about how much I love this game and, yeah, join you all in the waiting game here. But, all right. Yeah, I will join you all in the Discord side of things over time now, since I'm now integrated with the Hollow Knight community. And heads up that Wednesday, next week, Persona 5 Royal drops. So those of you that are here on stream, you get a heads up. Everyone that wasn't here is going to see it in the YouTube highlight that's going to be coming up either tonight or tomorrow morning for the final gameplay stream, at the very least. But yeah, it should be in the title of the stream. Everyone should have seen that, right? Yeah, Persona 5 Royal next week. Okay, good. I did leave it there. Okay, good. Yeah. But Friday, 3 p.m. Pacific time, we're doing a tier list thing on the aspects of the game that I would love to talk about, like the bosses, zones, maybe the charms, or maybe the, I don't know, NPCs maybe? That could be cool. It could be cool. All right. Good night, everybody. I'm going to go sleep now. Take care. All right.